নমস্কাৰ মাননীয় গুৰু মণ্ডলী আৰু আমাৰ সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা অসমৰ বিশেষ কৰ্তব্যৰত বিষয়া শ্ৰীমতী সংগীতা শইকীয়া বাইদেউ আৰু আমাৰ মাজত বিশেষজ্ঞ উপস্থিত আছে শ্ৰীমতী শৰ্মিলা শৰ্মা বাইদেউ। আজি আমি প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে PMSHRI আঁচনিখনৰ অধীনত ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ 3দিনীয়া আমি কৰ্মশালা সমবেত হৈছোঁ। এই কৰ্মশালাটো আমাৰ জিলাৰ নিৰ্বাচিত PMSHRI বিদ্যালয়ৰ সমল শিক্ষকক আমি নিমন্ত্ৰণ জনাইছিলোঁ যাতে তেখেতসকলে ইয়াৰ এই 3দিনীয়া কাৰ্যসূচীৰ সমগ্ৰ বিষয়বস্তু নিজ নিজ জিলাৰ PMSHRI স্কুল আৰু লগতে বাকি অন্যান্য বিদ্যালয়লৈ এইখিনি বিয়পাই দিব পাৰে। এই ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ কাৰ্যক্ৰমটো আজি কেন্দ্ৰীয় চৰকাৰৰ শিক্ষা বিভাগ, অসম চৰকাৰৰ শিক্ষা বিভাগ, আমাৰ সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা জিলা পৰ্যায়ৰ অফিচ আৰু আপোনালোকৰ নিজ নিজ যি আমাৰ PMSHRI বিদ্যালয় আছে এই বিদ্যালয়ত পোনপটীয়াকৈ তেখেতসকলে ইয়াৰ আলোচনাসমূহ, ইয়াৰ পৰ্যালোচনাসমূহ, ইয়াৰ প্ৰশিক্ষণৰ কাৰ্যসূচীসমূহ তেওঁলোকে পোনপটীয়াকৈ চাব পাৰিব, চোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। আৰু ইয়াৰ ৱৰ্কশ্বপটোৰ মহত্ব এইটোৱেই যে আমি আজি গুৱাহাটীতে অসম আৰু মেঘালয় দুয়োখন ৰাজ্যই মিলি আমি ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ এক কৰ্মশালাত আমি সমবেত হৈছোঁ। This is the first ever residential workshop for PMSHRI resource persons in the state of Assam and Meghalaya, so that we can gather all the PMSHRI issues and training things and themes so that we can percolate down to our PMSHRI schools and our nearby government provincialized schools. So, to inaugurate formally this workshop, our Officer on Special Duty Samagra Shiksha, Srimati Sangeeta Soikia Baidu, she is with us, and I request Sangeeta Baidu to light the lamp for inauguration the session. Now I request Sangeeta Baidu and Promila Baidu to take the seat in the dais so that we can start our inaugural session today. Please, ma'am. So, would like to felicitate our Sangita Baidio with a Fulam Gamusa. I request one of the participants to come forward to felicitate the please. And to felicitate the Pramila Baidio. So, please come forward, one of it. Srimati Pramila Sharma, she is for Expression India from Sikkim. So, Principal Gugamuk Higher Secondary School, he would like to felicitate our Sangita Baido. Now I'd request Officer Special D. Samagra Shiksha to give his inaugural remarks of this 3 days National Level Resource Person Residential Workshop. Yes, Baido.
Good morning, everybody. I welcome, first of all, at the outset, I would like to welcome Pramila Sharma's expression from Expressions India. And I would like to welcome all the teachers who will act as resource persons for the PMC schools, all the teachers who have come from Meghalaya and Assam. We have gathered here for, in the context of PMC schools. This is a capacity building workshop for resource persons for 3 days. You already know that PMC had started from 2022-23, and the objective is for, for turning these schools, almost 14,500 schools, into exemplar schools, model schools, where you will have, first-class infrastructure in terms of school infrastructure, school buildings, desks, benches, and then you will have ICT labs, smart classrooms, digital infrastructure, all combined into making it into an exemplar school. Besides that, we will have capacity building for teachers also of these schools, and also, of course, we will have assessment through third parties, through our central universities, NITs and IITs. So the objective is to make these into model schools, so that in the future these schools can act as an example to other schools to follow them and to rise up in the school environment. So that is the objective. I think you all know the objective, still I'm deliberating on it. So this three-day workshop will enable you to take forward this concept of PMC schools further, so that it percolates down, as Raman had said, to the school level, and to bring up these schools to that level of being model schools. So I hope you'll enjoy your stay in Don Bosco. It has a very good ambience, and right in the, near the Brahmaputra river, I think it's a very good environment. I hope you have liked, all of you have liked it. So make it a fruitful stay out here, and take forward this concept of PMC schools to the schools of Assam and Meghalaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Waido. So now, we, after inaugural speech, now we'd like to go to directly sessions. So there is a video provided by Ministry of Education, Government of India, to display here, and this video will be transmitted to all our PMC schools in Assam and Meghalaya. So I request to play the video.
स्कूल है सबसे प्यारा, राइजिंग इंडिया का है संकल्प हमारा। पीएम श्री यानी प्रधानमंत्री स्कूल फॉर राइजिंग इंडिया। देश भर के विद्यालयों को फ्यूचर रेडी करने के लिए 14,500 से अधिक विद्यालयों के विकास की ये एक भारत सरकार की नई योजना है, जिसके अंतर्गत विद्यालयों को 27,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का वित्त पोषण मिलेगा। इस योजना के अंतर्गत केंद्र, राज्य, केंद्र शासित प्रदेश और स्थानीय निकायों द्वारा चलाए जा रहे चयनित स्कूलों को उन्नति के रंग में रंगकर पीएम श्री स्कूलों में बदला जाएगा। ये स्कूल राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के सभी कंपोनेंट्स को दर्शाएंगे और अपने आसपास के अन्य स्कूलों को मार्गदर्शन भी प्रदान करेंगे। साथ ही एनईपी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बेंचमार्क भी बनेंगे।
आने वाले 15-20 साल उन बच्चों के हाथ में भारत होने वाला है, उनको मैं कैसे तैयार कर रहा हूं, ये हमारा बहुत बड़ा दायित्व है दोस्तों। और इसी तर्ज पर हमारे सभी शिक्षण संस्थानों को भी खुद से पूछने की जरूरत है कि क्या हम फ्यूचर रेडी हैं?
इन स्कूलों में अपनाई जाने वाली शिक्षा अधिक अनुभवात्मक, होलिस्टिक, इंटीग्रेटेड, फाउंडेशनल या में खेल और खिलौने आधारित, पूछताछ संचालित, खोज उन्मुख, शिक्षार्थी केंद्रित, चर्चा आधारित और मनोरंजक होगी। प्रत्येक कक्षा में प्रत्येक बच्चे के सीखने के परिणामों पर ध्यान केंद्रित किया जाएगा। सभी स्कूलों को बेहतर और उत्कृष्ट साइंस लैब, लाइब्रेरी, आईसीटी सुविधा और वोकेशनल लैब उपलब्ध कराए जाएंगे। इन स्कूलों को ग्रीन स्कूल के रूप में विकसित किया जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के विजन के अनुरूप यहाँ जलवायु परिवर्तन से संबंधित हैकाथॉन और सस्टेनेबल लाइफस्टाइल अपनाने के लिए जागरूकता भी पैदा की जाएगी।
हमारा स्कूल पीएम श्री स्कीम के लिए चुना गया है, इसलिए हम बहुत खुश व आभारी हैं और अपने प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद कहना चाहते हैं। थैंक यू।
पीएम श्री स्कूल छात्रों के कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट यानी संज्ञानात्मक विकास के लिए गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षण तो प्रदान करेंगे ही, साथ ही 21वीं सदी के प्रमुख स्किल से लैस समग्र और सर्वांगीण व्यक्तित्व का करेंगे निर्माण।
थैंक यू पीएम सर।
I can never remember how to perfectly format my citations.
Just click Get Citation, and you'll have a full citation ready to copy, always formatted perfectly.
Perfect. I can even show I used Grammarly for paraphrasing.
Use AI tools without compromising your integrity.
Wow, that was fast.
This is the link given by the Ministry of Education for display in the capacity building workshop. So it will be available in YouTube link. You can see at any time. You can show this video in any time for any workshop, any meetings, and any trainings in further. So now it is 30 minutes left for the tea break. So without any delay, we are proceeding for the next session. Next session is it's about PM SHRI. So So, PM3 school, we are aware that since 2022-23, our school is selected as PM3 school in phase 1, and in 2023-24, another schools are selected as PM3 phase 2. In the phase 1, 266 schools have been approved by Government of India as a PM3 schools in Assam. So this is about the PM3 schools in general, and the PM3 schools in Assam in particular. So this is a revision only. So what is PM3 schools and what are the features in PM3 schools? This is around 4,500 schools are the target for selecting as a PM3 school, which cover government provincialized schools, local body schools, KBs, NVs, and these schools were selected through a certain process. So, in these 14,500 schools, these schools will be the complete green school, and the schools will be the exemplar schools in the region. The schools will be having high quality education, equitable, inclusive and joyful school environment. School quality will be the national standard, assessed through the assessment framework, school qualification assessment framework, and the budget will be around 2 crore over a period of 5 years for secondary and higher secondary schools, and for elementary schools where enrollment is less, it will be, the budget will be the less at par with the enrollment. There are 6 pillars in PM3 scheme. One is curriculum, pedagogy and assessment. Second one, access and infrastructure. Third, inclusive practice and gender equity. Fourth, beneficiary satisfaction. Fifth, management, monitoring and governance. And sixth, human resource and school leadership. So these are the basic 6 pillars. Against the pillars you have appeared the challenge portal to select as a PM3 school in the year 2022-23. You have answered 146 questions to select as a PM3 school. So, quality and innovation, one area where PM3 schools are focused to develop the quality at par with national and international standard. Learning enrichment program, holistic progress card, innovation pedagogies, innovative activities, which is up to 40% of total budget, so on. And RT entitlements. That's a free uniform and free textbook up to class 8. Early childhood care and education, which is called Balbhatika, is before class 5. Annual school grants, which is more than Samagra Shiksha, 25,000 more than Samagra Shiksha, and if you have more than 1,000 enrollment, it is 50,000 more than Samagra Shiksha. Equity and inclusion, gender equity, social equity, and CWSN, children with special needs, and vocational education. So, if we recall the selection process as a PMC school, we have achieved first 3 stages. One stage is for obviously for centrally state level. State Education Department is to sign an MOU with the Government of India, Ministry of Education, that this much of PMC school will be the schools will be the PMC school in Assam, and this school will be emphasized towards developed as a exemplar school for the state. Second is the selection of the school. So, Government of India has paid the schools as per UDICE in PMC portal, and you were registered on the PMC portal to appear the online assessment. There are few questions and you have marked as yes, no, and if you have achieved a certain level, and ultimately you are selected as a PMC school in state of Assam or Meghalaya. And the schools were defined as a benchmark school. What is benchmark school? The schools are having good, adequate infrastructure, having the barrier access, that's a ramp and railing. Schools was safety oriented, and enrollment is the above the state average. Electricity supply is available. Schools having library, laboratory facility, and sports equipment. These were the parameters for selection of a benchmark school. These benchmark schools uploaded by the Government of India on the PMC portal. Third, we have appeared, our schools have appeared, faced the, replied the questionnaire in 7 domain, and total score points were 168. You have appeared for 168 marks, and out of 8 marks you have achieved something and you passed the online assessment and you were selected as a PMC school. The schools of rural areas, definitely the schools will have to acquire more than 70% mark, and urban area is 70% marks, and rural area is more than 60% of the total marks. So these were the domains A, B, C, D, E, F. So domain A is infrastructure, physical facility, and school safety. There were subdomain 16 and scores were 31, like teacher staff and capacity building, PM Poson scheme, learning outcome, learning enrichment program, pedagogy, vocational education under National School Skill Qualification Framework for secondary level, senior secondary level, Green School Initiative, and commitment of stakeholder like SMC, SMDC, etc. Total subdomains were 72 and total marks were 168. We have two phases of PMC school in Assam. So benchmark schools, this is defined by the Government of India as per UDICE 2022-23, and 11,154 schools uploaded on the PMC portal, out of which 50 schools were amalgamated at that time, and our target was 11,104. Out of 11,104, schools passed. Schools appeared in the online assessment process on the portal. Let's say all schools have attended the online process, and out of 11,000, 7,780 schools have overcome the target points. Out of 7,780 passed school, district has selected 6,967. So district committee headed by district commissioner, so they have scrutinized, and some school have, though the schools were passed in the online assessment system, so dropped only because of land is not available, schools quality is so poor, building is not at all good, etc., etc. Out of 6,967 schools, so state level committee has selected 330 schools on the basis of highest most marks and enrollment. Our target is for Assam, target is for 391 school total over the period of 5 years. So out of 330 schools, 266 schools approved by the Ministry of Education, Government of India in phase 1. Out of 266 schools, elementary schools were 120. Secondary and higher secondary schools were 46. Similarly, in phase 2, the benchmark schools were 10,346. 34 schools out of those were amalgamated, and 10,312 schools participated in online selection process and completed 8,000 and passed 8,081 schools, and out of 8,081 passed school, district have approved total 7,063 for the state of Assam in total. And our balance target was 127. So against the 127 target schools, we have selected at state level 129. So against the 129, Ministry of Education, Government of India has approved 116 schools as a PMC schools in Assam for the state of Assam. So out of 116 PMC schools, elementary schools is 1 and rest 115 schools are secondary and higher secondary schools. This is phase 1 and phase 2. Right now we have 382 schools, 382 PMC school in Assam. Out of the earmark target 391, 9 school left. Again we have to face the online assessment process for selection of 9 school. Out of 382 PMC school, 2 schools have amalgamated. One is upper primary schools in Borpeta district and another is 1 LP schools of Guwahati district. So now the minimum benchmark research of PMC schools. What benchmark will have to have in a PMC school, or at the end of the scheme, what parameters, what benchmarks will be acquired by a PMC school. Curriculum, syllabus, textbooks, uniform, ID cards will be made available for all students. Clean, healthy, hygienic toilets on each floor. It is assumed that PMC school will be the multi-storied building, multi-storied school, and there will be the toilets facility in each floor. Provision of vending machine and incinerator and sanitary pads for girls. Adequate facility for potable drinking water on each floor. Kitchen, clean and hygienic kitchen, clean utensil for serving midday meal. Nutritional garden will be available. And bins are available for biodegradable as well as non-biodegradable. Because we have now 3 bins. One is red, one green and one is blue. Already we have purchased in last year. Child tracking. So there will be a system of tracking the children, where children is coming from and where he is now or she is now. Proper room for headmaster, dedicated room for headmaster principal, common room for teaching and non-teaching staff, and other facilities, furnitures, etc. Every school will have to have ICT facility, adequate ICT facility, internet, smart classroom. School will be having digital library. Vocational courses will be there with labs and equipments and appliances. So all PMC schools must have laboratories. It's an integrated science laboratory for high schools for class 9 and 10, and for secondary schools it is physics, chemistry, biology. So working table in the labs should be acid proof, and floor should be non-skid tiling or resist from the acid and alkalis. Sufficient basin and water system, chemistry and biology lab, and all labs. Labs should be available with sufficient equipments and facilities. Schools will be having a medical room, well-maintained medical room, and outdoor facilities for sports and games. Bala features will be the main ingredients of learning through infrastructure, building as a learning aid, and schools should be identify the space, which space will be utilized for which purposes, which learning, and will be used as a bala, building as a learning aids. It may be corridor, it may be outdoor space, any space that is required to be chosen by the school authority. Eco-friendly measures should be available. Green school, solar panel, rainwater harvesting system, compost pits, botanical garden, theme-based garden, tree plantation. School should ensure adequate facility for providing recreation activities for social, cultural and moral development of the students. And school authorities should encourage the students for co-curricular activities. These are the basic areas the PMC school are required to be implemented or made available in the school. There are few schemes from where we can take support directly or indirectly. These are the Jal Jeevan Mission. We are aware that the most of the schools having the facility of drinking water from Jal Jeevan Mission. And Swachh Bharat Mission, that is Swachhata Pakhwara, we have implemented in last year. For challenge students, we may take help from the provisions from social justice and empowerment. Department of Telecom, because we are installing fiber nets in our schools, so we can take support from this telecom department. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, NHM, Panchayati Raj institutions, rural development, for development of our school field, sports and youth affairs, like that, and other NGOs, various NGOs and CSR groups are there. We can take facility from these CSR groups. So we have 6 pillars already I have mentioned. One is the curriculum, pedagogy and assessment. So, in curriculum, pedagogy and assessment, we have 10 certain points or themes. Innovative pedagogies. Integrating new age learning and skill. Environment education. Leveraging local context. Mother tongue based learning. Physical and mental well-being. Career counseling. Achieve foundational literacy and numeracy FLN. Early childhood care and education and assessment. These are the ingredients of the Pillar 1, curriculum, pedagogy and assessment. This is the bigger area that we are implementing various activities in our schools and district level. So, in case of early childhood care and education, one, because we are proposed fund for ECE kit. So, ECE kit comprised of Jadui Pitara. A box having some equipments. The pre-primary students can learn with the help of this Jadui Pitara. This is developed by NCERT. So, in case of ECE, we have some provisions for implementation of activities. 2 lakh per school, having the students of pre-primary section, and now onward it is up to having the class 1 also. These schools will be receiving 2 lakh per year as a recurring grant to promote preschool activities in the school. This year, our PMC school will be given non-recurring fund for development of facility for preschool. Though you have not the students of pre-primary section, you do not have the pre-primary students, still you will be given the additional fund for development of facility for pre-primary section, because this year we will creating the infrastructure and mandatorily we will be enroll pre-primary students in next year, next academic year. And 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh, 1.5 lakh taka will be given to all those schools having pre-primary students as a recurring grant. And teaching learning material, TLM, will be given to the teacher at the rate of 500. Some amount of fund will be given to the PMC school for development of outdoor play material. So this will be released recently, and child-friendly furniture and furniture. So schools having pre-primary sections will be given 1 almirah as a furniture, and child-friendly furniture, that's below the photograph is there. That's a low height table and chairs, and the outdoor play materials provision is there. So school authority, they are required to visualize what type of outdoor play material, good play material can be procured as per the provision, as per the space available in the school. Toy-based pedagogy. So a small amount of fund will be given to the PMC schools to develop toy-based pedagogy. What is toy-based pedagogy? So schools will be procured some sort of toys. Through these toys, the teacher can teach or student can learn their minimum learning outcomes or learning outcome. They can achieve the learning outcomes. So that the toy will be procured, and accordingly, as per the guideline, this toy will be utilized in the classroom, and the pedagogy will be developed for conducting the classroom sessions. Bala Fishers. So, though Bala Fishers is not a new thing in Assam or Meghalaya, already it is introduced. But Bala Fisher, the fishers itself are developing day by day. So, our PMC schools will be visualized what type of Bala Fisher will be suitable for our school. So, our school will have to visualize. So, it is not like a common thing, not like a common guideline, not like a so certain standard is required to be achieved. So it should be as per your requirement, as per school's requirement, students' requirement. This Bala Fisher should be visualized. Reading corner or language corner. So there is a certain fund is provided to the PMC school. So it's a model kind of reading corner because we are providing library books. So we are developing activity booklets. So we can use in these books and materials and arrange in a corner, arrange in a separate space, separate place, and utilized for the targeted students. Simultaneous language learning. So in PMC schools, we have to emphasize on language, especially in early grades, for to familiar the standard language from the home language. We have to transmit our students' learning from home language to standard language, curricular language. So that kind of language corner we can develop, we can visualize. TLM, Learning Enrichment Program. So we have to design certain equipments, certain materials, certain teaching materials or learning materials or assessment materials at school level also, because we have the multi-level of students. So common material cannot be utilized for multi-level of learners. So for a specific level of learners, we have to develop the teaching materials and learning materials. And learning enrichment program is used as a remedial teaching or promoting the first learner to a certain extent. bagless day. There is a concept of bagless day because students is not required to carry their bags. Without bags, how they can learn in school level? So we have to think about the bagless concept. So these are the norms and parameters given by the scheme itself. This is a TLM. It's a 500 per teacher for TLM. And the innovation, there are 40% of fund, up to 40% of fund is kept in PMC scheme for innovation. We have around 49 activities under innovative heads. So will be discussed later on, and from time to time will be shared this innovative kind of activities, and we'll have to design how to make our PMC school a exemplar school through these innovative activities. Recently, we have released fund for musical instruments. So what type of musical instruments? It's a common guideline is given here, a basic guideline is given from the state level. But if you have a good harmonium, you need not purchase a additional harmonium for school. You have to procure deficit musical instruments of the school. You need not procure dhol, tal, pepa if it is available in the village in free of cost. So, like Upper Assam schools, Upper Assam districts, because dhols are everywhere. So, most of the boys, they are practicing dhols. So, dhol is available. So, Upper Assam schools did not procure dhol. So, where it is not available, so they can procure. So, this kind of issues, this kind of plan, our PMC schools authority to plan. So, these are the basic some of activities of under innovation. One is guidance and counseling. So, how to guide a student, how to guide a so for these purposes the amount is given. Definitely guideline will be given from this end, from SMO, but you have to think about what kind of guidance is required for your students. What is the prevailing situation in your schools? Organizing health camp. This fund will be released to the school. 21st century school skill on learning and information skills. So the state level workshop has already been organized. Definitely these activities will be populated down to the district, and you are going to populate all those concepts to school level, disseminate the school among the school level. Some financial support to the vocational teacher. It is a salary of vocational teacher, and the resource person is their raw material. This means textbook of vocational education and training for vocational students. Atal tinkering lab. So, if you have tinkering lab, every year you will be a recurring grant of 10,000. If you do not have the tinkering lab, and there will be 6,40,000 this earmarked fund for Atal tinkering lab. So, IIT Guwahati has extended their technical support to establish the Atal tinkering lab in our PMC schools. Already many teachers have been trained on Otol tinkering, how to implement, how to transact the activities of Otol tinkering lab. Capacity building of teacher, development of English communication skills. This is nothing but is a spoken English. So right from the very beginning, class 1, in PMC school, we will be trying to develop speaking capacity in English in our PMC schools. And these activities will be introduced soon. Hackathon. You are aware about hackathon? You have already implemented hackathon last year and this year also. This is the concept of Honorable Prime Minister of India. So what is basically hackathon? What we are implementing in our school as a hackathon. This is nothing a project, but it's not merely a project activity. Hackathon is not project activity. We have collected 97 problems from various departments, 14 departments of the state government. 97 problems we have collected, and these 97 problems we have given disseminated to the districts, so that this problem can be given to the schools, and students will be discussing on these problems and they will be sorted out. So they will be suggested through some solutions. So in PMC school, we have to design questions. We have to collect problems from our local areas, and we will be distributing these problems to our students to do a hackathon. So what we are doing is a program manner. It's not a program, it's a habit kind of thing. I think this hackathon is a this should be a regular phenomena of our schools. So hackathon should be the part and parcel of the regular activities of our school. Happiness index. So last year we have implemented happiness index. This year it is yet to be approved. Para-Olympic events. This is for CWSN, children with special need. We are aware that disabled players, disabled sports persons are participating in Special Olympic. We have associations on that, sports association on that. So our PMC schools are required to take our challenge students with this association or experts, so that they can participate district level, state level, national level and international level Para-Olympic events. For development of our student, for preparation of for Para-Olympic for our students, this fund is given. PMC school convention, it is nothing, it is an annual convention at state level. At the end of the financial year, what PMC schools have done. So we will be gathered here, state level. Member Secretary and President of the SMDC, both of you will be joining in the PMC convention. We will be discussing what are the positive features, what are the shortfalls we have faced, and how we require to go ahead. Project on Nation. This is nothing an exposure trip for a selected teacher. So the headmaster, principals or school authority is required to select certain teacher for project on nation. It's a exposure visit of teacher. Cyber safety. So we aware that our kids are very much interested to work with our Android phone, mobile phones. So we don't have any control with our kids. So there is a highest possibility to enter knowingly or unknowingly. Aware them, we have to aware our students as well teacher to regarding the cyber safety. Twinning of school. This is a concept of Honorable Prime Minister. So it's a pairing of schools with government schools with private schools. We are aware on that. And in Assam, what we are practicing, this is a C-grade, D-grade Gunotsav schools. The schools receiving grade C and D in Gunotsav, we are tying up with grade A or A plus like that schools. This is one kind of state-specific twinning. Virtual reality lab. Virtual reality lab, the schools will be provided 6,40,000 per schools for establishment of a virtual reality, nothing but it's a tele-education system. So tele-education equipments. The school will be equipped with tele-education. It's a both-way communication. We have 5 studios centrally. One is from Kokrajhar, 2 from Guwahati, 1 Silchar, 1 Dhemaji. So we are providing educational sessions through experts through these 5 studios to our students, the classrooms directly. So it is a both-way communication. So student can raise questions, student can sort out their problems from the suggestion of experts, teachers. Vedic maths. So it's one kind of practice, one kind of basic practice of mathematics. Vedic maths is introduced, will be introduced this year. Youth and Eco Club. We have introduced biodiversity register. Most of you are aware that in Assam we have introduced biodiversity register in 2 years back in our secondary and higher secondary schools. So what next of that biodiversity register? These activities will be implemented under Youth and Eco Club. Dress code of PMC school staff. So now wear red, white, blue, green. So we have to choose a benchmark color of dress. So for all school. So it's again a debate because that can be, we can think of that, okay, this teacher is from PMC schools. There will be a logo of PMC and this is a PMC school. Okay, right. So, so people should not say like, oh, this fellow is from PMC school. So this is because we should be proud on our PMC schools that everyone say, look, PMC school principal is going. So can it be possible? Can it be possible to create a dress code for our PMC school? Fund is available. This is on yours. So no, again, because we have diverse kind of culture and heritage and societal, what you call, say, this obligation and rules. So in spite of all those hurdles, Okay, nice. But your dress code should be maintained by all of PMC school, not one. 380 school, same school, everywhere. So, but that design, what design you would prefer? Design, color, that should be. It's we'll have to arrive at a common consensus, is not it? So, okay, still, though it is approved by Government of India, but again we are thinking and we'll be discussing separately on dress code. Okay, so you are positively thinking. That's why you have said yes, we have done it. But every one of our PMC school will be not agree upon this thing. Okay, this will be discussed later on. Yes. Under PMC school, we are also trying on that. That since PMC is giving the uniform up to class 8 and Government of Assam is giving from class up to 10. But what about up to class 12, 11 and 12? So again, this will be thinking and this will be discussed at our level. CCTV. I think fund is released to your school, CCTV. So, not sufficient, but okay. This is it is for the first time. So we don't know it will be given or not. But we have proposed, Government of India approved. So okay. So but previously we have not surveyed that what CCTV camera is required for a particular school. Its requirement is different from one school to another school. No, it's common because we have not surveyed it earlier before giving the proposal. That's why it is common 50,000 to all, but you have to prioritize where it to install first. This is the thing. Okay. Lab equipments. So from this year onward, there is a development. The PMC school will be for all the states. It's common. For higher secondary level, it's a 50,000 is a recurring grant. Recurring means every year we'll be proposing, school will be proposing for recurring grant for higher secondary level, physics, chemistry, biology, 50-50-50. And in case of high school, 9-10, this school will be proposed, will be proposing 25,000 per year, because laboratory equipments fund grant is given for higher secondary in total 1,50,000. 1 lakh is non-recurring kind of thing. That's a microscope. It's a one-time affair. That's a galvanometer. It's a telescope. This kind of one-time affair. But reagents, chemicals, and all the breakable this apparatus. This this will be procured from the recurring grants. And for high school level, it is total 1,25,000 for recurring. Every year the school will getting 25,000 as a recurring grant for this laboratory equipments, and 75,000 for non-recurring. Talent search. So a certain fund will be given to the schools or district to search our talented students, we have to give them platform basically in non-academic, co-academic areas. So this is one of the most important activity of a school, to select our potential talents of our school. Our duty is to make them as a good achiever in their concerned field. Atal Tinkering Lab. So most of our higher secondary schools have the Atal Tinkering Lab. So Atal Tinkering Lab, earlier it is applied by the school itself, their own, and Niti Aayog have given that Atal Tinkering Lab, installed the Atal Tinkering Lab in school. Under Samagra Shiksha at secondary level, this Tinkering Lab is proposed, and it is established in the light of Atal Tinkering Lab. And we are happy, our schools are lucky that IIT Guwahati has come forward and agreed to support, technical support in establishment of Tinkering Lab, Atal Tinkering Lab in our PM3 schools. So definitely IIT Guwahati will contact you directly. This is some glimpses of Atal Tinkering Lab. And second pillar is access and infrastructure. So one is infrastructure, second is access. Access, we have to give access facility. Like if in a certain place there is no school, high school within the radius of 5 kilometers, definitely one upper primary school is required to be upgraded to high school level. But in PMC scheme, this kind of facility is not available. In terms of access, we can provide the transport allowances to school. It's a long process for providing the transport allowance to the school. And infrastructure, definitely it is SHRI, laboratory, library, toilets. These are the infrastructure. So as per the benchmark certification, in principle, schools are not schools cannot claim SHRI, though it is required up to 24 rooms are required in a particular PMC school. In last 2 years, enrollment is increased in PMC schools, barring few LP and UP schools. Their enrollment is reducing, but in general, PMC schools in Assam, the enrollment is increasing. So, in view of this increased enrollment, some of schools required more than 10 SHRI, 6 SHRI, 4 SHRI. But this earmark fund for infrastructure is very less. Less in terms of we have to provide the all facility, laboratory, library, ICT in a saturation mode within the period of 2 years. Because we have the 5 years of implementation. Out of 5 years of implementation, we have to provide all laboratory, library and ICT facility to the PMC school in very first 2 years. So, though you are requiring more classroom, so one of principals have expressed this today morning that they are requiring more classroom. Okay, so as per the UDICE 2002 and 21 and 22, at that time our enrollment was less
and classroom was sufficient. So you selected as a benchmark school. So if it is calculated now, then you will be not a benchmark school in terms of SER, because you are requiring more than 14 classroom, because your enrollment is increased very high. Okay. Though we are selected as a PMC school, we have to overcome in a certain period. So this is the infrastructure and access. Already I have spoken, this is a laboratory, library, this kind of thing. Social science laboratory. Already we have discussed with science lab library. It's a social science lab. So again, this is some of schools have thought that social science library should be like that. So we are also go ahead with a creation of social science lab in our PMC schools. We have to think our own. So okay, the amount is given for creation of capital assets like strengthening of existing school building, like additional classroom, laboratory, library. It's a state schedule of rate. Maths lab, there's a computer lab, it's a language lab. It's a science lab. Art culture, it's a library. Okay. Digital library. ICT. So we have the financial norms for providing fund to the PMC schools for both non-recurring and recurring. Non-recurring means fund for procurement of computers, establishment of computer lab, furnitures, electricity fittings. These are the non-recurring kind of thing. And recurring fund is for internet facility and consumables, contents like that. Open gym. There is a provision of 5 lakhs to develop a playground in PMC. So to propose first, we have to conduct a survey. If we do not have own playground, then where our children will go to play, or they are playing. So if we have the playground, then how to develop our playground? There is a provision of 5 lakhs. Okay. Before earmarking these 5 lakhs, can you think of any convergence with untied fund, panchayat funds? That can be think of before proposing this amount. Again, sports and sports equipments is a 50,000 per school, irrespective of LP, UP or secondary, higher secondary. In Samagra Shiksha, what we are getting? Definitely elementary schools are getting less amount. And high school, higher secondary, they are getting 25,000 each. But in LP school, they are getting, I think, 10,000, like that. In PMC school, irrespective of all levels of schools, they are getting 50,000. So we have to utilize this amount in a certain maintaining certain methods or process. How this amount will be utilized fully and perfectly. because 50,000 per school is not a small amount. So again, because at any time this amount will be audited. Again, there will be a certain door to go out from the audit. Again, within our service period, we have to face that audit. And in PMC, this audit will be conducted every year. So, your load will be reduced. On case-to-case basis, if audit will be done, it's good. Okay. Yoga teacher and coach. 1 lakh per year per school is earmarked for a yoga teacher in a school. So this will go to the PMC schools very soon. Fund will be released very soon. How to engage a resource person for a particular area of sports or yoga to in a school. So again, we have to plan. Green school. So last year we have created our kitchen garden. We have installed our LED light. So it is not LED light, because last year everyone asking for how, because amount is too high. LED light, one LED light is cost 350 only. You have given 4,000, you have given 2,000. So why you have given? So every school is required to think high. So how 350 rupees LED light can be used in our school is a systematic manner. That's the main challenge. What we are thinking separately. This is PMC. If we think that okay, this bulb, how we you cannot hang this bulb in a like in a cattle house, like, and a poultry house, not like that. You think more than that. So some of schools have done nicely. So for the first time we have not shared this few photographs, because I reacted on few photographs, not all. It does not mean that I am not collecting your photographs, because good photographs always be sent to national level directly. So I'll be showing few of 6-7 photographs of Assam. Okay, and this is kitchen garden. Then solar panel, already I've told, and the beans, dustbins, 3 types of dustbins you have to procure. Some of schools have procured like this size of dustbin, because amount is too high. So very proudly they have taken photographs and posted to our group. So okay, because it's our duty also. If one principal, they think that okay, this is inferior kind of thing, definitely you can post your good photographs immediately after that. He or she will see, okay, this is like this. So this is my request to our principals to react like that. So indirectly we are to help this ignorant head teacher or headmaster. Definitely he is ignorant. We have to support them. Okay. Theme-based garden. Okay, capacity building of teacher. So this is one, capacity building of teacher, and simultaneously some of our PMC school science teacher and maths teacher have received training at IIT Guwahati or Tezpur University. Inclusive practice, it is nothing but CWSN, children with special need only, escort allowance, and braille stationaries, and stipend for guards 2000 per guard, and equity interventions, one guidance and counselor per PMC school. There is a provision of guidance counselor for each PMC school. In that sense, you have to think about what are the areas for this guidance of the children. So you are going to give guidance to the children. So you have to identify you have to assess, you have to conduct tests for students to identify the areas so that we can introduce guidance and counseling for the student. CWSN, these are the materials. Scribe, this is assessment, because we are conducting assessment camps. Self-defense, one of the sessions will be conducted in these 3 days capacity building workshop is a self-defense. Then incinerator, sanitary pad, guidance and counseling. Management, monitoring and governance. So not how to manage our PMC schools right from the state level to school level, and conducting the sessions, workshop, that kind of thing, and resource support. Management, monitoring, governance. This is child tracking. Vidya Samiksha Kendra, well established Vidya Samiksha Kendra has already they are in state mission office. Vidya Samiksha Kendra. So all over country the Vidya Samiksha Kendras are there. One Vidya Samiksha Kendra in state. And this attendance of children will be monitored by this Vidya Samiksha Kendra. So in a certain point of time, all PMC schools will be the direct contact of Vidya Samiksha Kendra. Beneficiary satisfaction. It's nothing but it's SMC and SMDCs. SMC and SMDCs training and the monthly meetings and regular meetings and support from the communities. So all those beneficiary, if they are satisfied, then our program will be success. So NEP, as per NEP, community mobilization and participation of integral component of the education system in India. This thing. 10,000 per school per year. Human resource and school leadership. 3 lakhs is given to each districts against the diet for development of capacity building of teacher. Competency-based assessment. This assessment will be conducted for students on the basis of learning outcome. Holistic report card for all students. Right now we have the holistic report card up to class 8. Up to class 8 students, holistic report card is available. Rashtriya Oscar Vision. This is Eco and Youth Club. and science kit, maths kits, exposure visit, the activities of Rashtriya Avishkar Abhijan. Because last year we have conducted exposure visits. 2 visits we have conducted. One is field visit, another is exposure visit. Exposure visit is for class 9 to 12 standard students, and field visit is for class 6 to 12. Field visit under the green school, it's for the green school activities. For the students of PMC school, green school activities will be conducted. Out of green school activities, the field visit to agricultural sanctuary like forest and that kind of establishments, the visits will be made. And the exposure visit to within the district, you can take the students to visit the DC office, SP office, and the higher education institutions like that. Vocational education. So we have vocational education in most of the schools, and few of schools, like 30 schools, we don't have PMC school, we don't have vocational education. This year we are proposing vocational education, and Government of India going to approve for these 30 schools, and 2 trades per schools. We are imparting vocational education under National Skill Qualification Framework. So the Sector Skill Council, the assessing authority, they have assessed the, our vocational students within the standard of national level. So the vocational education will be imparted in our secondary and high secondary schools only. It's not for the elementary schools. LP school and UP schools are not, they are not under the purview of vocational education. Library. So library grant is, norms are same as Samagra Shiksha. Annual school grant. So what annual school grant in Samagra Shiksha up to class, up to the enrollment 100, they are receiving 10,000 and 25,000. But in PMC, these schools will, though their enrollment within the range of 100 enrollment, they will be receiving 50,000. And under Samagra Shiksha, the schools is receiving 75,000. These schools are receiving 1 lakh in PMC school, and schools having more than 1,000 enrollment will be receiving 1,50,000. Pre-uniform, pre-textbook, it's for up to class 8 only as per entitlement of RTE. These are few pictures of our schools. Rashtriya Avishkar activities of IIT. That's the extreme left up. This school from Baksa district. Who is coming from Baksa district? So I don't. These photographs, can you recognize? No. This is from Baksa district. Okay. And second is for green school activities done by in West Karbi Anglong district. West Karbi Anglong. And then admission, because I have already told that due to the PMC nature, enrollment in our schools increasing day by day. This school is from Kamrup Metro District, Palasbari. Where is Palasbari? Is it your school? Okay. Can you recognize it? No. Okay. And Bokolia Bahoni. Okay, this is your school. Nice. So, this PMC, and this is your selfie point. Okay. And because there is a guideline and order to return PMC before your school name, so it's good. And the middle, this is a dustbin. It's from Tinsukia district. Dustbin. And the expert talk. The civil engineer from IIT. The school has invited a civil engineer. Expert talk. Exposure visit to other school. This is a Sonic school. This is a Guwahati district. Their school students visited Sonic school. And top PMC Haldibari ME school. It's a form. PMC Haldibari. So they have given the advocacy. They have conducted the advocacy campaign for enrollment of their students, and they have already conducted the awareness generation program, and within the awareness generation program, the hoarding was installed outside the gate so that people should know. And middle of this yoga camp is from Vishwanath district. And vocational education. The student of the vocational education visited the establishment to gather first-hand experience. And last paper cut is from Amingaon, Kamrup Rural District. The district has organized a community meeting to popularize the PMC schools. Yes. So this is the basic things of the PMC schools. So we'll be discussing the PMC schools, various issues and themes in next sessions. So we'll be interacting with our resource persons, and anything else is there after tea break. We can discuss on these issues, because various issues I am not able to elaborate this time. If you have any questions, if you have any queries, you can raise after tea break. So this is tea break for 5 minutes. Let's have a tea break now. Okay, thank you.
Hello, check. Hello, testing. Hello, 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 check. Hello, testing. Hello, 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 testing. Check. Hello, hello.
শিক্ষা সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাইহে দিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অভিপ্ৰায় নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ
PMC activities, norms, what is the norms, and strategy of implementation. This can be discussed. You can discuss in Assamese also. It's not required that you can speak in English, because I am speaking in English only because of that. Because these are live streaming program is across the country. In the inaugural session, our executive director. This is Dr. Sir also on the way to his people. He is viewing our session, all the discussions and all those things. He is viewing during his journey. So our PMC school teachers they are attending from their respective schools. So they are also not aware about the norms and strategies, because most of the activities are not yet given to the schools for implementation. So now, if you can raise any question, first thing is concept. What is the concept behind the particular activities of pillars, and what is the norms for implementation, and what is the strategies of implementation. If you have any query, any issues, you can raise now. And through your question, so all our head teachers and teachers from respective schools, they will be enriched with this question and answer and discuss. Okay, one by one, you can raise any issues. Because we can discuss on the norms and strategies. Not you are receiving out of 5 lakhs, you are not receiving 3 lakhs. That kind of discuss we will not discuss. You can norms. Norms means one program is for 20,000. Why it is 20,000? Why it is not increased? I am requiring 1 lakh. Like that. That kind of norms we can discuss.
এখন কিচেন গার্ডেন আমার নিচিনা এখন স্কুলত ধুনীয়াকৈ তৈয়াৰ কৰিবৰ কাৰণে কিচেন গাৰ্ডেনৰ কাৰণে যিটো এমাউণ্ট দিছে সেইটো দি আমি মেনেজ কৰিব পৰা নাই ফেন্সিং দিবলগীয়া হৈছে বীজ কিনিবলগীয়া হৈছে মেনিউৰ দিবলগীয়া হৈছে ট্ৰেক্টৰ লগাবলগীয়া হৈছে গতিকে সময়ৰ লগত আৰু টাইম ফেক্টৰটো এটা বহুত ডাঙৰ ফেক্টৰ হয় আজি আমাক কয় যে আজি পইচা আপোনাক ৰিলিজ কৰি দিম আজি ভেণ্ডৰ দিয়ক এটা পচিবল নহয় ছাৰ আমাক এটা টাইম দিব লাগে ছাৰ যে এটা কমিটি কনষ্ট্ৰাকশ্যন কমিটি এটা আমি বনাই ল'ব খোজোঁ আৰু ট্ৰেন্সপাৰেঞ্চিটো আমি খুব 100% ইউজ কৰিব খোজোঁ সেইকাৰণে মই ভাবোঁ যে প্লেনিংটোক আমাক আগতে ছাৰ কৈ দিব যে আপোনালোকক ইমানখিনি টকা দিয়া হ'ব আপোনালোকে এটা প্লেন এষ্টিমেট বনাই থওক ইলেকশ্যন কৰি থওক তেনেকৈ হ'লে ছাৰ কামখিনি আমাৰ 100% আমি দিব পাৰোঁ আৰু চবতকৈ ডাঙৰ কথা টিচাৰ কৰ্পৰেশ্যনটো লাগে এতিয়া একেখিনি কামকে
We are not avoiding these problems. So, for the first time we are assembling here because after implementation of PMC in the last 2 years, we are not able to sit together and discuss this thing. So, some sort of issues are there. Kisman issue আছে ini issue ধৰক আমি সেই সমস্যাৰ ভিতৰত আমি কৰিব লাগে unavoidable circumstances. We have to release the fund at that moment because যদি সেই সময়টো পাৰ হৈ যায় itu meaningless হ'ব. So কিছুমান আছে যে ধৰক আমি বাৰিষাটো আমি যেতিয়া পইচাটো পাইছো তেতিয়া বাৰিষাটো যাওঁ অৱস্থা তো সেই সময়ত যদি আমি পইচাটো নিদিওঁ আপোনাক যদি কৰিব নকওঁ আপুনি এইটো থৈ দিব দি আপুনি নেক্সট বাৰিষালৈ থৈ আপুনি জানে যে বাৰিষা সময়টো কৰিব পইচাটো আপোনাৰ তাত লেপছ হৈ যাব তাৰ মানে ইয়াত দুটা কথা আছে এটা কথা আছে যে ৰেকাৰিং এটা হল নন ৰেকাৰিং আপোনালোকে গোটেই কথাটো চাব ৰেকাৰিং মানে কি এইটোৱে পইচা যিটো পইচা আপুনি কৰি যাওঁতে যদি 31 মাৰ্চৰ ভিতৰত যদি আপোনাক শেষ নহয় আপুনি যদি পেমেন্ট কৰিব নোৱাৰে সেই পইচাটো আপোনাৰ তাতো নাথাকিলে মোৰ তাতো নাথাকিলে তো সেইটো কেতিয়াও আমি ব্যৱহাৰ কৰিব নোৱাৰো তো সেই তেনে ধৰণৰ কিছুমান কথাৰ কাৰণে ধৰক আমাৰ খুব দৌৰাদৌৰি হয় সেইকাৰণে আমি কি কৰো যে প্ৰথমে আপোনাক আমি গাইডলাইনটো দি দিওঁ we have circulated the guidelines among the schools so that you can visualize আপোনালোকে জানে যে এই কামটো দিছে মানে পইচাটো আহিব কিছু সকলে কি কৰে তেওঁ এৰেঞ্জ কৰি পেলাই গোটেই কামটো এৰেঞ্জ কৰি পেলাই বা কিছুমান কাম আছে সে ধৰক আপোনাৰ ধৰক নিউজ পেপাৰ এণ্ড মেগাজিন এবাৰ আমি নিউজ পেপাৰ এণ্ড মেগাজিন পইচা দিম তো আপুনি আমাক ক'ব নোৱাৰিব এপ্ৰিল গ'ল মে গ'ল জুন গ'ল তো এই পইচাটো কি কৰিম কাৰণ চাওক আপুনি যদি নিউজ পেপাৰ মেগাজিন আপুনি যদি লৈছে আপোনাৰ বিলখন আছে আপোনাৰ এপ্ৰিলৰ পৰাই আপুনি পইচাটো দিম কথাটো গম পাইছেনে কিন্তু পইচাটো আপোনাক এতিয়ালৈকে দিয়া নাই যদি আপুনি নাই কিনা তেতিয়াহ'লে আপোনাৰ তাত সেইটো পইচা খৰচ নহ'ব যদি আপুনি কিনিছে তেতিয়াহ'লে কিনিব যিদিনাখনি পইচা পাব নহয় মই দেখোন অকল হেৰি অসমীয়া পেপাৰ এখনহে লৈছিলো এতিয়া দেখোন ইংৰাজী এখনো ল'বলৈ কৈছে আপুনি আগতে লোৱা নাছিলে ওকে হেতু হে মই গ'ল আৰু ইয়াৰ পিছৰ পৰা যদি ইংৰাজী এখন ল'বলৈ কয় ইংৰাজী এখন বোলে নহয় বোলে মোক এখন মেগাজিনো ল'বলৈ কৈছে আপুনি মেগাজিন লোৱা নাই সেই দিনটোৰ আপুনি মেগাজিনখনো ল'ব ধৰো গম পাইছেনে তো হয় ৰ'ব সেই কাৰণে কিছুমান কথা থাকে যে আমাৰ দৌৰাদৌৰি হয় সব কথা নহয় এতিয়া যোৱাবাৰ আমি কি কৰিলো আপোনালোকৰ ইউনিফৰ্ম গানটো হয়নে কিছু সকলে কিন্তু পিএমসি স্কুলত মানে প্ৰায় সকলে কৰিলে এক্সেপ্ট নলবাৰী এখন স্কুলত কেইটামান ষ্টুডেণ্টৰ নোৱাৰিলে মানে এনৰোলমেণ্ট খেলি মেলি তো এইটো আমাৰ স্কুলত গোটেই ৰাতি যে আপুনি সব ৰেডি কৰি ৰাখক এই হাতে পইচা আপোনাৰ সোমাব এই হাতে আপুনি 2 ঘণ্টাৰ ভিতৰত দিব সো এনেকুৱা এটা ৰেডিনেছ আমি লাষ্ট ইয়াৰ কৰি ৰাখিলোঁ ফলত আমাৰ বোধ কৰি ইউনিফৰ্মৰ গণ্ডগোলটো ইমান নহ'ল আমাৰ যেতিয়া অৰ্ডাৰ গৈছে হেৰি আছে নীলবাগান আছে লগে লগে ফোন কৰিছে মোৰটো ইমান ষ্টুডেণ্ট তো লগে লগে গোটেই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টত আমি হোৱাটছআপ দিলোঁ যে আপোনালোকৰ ডেফিচিটটো দিয়ক উইদিন 2 hours আপোনাৰ ডেফিচিট আহিছে যিসকলে দিছে তো সেই ডেফিচিট দিছে লগে লগে উইদিন 2 hours আমাৰ এপ্ৰুভেল হৈছে আৰু পইচা গৈ আপোনাৰ একাউণ্টছত সোমাইছে সো কেতিয়াবা মানে এই ধৰণৰ ইনষ্টেন্স থাকে আমাৰো অসুবিধা থাকে যিখিনি আমি নোৱাৰো কৰিব আমি যদি ধৰক 20 তাৰিখত পইচাটো পাওঁ 25 তাৰিখৰ ভিতৰত শেষ কৰিব লাগে তো আপোনাক 21 তাৰিখে দিলো 22 তাৰিখে মানে তেনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ কথা কিছুমান থাকে কিন্তু এইবাৰ এই ওয়াৰ্কশ্বপটোৰ পিছৰ পৰা আপোনালোকে গম পালে এতিয়া আমি ডিসকাশন কৰিম কোনটো এক্টিভিটিত কি পইচা যাব আপোনালোকৰ কথাৰ মাজে মাজে সেইখিনি গৈ থাকিম তো আপুনি ওয়াকিভাল হৈ থাকিব যে কি পইচা যাব ইয়াৰ পিছত যেতিয়া আপুনি নিজৰ নিজৰ জিলা পাবগে জিলাত গৈ বাকি যিসকল পিএমসি স্কুল আছে তেখেতসকলক লগত লৈ আপুনি বহি আপুনি এই কথাটো বুজাই দিব লাগিব গুটেই এই ওয়াৰ্কশ্বপৰ যিমানখিনি মডিউল আছে এনেকুৱা পাৱাৰপইণ্ট প্ৰেজেন্টেশন আছে গুটেই বস্তুখিনি আপোনাৰ মেইলত দি দিম বা যদি আপোনাৰ পেন ড্ৰাইভ আছে আমি পেন ড্ৰাইভত আপোনাক ভৰাই দিম হ্যাঁ সেইখিনি দি দিম তো এইখিনি হল আপোনাৰ কৰতি পুথি আপোনাৰ কাৰণে শাস্ত্ৰ পুথি এখনে হ'ব আপুনি চাই থাকিব আৰু বাকি ডিস্ট্ৰিক্টৰ বাকি যিসকল থাকিব প্ৰধান শিক্ষক প্ৰধানসকলক আপুনি কিন্তু কৈ থাকিব লাগিব টাইম টু টাইম আমি জিলাত আমি বহি থাকিম মাহেকতে হওক বা দুমাহৰ মূৰতে হওক আমি কিন্তু বহি লৈ যেতিয়া অৰ্ডাৰ দুটা যাব আপোনাৰ দায়িত্ব হ'ব যে এই অৰ্ডাৰটো আমাক কেনেকৈ কৰিব লাগিব তো বহি লৈ আপুনি অকমান বুজাই দিব লাগিব যে এইটো আপোনালোকে ৰেডি হৈ থাকক এইটো কৰক আমি এই কামটো এনেকৈ কৰিব লাগিব আপোনাক এই গুটেই কথাখিনি এতিয়া আমি এইটো আলোচনা কৰিম আৰু আপোনালোকৰ হাতত দি দিম এতিয়া হল যে আপোনাৰ অলপ আগতে আমি যিখিনি কথা পাতিলো কনসেপ্টৰ বিষয়ে সেই কনসেপ্টৰ কথা পাতিম আৰু টকাটো কথা পাতিম নৰ্মছটো কথা পাতিম আৰু ষ্ট্ৰেটেজিটো কেনেকৈ হ'ব সেইটো কথা পাতিম তো নেক্সট বাইদেউ আপোনাৰ আছিল ন
মোৰ বিশেষকৈ ক'ব লগা আছিল ছাৰে অলপ আগতে ক'ল ছাৰে যিখিনি পইচা মানে ভেণ্ডৰক দিয়া হয় বা ভেণ্ডৰ আমি সিলেকশ্যন কৰিব লগা হয় কিন্তু ভেণ্ডৰে তাৰমানে সময়মতে কামখিনি কৰি নিদিয়ে মানে পইচাখিনি নিদিয়ে বা বস্তুখিনিও তেওঁলোকৰ পৰা সময়মতে নাপাওঁ তেনেকুৱা তাৰপিছত এইটো ইয়াৰত তাৰমানে 30 তাৰিখে মোৰ ইউনিফৰ্মৰ পইচা সোমাইছিলে 2টা কিমান বজাত আকৌ 3টাৰ ভিতৰত মই ভেণ্ডৰ সিলেক্ট কৰি পেলাই মই দিব লগা হৈছিলে আৰু 5টা বজাত মানে বেংকত যাই পেলাই পিপি জমা দিব লগা হৈছে এইটো এই ছাৰে কোৱাৰ দৰে মানে সাংঘাতিক এটা সমস্যা হয় আৰু আমাৰ কাৰণে সেইটোৱে
আমি এইখিনি কথা নাপাতো মই আকৌ কৈছো যে এইখিনি কথা আমি পাতিম বেলেগ ধৰণে কাৰণ কেলে গুটেই ইস্যুটো ঠিক আছে সমস্যাটো আছে আমি এভয়েড নকৰো কিন্তু এই কথাখিনি যদি আমি এতিয়া পাতি থাকো আপোনালোকে মূল টাৰ্গেটটোৰ পৰা আপোনালোকে মানে কক্ষচ্যুত হ'ব আমি ক'ব লগা কথাটো হৈছে সমস্যাখিনি আমি পাতিম এভয়েড নকৰো কেতিয়াও কিন্তু কথাটো হৈছে যে আমি কনসেপ্ট পাতিম আপোনাৰ এই সমস্যাটো নকব সমস্যাৰ কাটে আমি সময় পাম
Respected sir, representing from SMO, as well as my respected ma'am, I met her earlier in the NCERT training programs. Again, I met her with and heartfelt thanks to ma'am and all the head of the institution principals, headmaster, headmistress as well who are attending here in this special 3 days. That is leadership, skills, self-defense, and some other important issues of the PMC school which we are discussing here. So actually, sir already said what is the concept of PMC schools or PMC scheme. So as we know all that the PMC schools main aims is to provide the quality or qualifying strengthened our institution and to make our institution as an example of the other institution and step by step, almost all the schools will become the model of the whole areas, irrespective of region, area, or some point of views. That is why it is a very important thing that the first thing is that quality education center. Our first thing, which our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has already in his inaugural function is said. So now our question is that how we can make our PM-SHRI school as a quality school first. And we make our institution as an example to the other schools. It is the main thing. And I think that this is the main concept of the PM-SHRI school. So that is why we are going one step to another, one step to another. So thanks to our State Mission Office, thanks to our Minister of Education, Government of India. So now I think that whatever the problem we have already placed in our this house, it will be discussed step by step. So I think some problem we have facing last 1 year, whatever our respected sir, respected man have already said. So whatever we thinking that मैं ऐसा करूँगा, ये प्रोजेक्ट है, ये स्कीम है, ये एक्टिविटीज है, हम लोग ऐसा करेंगे, ऐसे हम लोग करेंगे, लेकिन due to some problems we are facing. Number one, we need a previous information from your side. Maybe there's the Assam office or maybe from the DOM office. Because we need some time. Otherwise, we all face, तभी मैं सर को बोला था, जितना ही PM-SHRI स्कूल है, एक दिन हम लोग फंस जाएंगे. It is, so we need some time. We have some process. Whenever we'll get some release of fund release order, after 1 or 2 days, we have to submit, we have to create vendors, we have to release the fund to vendors, and we have to see the work activity or progress. So it will need some time. Before that, we have some official document we have to prepare ourselves. That is, because we are facing this problem here. Just within 1 hour, within a day, within 2 days, we cannot take a minutes because we are not the all in all. We, the head of the institution, are the not all in all. We have an constitutional body, this is the SMDC or SMC. We have to take permission from that office, and that is why we need some time. After getting the fund, we have to place that fund to the SMDC. The SMDC will have to take decision on the basis of priority, maintaining the guidelines, maintaining the norms and procedures. हम लोग को क्या क्या चाहिए, ये एज पर गाइडलाइन हम मेरा स्कूल में क्या चाहिए, कैसे हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, इसका तो समय जरूरत है. It will take time, but we are within the 1 year we are not getting this time. That is why I, on behalf of all of the head of the institution, would like to request our sir to think about that. Said, if we get some message earlier, then we'll ready for that. After SMDC resolution, we have to create. Even without permission from SMDC, we cannot create any vendor. So that for that reason also we need some time. So one by one we'll discuss this matter. Whatever we are facing the problem, we are placing this matter to our sir. So after whenever our executive director sir Sandhya Jatta sir will come, We will discuss the matter with him also. If possible, our MD sir will discuss that matter with sir also. Overall, we are all ready to make our school as an example school, to make our school to our own school as an quality strengthened school. What is the main concept of our PMC school? Thank you, sir.
Aru.
মই এই যে একাউণ্টৰ কথাটো অলপমান জনাব খুজিছোঁ যেনে PMC একাউণ্ট আছে আৰু বাকি একাউণ্টো আছে তে কিছুমান স্কুলে এটা প্ৰব্লেম পায় হয়তো নিজে চাব নোৱাৰে যাৰ কাৰণে যিখিনি পইচা আহে আণ্ডাৰ PMC চেংচনত এটা একাউণ্টত দিলে অলপ ভাল হয় আৰু নহ'লে কেতিয়াবা কিছু পইচা লেপস হৈ যায় আমার অফিসে গম নপাকে থাকে বা আমার প্রধানে গম নাপায় সেইখিনি যদি আপোনালোকে অলপমান মেনেজ কৰে তেতিয়াহ'লে হয়তো ইউটিলাইজ হ'ব ভাল কৰি
স্যার ধন্যবাদ মই কাৰ্বি আংলং জিলাৰ তৰফৰ পৰা আন্তৰিক সকলোলৈ ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ আমাৰ দাস ছাৰে যিখিনি আলোচনা কৰিলে মোৰ এটা ধাৰণা হৈছে যে প্ৰত্যেকটো পইণ্টেই বিদ্যালয়সমূহত আমি এটাকৈ কেনেকৈ আমি কামখিনি কৰি যাব লাগে সেইখিনি আমি দায়িত্ব আমাৰ প্ৰিন্সিপাল আৰু প্ৰধানসকলে ল'ব লাগিব আমি আৰপি ট্ৰেইনিঙত এটা কাৰণে আহিছোঁ যে আমাৰ দুখন স্কুল দিছে ডিস্ট্ৰিক্টৰ পৰা এই দুখন স্কুলৰ আমাৰ যিকেইখন আৰু বাকি স্কুল আছে এই স্কুলকেইখনক বা আমাক লৈ পিনি কেনেধৰণে আমি আগবাঢ়ি যাব পাৰোঁ আমাৰ ফাণ্ড ৰিলিজে হওক আমাৰ যিখিনি অভাৱ অভিযোগ আছে যিখিনি ফাণ্ড দিছে গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়াই আমি ইউটিলাইজ কেনেকৈ কৰিম আৰু ইউটিলাইজ কৰিবলৈ যাওঁতে আমি কাক লৈ আপুনি ইউটিলাইজ কৰিম কাৰ লগত আমি কথা পাতিম কেনেধৰণে আগবাঢ়ি যাম এই গোটেইখিনি আমি সুচাৰুৰূপে যদি পৰিচালনা কৰোঁ তেতিয়াহ'লে প্ৰত্যেকখন PMC স্কুল আমাৰ আগবাঢ়ি যাব বিশেষকৈ মই দুটামান কথা ক'বলৈ বিচাৰিছোঁ যে আমাৰ ফাৰ্নিচাৰ আমাৰ যিখিনি গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট স্কুলৰ আমাৰ ফাৰ্নিচাৰবিলাক খুব দুখ লগা মানে আমাৰ ডেস্ক বেঞ্চবিলাক এতিয়া আমাৰ LP স্কুলত ডেস্ক বেঞ্চবিলাক আমাৰ 1ৰ কাৰণে দিছে আমাৰ গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট অফ আসামে কিন্তু আমাৰ গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট যিখিনি প্ৰভিন্সিয়েলাইজ আৰু গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট স্কুল আছে আমাৰ ফাৰ্নিচাৰবিলাক খুব দুখ লগা মানে এই ফাৰ্নিচাৰবিলাকক লৈ আমি বিশেষভাৱে PMC যিটো আমাৰ কৰ্ণাৰ আছে এই কৰ্ণাৰত আমি কথা পাতিব লাগিব কেনেধৰণে আগবাঢ়িব লাগিব ছাৰ আৰু এটা কথা কৈছে ডেস্ক কোড এতিয়া ডেস্ক কোডটো আমাৰ ষ্টাফৰ আৰু ষ্টুডেণ্টৰ মোৰ স্কুলত 1ৰ পৰা 12লৈকে আছে 1ৰ পৰা 5লৈকে বেলেগ এটা ড্ৰেছ 6ৰ পৰা 8লৈকে বেলেগ এটা ড্ৰেছ 9ৰ পৰা 12লৈকে এটা বেলেগ এটা ড্ৰেছ এই গোটেই বস্তুটো মই এটা অনুৰোধ কৰিছোঁ যে আমাৰ দাস ছাৰ আছে এই দাস ছাৰে যদি এই হেৰিটো যে আমাৰ PMC স্কুলখিনিক লগত লৈ আমি ড্ৰেছ কোডটো কেনেধৰণে আপোনালোকৰ যেনেকৈ আইডিয়া দিয়ে আমাৰ PMC স্কুলবিলাকক যেনেকৈ আইডিয়া দিয়ে তেনেধৰণে আমি আগবাঢ়ি যাম হয় তেখেত হয় একে হওক আমাৰ PMC স্কুলবিলাকৰ আমাৰ ষ্টাফৰ হওক বা ষ্টুডেণ্টৰ হওক সেম ড্ৰেছ আমি আপুনি এই বস্তুটো আমি ষ্টেটক আৰু গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়াক জনাওক আৰু এটা কথা হৈছে কি আপোনালোকে হয়তো মোৰ স্কুলত প্ৰায় 100খন ফেন ঘূৰে 100খন ফেন ঘূৰে আৰু 100খন ফেন ঘূৰাওঁতে আমাৰ এনুৱেল যিটো গ্ৰাণ্ট আছে প্ৰত্যেকখন স্কুলৰ যিটো এনুৱেল গ্ৰাণ্ট দিছে সেই এনুৱেল গ্ৰাণ্টৰ পৰা ইলেক্ট্ৰিচিটি বিলটো আমি প্ৰেছ কৰিব লাগে এই ইলেক্ট্ৰিচিটি বিলটোৰ ওপৰতো আমি অনুৰোধ কৰিছোঁ দাস ছাৰ আছে যে এটা সিদ্ধান্ত লওক কেনেধৰণে আমি আগবাঢ়িব লাগিব আৰু এটা হৈছে আমাৰ ক্লিননেছৰ ওপৰত আমাৰ যিখিনি টয়লেট আৰু আছে এই টয়লেটৰ ভিতৰত ক্লিননেছৰ ওপৰত আমাৰ দিছে আমি ভাল পাইছোঁ ক্লিননেছৰ প্ৰত্যেক বছৰে যদি আমি ক্লিননেছৰ কাৰণে পাওঁ টকাটো তেতিয়াহ'লে আমাৰ সুবিধা হ'ব আৰু এটা কথা দাস ছাৰক মই এটা অনুৰোধ কৰিছোঁ যে আমাৰ প্ৰত্যেকখন স্কুলৰ আমাৰ ফিজিকেল ইনষ্ট্ৰাক্টৰ বিশেষকৈ PMCৰ স্কুলত ফিজিকেল ইনষ্ট্ৰাক্টৰটো আমাক খুব দৰকাৰী হৈ গৈছে কাৰণ বেলেগ বেলেগ স্কুলত আছে আমাৰ প্লেন্সৰ প্ৰায় স্কুলবিলাকতে আছে আমাৰ কিন্তু কাৰ্বি আংলং ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টত নাই বৰ্তমানলৈকে নাই নাই এই ফিজিকেল ইনষ্ট্ৰাক্টৰটো আপোনালোকে যদি প্ৰেছ কৰিব পাৰে গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়াত বা অসম চৰকাৰক তেতিয়াহ'লে আমি খুব নথৈ আনন্দিত হ'ম বৰ বেছি আৰু মিউজিক টিচাৰৰ কথাও আছে আৰু এটা কথা মই অনুৰোধ কৰিছোঁ ছাৰক যে আমাৰ চেনিটেৰী যিটো পেড যিটো ছোৱালী গাৰ্লছ ষ্টুডেণ্টৰ কাৰণে এইটো খুব অভাৱ হৈছে আমাৰ খুব দৰকাৰ প্ৰায় মোৰ স্কুলত প্ৰায় 1000ৰ ওচৰা ওচৰি এনৰলমেণ্ট আছে ষ্টুডেণ্ট গাৰ্লছ ষ্টুডেণ্টবিলাকে এই ক্ষেত্ৰত ভুগিবলগীয়া হয় এবাৰ আমাক দিছিলে অসম চৰকাৰে কিন্তু তাৰ পৰা নাই সেইখিনিও মোৰ ধাৰণাটো হৈছে যে এইখিনি যদি আমি কৰিব পাৰোঁ PMC স্কুল ডেভেলপমেণ্টটো খুব ধুনীয়াকৈ পৰিচালনা হ'ব বুলি মই আশা ৰাখিছোঁ ধন্যবাদ
কথাটো হৈ গ'ল কি যে আপুনি এতিয়া নিজে হৈ আছে নিজৰ মানুহটো হৈ আছে আমি ইয়াত আহিছোঁ মানে কি আপুনি যেতিয়া ঘূৰি যাব আপোনাৰ লগত ৰমেন দাসটো লাগি যাব আপুনি যদি এই কথাবোৰ কৈ থাকে তো আপুনি সেই হেৰি আহিছিলে তো লুৎফুৰ ৰহমান আহিছিলে ঘূৰি যাওঁতে লুৎফুৰ ৰহমান হৈ যাব ৰমেন দাস আপোনাৰ লগত নাযায় তো আপুনি ৰমেন দাস ঘূৰি যাব লাগিব তো এতিয়া আপোনাৰ কথাটো হ'ল যে কি ঘূৰি ঘূৰি আপুনি গৈ নিজেহে হৈ থাকিলেগে হেডমাষ্টাৰ প্ৰিন্সিপালে হৈ থাকিলেগে তো আমি যেতিয়া মাতিছিলোঁ আপোনাক হেডমাষ্টাৰ প্ৰিন্সিপাল মতা নাই আমি ৰিচোৰ্চ পাৰ্চন মাতিলোঁ চ' নেক্সট অনৱাৰ্ড when you ask question or speak something so you should be behave like a resource person or to be a resource person strictly ঠিক আছে বাৰু এইখিনি মই কৈছে কেতিয়াও এভইড নকৰোঁ কাৰণ কেলে এইখন আকৌ কৈছোঁ এই গোটেই কথাখিনি আমাৰ মানে ফিল্ডত চাই আছে কথাটো এনেকুৱা ধৰণৰ এতিয়া দাখাৰ মাদাম আহিছে দাখাৰ মাদামৰ ছেশ্যন আৰম্ভ হ'ব তাৰ আগতে মোক অকণমান সৰু কথা এটা ভাদ মাহত কঠীয়া যে পাৰে এই বানপানী হোৱাৰ পিছত কঠীয়া পাৰে কঠীয়াটো ডাঙৰ নহয় 2 আঙুল 3 আঙুলমান হয় কি হ'ল ধৰি লওক এঘৰ মানুহৰ কঠীয়াটো এঘৰ মানুহৰ মহ এটা আহি খাই দিলেহি তো এই যে কঠীয়া যাৰ পাৰিছিলে ধৰি লওক আমাৰ PMC মানুহজনৰ পথাৰৰ কঠীয়া তেওঁ পাৰিছিলে ভাদ মাহত বানপানী আহি গ'ল কাৰণে শেহতীয়াকৈ কঠীয়া পাৰিলে দিলে ওচৰৰে মানে বেলেগ এখন স্কুলৰ মানে টিচাৰৰ মহ এটাই আহি মানে গোটেই খাই পেলালে ফেনেকি পেলালে খঙৰ চোতত আমাৰ PMC মানুহ দিলেগে কোৰ্টত কেছ হৈ গ'ল 3 বছৰ পাৰ হৈ গ'ল পাৰ হৈ যোৱাৰ পিছত কোৰ্টত যেতিয়া কেছটো উঠিলে চলি আছে আৰু আহি সুধিলে উকিলে মানে সুধিলে যে হেৰি নহয় তো কঠীয়াটো কিমান হৈছিলে নক'ব আৰু আমাৰ কঠীয়া 2 আঙুল কঠীয়া হৈছিলে ইমান কোমলীয়া কঠীয়া তাৰ ভাগৰ মানে মহটোৱে আহি বোলে খাই গোটেই শেষ কৰিলে তেতিয়া ইজন উকিলে কৈছে ইয়ৰ অনাৰ এই PMC মানুহজন বৰ বদমাছ কেলে 2 আঙুল কঠীয়াটো মহে খাব নোৱাৰে বোলে এনেই বোলে তেতিয়া আমাৰ PMC জনে কৈছে ধৰ্ম অৱতাৰ তেখেত উকিল মানুহ তেখেতেতো মোৰ কথাবোৰ মোৰ কঠীয়াও দেখা নাই মহো দেখা নাই
2 বছৰ পাৰ হৈ গ'ল আমাৰ পিএমসি মানুহৰ দুৱাঙুলটো এনেকে নহয় পিএমসি মানুহৰ দুৱাঙুলটো এনেকে হয় so this is the আপুনি ধৰক এখিনি আমোদ পাইছে বাট পিএমসি কনসেপ্ট যেতিয়া পিএমসি এটা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট কৰিব আপুনি এই দুৱাঙুল চিন্তাটো বাদ দিব লাগিব we have to make our duangul distance like this so from now onward ami duangul to amar sinta sorsa kam kaj so we have to above the ground level ekdom okman upor ahi chinta kor so okay we are not avoiding this it is practical problem amar ase aru apuni jiai thokaloke ei samosa tu eruabo nohare কিন্তু আমি কেনেকে ইমপ্ৰুভ কৰি গৈ থাকিম তো হৈছে কি যে আপোনাৰ কথাটো ক'লে যে হেৰি এটো কি কয় ফিজিক্যাল ইনস্ট্ৰাক্টৰ এজন লাগে আমাৰ এজন যোগা বা ফিজিক্যাল ইনস্ট্ৰাক্টৰ এটা ৰিসোৰ্স পাৰসন এজন কোচ এজনৰ প্ৰভিজন এটা আছে তো খুব হুনকালে বুট কৰো এটো আমাৰ পিএমসি স্কুলৰ প্ৰতিখন স্কুলত আমাক হ'ব লাগে এজন কাউন্সিলৰ আছে আপোনালোকৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনি এই প্ৰভিজনটো আছে provision government of India provision to dise rakhise kintu ami hetu eta implement koribo lage lahe dire amar ei muhurtot ami korisilu ki je priority activity korisilu priority activity ki so amar school khonor naam tu CS Ravanapara Higher Secondary School no hoy. Amar school khonor naam hol PM3 CS Ravanapara. Jetia apuni exposure trip jay, visit jay, kiba eta program kore PM3 to rakhibo bahut. To etu enekwa je amar jetia kam khini koru তেতিয়া আপুনি ধৰক এৰা ধৰা কৰিব নোৱাৰে আমিও নোৱাৰো কৰিবলৈ লওঁতে তেতিয়া নাই মই যদি কমকে কৰো বাকি সকলে ক'ব যে তেও দুৱাঙুলে হৈ আছে তো সেই কাৰণে গুটেই কথাখিনি আমি অকমান তেনেকে চিন্তা কৰিম আৰু এক্টিভিটিখিনি আমি কৈ যাম যে এইখিনি এক্টিভিটি আমাৰ আছে এই 3 দিনৰ ভিতৰত এই বছৰত আমি কিখিনি কাম কৰিম কোনখিনি কাম অহা 3 বছৰৰ কাৰণে কন্টিনিউয়াসলি থাকি যাব তো তেতিয়া আপুনি এটা প্ল্যান কৰিব পাৰিব আপুনি এটা যেতিয়া ডিস্ট্ৰিক্টত বাকি সকলক ক'বগে তেতিয়া এটা প্ল্যান কৰিব পাৰিব যে এইখিনি এক্টিভিটি এই ভাগে থসুন 3 বছৰলৈকে আহিয়ে থাকিব কৰিয়ে থাকিম আমি তো তাৰ এটা কন্টিনিউয়েশন আছে কিছুমান আছে ওয়ান টাইম এক্টিভিটি যেনেকে সিসিটিভি ক্যামেৰাটো আপোনাক অহা বছৰ দিয়াৰ সম্ভাৱনা একেবাৰে ক্ষীণ দিবও পাৰে কিন্তু ক্ষীণ দিব কাক জাক লাগে নহয়নে ঠিক তেনেকুৱা বাট ডাষ্টবিন তো প্ৰতি বছৰ দি নাথাকিব নহয় হয়নে বাৰ সেইটো পলিথিন বেগ নহয় তো ডাষ্টবিন তো 1 বছৰ ৰেকাৰিং এক্টিভিটি কিন্তু 1 বছৰ কিছুমান আহি থাকিব প্ৰতি বছৰে আহি থাকিব যেনেকে স্পৰ্টছ গ্ৰান্টটো হয়নে তাৰ পৰা স্কুল গ্ৰান্টটো তাৰ পিছত ইউনিফৰ্ম টেক্সটবুক এনে ধৰণৰ কামবোৰ আহি থাকিব আৰু সেইখিনি কাৰণে আপুনি একটা বস্তু আপুনি ৰাখি থব পাৰে ষ্ট্ৰেটেজি কম বেছি পৰিমাণে ইমান ড্ৰাস্টিক্যালি ষ্ট্ৰেটেজি চেঞ্জ নহয় তো এইখিনিয়ে কথা তো এতিয়া আমাৰ সময় হৈছে
Namaskar, Talike. I'm Mr. Khagen Chandra Medhi, RP trainee from Kamrup Metro District, and I belong to PMC Palasbari Anchalik High School. I'd like to ask a question here, especially I'd expect a clarification. Amar Pillar 2 transport and export facility boli eta close ase. আৰু এই ট্ৰান্সপোৰ্ট এণ্ড এক্সপোৰ্ট ফেচিলিটিৰ কথাখিনি অকণমান মই ক্লিয়াৰ হ'ব পৰা নাই এইটো কেনেকৈ কিহত কৰা হ'ব আৰু থ্যাংক ইউ
ওকে মেডি এটা খুব ভাল কথা কৈছে সো এইটো হৈছে আমাৰ কাৰণে আটাইতকৈ চ্যালেঞ্জিং বিষয় পিএমসি স্কুল হৈছে যে আমি ৰুৰেল এৰিয়াত থকা এখন স্কুল তো কম্পেয়াৰেটিভলি আমাৰ স্কুলখন ভাল স্কুল আৰু ভাল হ'বলৈ গৈ থকা এখন স্কুল আৰু বেছি ভাল হৈ গৈ থাকিব লগা স্কুল যেতিয়া বেছি ভাল হৈ গৈ থাকিব তেতিয়া আমাৰ ভিতৰৰ পৰা আহিব আগতে আমাৰ দিনত কি আছিল যে আমি আপোনাৰ স্কুলখনত আপুনি এটা মানে কি কয় মানে চৰকাৰী হোষ্টেল নহয় আপোনাৰ হেডমাষ্টাৰ প্ৰিন্সিপালৰ নিজৰ তত্ত্বাৱধানত এটা দি দিছিলে কন্ট্ৰিবিউটৰি কৰি ল'ৰাবোৰে ভিতৰৰ পৰা আহিছিলে আজিকালি মানে ট্ৰান্সপৰ্টেশ্যন ফেচিলিটিটো ভাল হ'ল এতিয়া তেওঁলোকে ঘৰৰ পৰা অহা যোৱা কৰিব পাৰে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনিয়ে কিন্তু তেওঁলোক এটা ভাড়াৰ পইচা এটা লাগে তো হয়তো ভাৰত চৰকাৰে তেওঁলোকক মানে ৬০০০ টকা এটা দিব পাৰে এটা প্ৰভিজন আছে এই ট্ৰান্সপৰ্ট ফেচিলিটিটো ল'বৰ কাৰণে আপুনি প্ৰথমে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীটো আইডেণ্টিফাই কৰিব লাগিব যে পাৰ্টিকুলাৰ এই ল'ৰা ছোৱালীটোক তেওঁক হেৰি ফেচিলিটিটো লাগে তেওঁক হোষ্টেলতো ইয়াতো থাকি ল'ব নোৱাৰে ঘৰৰ পৰা অহা যোৱাই কৰিব লাগিব কিন্তু তেওঁক সেই পইচাটো তেওঁক লাগে সেইটো আপুনি আইডেণ্টিফাই কৰিব লাগিব আল্টিমেটলি সেইটো ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট লেভেলত সেইটো নটিফাই হ'ব লাগিব ডিষ্টেঞ্চটো নটিফাই হ'ব তেওঁ ঘৰুৱা ফাইনেন্সিয়েল ষ্টেটাছ নটিফাই হ'ব আপোনাৰ স্কুললৈ আহে আপুনি সেইটো নটিফাই হ'ব লাগিব গোটেইখিনি যেতিয়া ছেট হৈ যাব ছেট হোৱাৰ লগে লগে আমি তেওঁক প্ৰপ'জ কৰিম অহা বছৰ এইটো আমি এবাৰ এক্সাৰচাইজ কৰিম অহা বছৰ আমি প্ৰপ'জ কৰিম গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট অফ ইণ্ডিয়াক যে ইমানখিনি ল'ৰা ছোৱালীৰ কাৰণে আমাক ট্ৰান্সপৰ্ট এলাউন্স লাগে প্ৰথমবাৰৰ কাৰণে সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা অভিযানত এইবাৰ আহিছে সেই এমাউণ্টটো পাইছে শোণিতপুৰ আৰু ডিব্ৰুগড় 3000 ষ্টুডেণ্টৰ কাৰণে আহিছে ৬০০০ টকাকৈ আমি সেইটো এবাৰ ইমপ্লিমেণ্ট কৰি চাই লওঁ তাৰপিছত আমি বাই দিছ টাইম গৈ পাই যাম আৰু আপোনালোকক আমি জনাম এইটো যেতিয়া জনাম আপোনালোকে নৰ্মছটো পাই যাব নৰ্মছ মতে সেইমতে চিন্তা কৰিব আমাৰ পৰা গাইডলাইন যাব অলৰেডি কিন্তু সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষাত গাইডলাইন গৈছে তেওঁলোকে যোৱা বছৰে গ'ল সেই গাইডলাইনটো এবাৰ চাব আৰু আমি আমাৰ গ্ৰুপত খালি যিসকল হেডমাষ্টাৰ প্ৰিন্সিপাল আমাৰ নাই গ্ৰুপত জবৰদস্তি ভৰাই দিব তেওঁ মানে সেই হোৱাটছআপ গ্ৰুপত আমি তেওঁ বস্তুটো তেওঁ লগে লগে পাই যাম আৰু এইটো বস্তু অ'কে তেতিয়াহ'লে আমাৰ লগত উপস্থিত আছে উই আৰ ভেৰি গ্লেড টু এনাউন্স হিয়াৰ ডেট ফ্ল'ৰেঞ্জি ডাকাৰ মেম she is the eminent academician of our country. She is from Neri, Chilong, and she has a very vast experience of conducting training and guide to the academic institutions like SCRTs, diets. She has a very good relationship with our Assam's education system. She has a very good contribution from our side, Assam. So, I'd like to felicitate Dakar ma'am. So I request one of our resource person to felicitate with a gamosa to our Dakar ma'am. Take it Flores Z Dakar. Flores Z Dakar. So, ma'am. Okay. Ministry of Education, Government of Assam has deputed Dakar ma'am to enlighten us with the issues of National Education Policy 2020. So I'd like to hand over this mic to Dakar ma'am.
For that very, very warm welcome, Mr. Roman. First of all, I would like to apologize. You know, I left Shillong at 8 o'clock and I just reached. The reason is because of the rain, especially when I reached this Jorabat. You know, we were stranded there for 2 hours and I was like, I did not know what to do. Anyway, it is good to be here. I would like to start with this. How many of you are happy to be here in this place? Wow, why? What is the reason? Thank you. Thank you. Any other response, please? Thank you. Any other? Yes. Very good. So we've, yeah. And anyone else? Thank you. What about the ladies? Can I hear something from the ladies? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Now, I know that we have come here with many, many expectations, but I'm happy to hear that you have come here in order to be able to learn from one another and then to go back and to apply the learning. Before I start, my focus will be on the National Education Policy 2020. This is what has been given to the NCERT. Why? Because your schools, the PM-SHRI schools, these are the schools which are going to be exemplar schools, okay, in the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. Before we look into this National Education Policy 2020, can I just know some of the problems that you face? Any problems?
There are lots of problems in implementation of National Education Policy 2020.
Yes.
In respect of infrastructure, this is PTR, and community involvement. These are some major problems.
Okay. Now, what I have done here is that I have written here the challenges. And there are 5 challenges. Before we talk about the National Education Policy 2020, the first challenge, it relates with quality. When we talk about quality, quality covers everything. So
schools in Assam, ma'am, quality of infrastructure that we are having in the school is one of the major.
major, all right? So
In case of human resources, we have got quality for last few years through state exam, etc. We are getting quality human resources, but the infrastructural aspect still one.
okay, do you all agree with this? That when it comes to quality, it is the infrastructure. You believe that it is the infrastructure which is one of the challenge to ensure quality in our schools. Any hands? Yeah. I mean, infrastructure is a very important aspect. Yes, especially when we look into what all is there in the National Education Policy. So the first thing is that we talk about quality, affordability. Think about your students. Do they have many problems? What is the socio-economic background of our children? And as we talk about affordability, we are talking not about only schools which are in urban areas, but schools also in rural areas. Then we have equity, access, accountability. I just want to highlight these challenges and why is it? Is because when the committee known as the Kasturi Rangan Committee, when it sat to formulate the National Education Policy, the first thing that the discussion was on what are the challenges that our country faces when it comes to education. So there were a series of committees, a series of meetings, and after a very, very thorough discussion, they came to the conclusion that these are the main challenges which affects the education system in our country. And based on these challenges, what did this committee do? This committee, therefore, it has come with guidelines. What are the changes that we need to bring in our schools? Why do we need to bring these changes? And so on and so forth. So therefore, I want to start with this, that again I will repeat that these are the challenges given by the committee on which the National Education Policy 2020 was formulated. Before I come to the NEP 2020, the first thing is that I want to remind each one of you that the National Education Policy, it is based on a very solid foundation. A very, very solid foundation. And how many of you are from education who can help me to list out what are some of those foundations on which we have the National Education Policy 2020? Anyone from education? Anyone? Yeah. Yes, yeah? Okay, you have a master degree. Very good. Now, when you talk about education, you will find that there is a history associated with it. And when we talk about the history, we talk about recommendations. We have the 1949 Commission on Education, which is also known as the Radhakrishnan Commission. Then we have, after that, we have the Modalia Commission. Then do you remember? Okay. And then after that, you have the Kothari Commission. And then after that, what else did you have? We had the policies on education. And the first national education policy in our country, it came up in the year 1968. Very good. After that, it was 1986, okay? And after these commissions, after these policies, what else did our children get in the year 2009? Very good. The right of children to free and compulsory education, 2009. After that, any other document? Any other document in the year 2005? 2005. So when you look at all these, national curriculum framework and so on and so forth, what is the bedrock of all these? What do you think? So these policies, these to Free and Compulsory Education Act and so on and so forth, what is the foundation for that? Where do you think so these policies, these recommendations, they are based on? They should be based on something, okay? There should be a base. There should be a very, very solid foundation for it. Can anyone help me? Can you think? What do you think so the RTE is based on? What is the foundation for the RTE? Did it just come like that? There should be a foundation. Yes? Very good, ma'am. It is the Constitution. The bedrock is the Constitution of our country. And when we talk about the Constitution, do we have time to go through all these articles on the Constitution? No. But at least people like you and me, we need to know about which part of the Constitution? Okay, Article 45, all right. But before that, in the beginning, the preamble of the Indian Constitution. When we talk about the preamble of the Indian Constitution, how many of us can recite this preamble together? Does it ring something in your ear? Yeah, you want to try?
To constitute India into a sovereign, democratic, socialist republic, and to give, I forget most probably.
Okay, yeah. Come. Do we need to remind ourselves about the preamble of the Indian Constitution?
Our Indian Constitution begins like this: with the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign socialist democratic republic and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, ensuring the dignity of the individuals and the unity of the nations. This 26th day of November 1949, give our Constitution. Thank you.
Wow, he really needs an applause on that. Thank you so much, sir. This is the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Now, when you look into this preamble of the Indian Constitution, like how it was recited to each one of us, it mentions about what? We the people of India. And when we say we the people, it means for every one of us. We the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. I will not go into all this because I know it will take a lot of time. But my focus will be on what? Justice. And to secure to all its citizens. Who are the citizens of this country? Are you a citizen? Are you all sure? All? Please raise up your hands, those who are not sure. Okay, so we and then who else? Okay, we who are sitting in this room, we are the citizens. Who else? Okay, very good. Everyone. Now when we say everyone means whom? People. All right, when we say people, people means, are we all of the same age? Then? Irrespective of age. So if a child is just born into this country, is that child a citizen of India by birth? Yes. Yes. So here when we talk about citizens, citizens also includes children. All right? Children. The moment the child is born in this country, then what happens? We acquire the citizenship by birth, if the parents are Indians. So here, I want you to understand that when we talk about the preamble of the Indian Constitution to secure to all its citizens, also it includes children. Correct? Okay. It secures what? Justice. What form of justice should we give to all our children, to all our students? It is social justice. It is economic justice and political justice. Another thing it talks about, what is the second point? Liberty of thought and expression. I will take just that part first. Liberty of thought and expression. Liberty means what? Freedom. Freedom of what? expression. Okay? Now, think about how you were taught in school. Did you have this liberty of thought and expression? You got? Yes? Superb then. All right, but I remember when I was in school, what happened was that the teacher would walk in and I just listened, I just sat, I was a passive listener, I was very scared, okay? I was scared to interact in the classroom. I could not speak any time when I wanted to speak. Is it? Did you go through this? Okay, so now we say yes, right? And you know, the teacher would walk into the classroom and we would all be scared of the teacher, right? And then whose voice would we hear in the classroom? We would hear only the voice of the teacher. And do we hear the voices of the children? Sometimes, occasionally, all right? And now when the teacher finds that the students know more, then what happens? Then the teacher will put in the authority. Sit down, stop talking. Now, but the preamble, it talks about what? Liberty of thought and expression. I will tell you that because I came from such a system, and which I know many of you also. This is the kind of classrooms that we have across the country, and it is even happening now. Now, children, they are passive listeners. Okay? Passive. So I am the authority, and whatever knowledge I have, I feel that that is the only knowledge. I do not allow my students to be part of that learning process. But the preamble of the Indian Constitution, it talks about liberty of thought and expression to all its citizens, starting from the children. You get my point? Then liberty of thought and expression. I know you're very tired, but I just want to share with you. You know, I was born and brought up in Shillong. Yes, I got the opportunity to be educated in one of the best schools in the country. But how was the system of education? It was very passive. Whatever I knew, I kept it to myself. And that was how I grew up. When I joined the NCRT in the year 2006, I did not come from that system where, you know, I would just speak out like that. And then I used to regret saying, oh, why didn't I contribute? I had this point. Do you feel like that sometimes? Yes. This is the effects of the learning process, which is passive. And now we have the preamble which tells us liberty of thought and expression. Therefore, if this is what the preamble has given to us, the system of education, how are we to teach our children right from the time when they are there, when they enter school, formal school, or even the preschool, liberty of thought and expression? Okay? Then it talks about what? Belief, faith, and worship. I will not go into that. I will go now to equality of status and opportunity. Please think, how many students are there in your class? School, how many children are there in your schools? Yes, from the back? How many students are there? Wow, 1,200, 809. 1,400 from the back? Wow, 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 we're getting big numbers. Okay, Please look at that. Equality of status and opportunity. Out of these very big numbers of children in the classroom, how many children are totally blind in your school? Huh? Come, sir. I've forgotten the numbers, but you know, some of you went up to 1400, 1200, 800, and so on and so forth. So here, out of these children, how many of these children are totally blind? None. Hearing impairment? Yes? Yes, kitna hai, ma'am? One. You have how many? One, all right. So these are single numbers. 1, 2, all right. How many children in your schools, they come in crutches? 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, all right. How many children in your class, they have cerebral palsy? You know what is cerebral palsy? There is no proper coordination. Autistic children? All right, okay. Here, just look at this ratio. Sometimes 800 students, sometimes 1200, 1100, so on and so forth. But how many of these children with physical ailments are there in the classroom? They are very, very few. And what is it that we talk about? We talk about equality of status and opportunity. So here, if the preamble has given to us equality of status and opportunity, don't you think that there should be more children, all kinds of children in the classroom? Yes or no? Yes. And if our schools are not open to all kinds of children, we are, if you see over there, not in accordance with what the preamble has said, equality of status and opportunities. Yes, sir? Okay, yes, I'm happy. See, like what I said, this is the foundation for our those policies, recommendations, the RTE, the National Education Policy, and I told you that the foundation lies on the preamble of the Indian Constitution. Here, and to promote among them all, okay, fraternity. Fraternity means what? Brotherhood. Learning to live together, learning to understand, to live together, fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Why is it that I am referring to this? I am referring to this because this is the foundation of our education. And when you look into the National Education Policy 2020, it wants what? It wants so many of those changes. And the foundation is where? The preamble of the Indian Constitution. And if we know that the foundation is the preamble of the Indian Constitution, so therefore what happens? We have to do something. Like what Sir said, we have violated the preamble of the Indian Constitution. So whatever we will be talking in the National Education Policy, the foundation is this. It is this. And if you look into also the NCERT textbooks, you will find that in the beginning, what is it that you see? The preamble of the Indian Constitution. Does it make sense? Yes or no? All right. Do you see the importance? Yeah. And if we know that this is what is the foundation, as citizens together, we should ensure that we all try to achieve the values which are being enshrined in the Indian Constitution. These are the values. And if we are not able to do this, then what happens? We are violating. We are violating. And I know that I am speaking to a group of very, very responsible principals. Principals of schools who have been designated as the PM SHRI schools, Schools for Rising India. And I want the first point that should be is that we need to understand the basis of what we do. If we understand the basis, and not only that we understand, we apply it, then I feel we are really giving our best to this country. Because who is it that is going to ensure that our children, they experience these in the classroom? It is you. You play a very important role in it. Okay? So this is what the first part of what I want to mention. The basis of the education system, the bedrock of the education system, where each one of you play a very important role in it. Okay. I've been told for 20 minutes. Do you want to go for your lunch now? Yes? All right, okay. How long will you take for your lunch? Okay, half an hour. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Lunch break. I go আধা ঘন্টাৰ ভিতৰত আহিম আৰু ডাকাৰ মেমৰ সেকেন্ড হেৰিটো আহিম আৰু প্ৰমিলা মেম আছে তাৰ পিছৰটো প্ৰমিলা মেমলৈ আহি যাম টি ব্ৰেকত
পঢ়িবলে যাম শিকিবলে যাম আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ হম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে কৰিম ক খ গাম আমি 1 2 3 4 শিকি পঢ়ি শুনি বুজি পৃথিৱী জ্ঞানেৰে জিনি আমার মনি হবে বিতুরিব আমার
সকলোৱে পঢ়ো, সকলোৱে আগবাঢ়ো, এয়া মহৎ লক্ষ্য সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষাৰ। প্ৰতিযোগী সময়ৰ সৈতে খোজ মিলাই বিশ্বমুখী যাত্ৰা আৰম্ভ কৰিবলৈ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ দক্ষতা বিকাশৰ মাধ্যমেৰে বৃত্তিমুখী শিক্ষা প্ৰদান সময়ৰ আহ্বান। নেশ্যনেল স্কিল কোৱালিফিকেশ্যন ফ্ৰেমৱৰ্কৰ অধীনত বিদ্যালয়ত উচ্চ আৰু উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক পৰ্যায়ত ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ দক্ষতা বিকাশেৰে অগ্ৰগামী নাগৰিক হিচাপে গঢ়ি তোলাৰ দায়িত্ব লৈছো আমি অন্তঃকৰণেৰে। ৰাজ্যখনৰ 340খন বিদ্যালয় উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয়ত NSQF-ৰ অধীনত দক্ষতা বিকাশৰ আঁচনি ৰূপায়ণ কৰি থকা হৈছে। এই বৰ্ষত 168খন নতুন বিদ্যালয়ত আৰম্ভ হ'ব এই পাঠ্যক্ৰম। নৱম, দশম, একাদশ আৰু দ্বাদশ শ্ৰেণীৰ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীক মূলতঃ কৃষি, ক্ৰয় বিক্ৰয়, ব্যক্তিগত সুৰক্ষা, তথ্য প্ৰযুক্তি, পৰ্যটন আৰু পৰিচৰ্যা, স্বাস্থ্যসেৱা, সৌন্দৰ্য চৰ্চা আৰু সুস্বাস্থ্য এই ক্ষেত্ৰসমূহত সুদক্ষ কৰি গঢ়ি তোলাৰ বাবে প্ৰয়োজনীয় শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি থকা হৈছে। নকৈ সংযোজিত হৈছে আন দুটা বিষয়, ইলেক্ট্ৰনিক্স এণ্ড হাৰ্ডৱেৰ আৰু অট'মেটিভ। বিদ্যাৰ্থিক শিক্ষাৰ সমান্তৰালকৈ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ মাজত সোমাই থকা বৃত্তিমুখী দক্ষতাসমূহক বিকাশৰ সুবিধা দি আত্মসংস্থাপনৰ এক সুন্দৰ মঞ্চ তৈয়াৰ কৰাই আমাৰ উদ্দেশ্য। আহক আমি আগবাঢ়ো আকাশৰ আগলৈ, সূৰ্যৰ কাষলৈ।
পঢ়িবলে যাম, শিকিবলে যাম, আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ অসম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে গঢ়িম। আকাশ গাম আমি 1, 2, 3, 4 শিকি পঢ়ি শুনি বুজি পৃথিৱী জ্ঞানেৰে জিনিম। हमारा बनी होते victory
ये विभिन्न समुदाय विभिन्न भाषाएं बोलते हैं। ये देखा गया है कि कभी-कभी भाषा का अंतर विशेषकर स्कूलों की शिक्षण व सीखने की प्रक्रिया में बड़ी चुनौती पैदा करता है। राज्य में भाषा की समस्या मुख्यतः चाय बागान और चर इलाकों में देखी जाती है। शिक्षा का माध्यम उनकी घरेलू भाषा से भिन्न है, लेकिन RTE अधिनियम 2009 में ये कहा गया है कि शिक्षा का माध्यम जहां तक हो सके बच्चे की मातृभाषा में होना चाहिए। NEP 2020 ने भी कम से कम प्राथमिक चरण के लिए मातृभाषा की सिफारिश की है। इस महत्व को ध्यान में रखते हुए मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा के प्रगतिशील नेतृत्व में राज्य सरकार ने विशेष रूप से शिक्षा में बहुभाषिता को बढ़ावा देने के लिए पहले ही कई पहल की है। असम सरकार के शिक्षा विभाग ने 9 भाषाओं जैसे असमिया, बोडो, बंगाली, अंग्रेजी, हिंदी, गारो, मणिपुरी, कार्बी और मार में शिक्षा प्रदान करने की प्रणाली सफलतापूर्वक शुरू की है। असम सरकार मुफ्त पाठ्य पुस्तकें प्री ग्रेड क श्रेणी से ग्रेड 8 तक 9 भाषाओं में उपलब्ध करा रही है। राज्य ने निपुण अहोम FLN के तहत 7 माध्यमों में 2021-22 में 213 और 2022-23 में 146 शिक्षण सामग्री विकसित की थी। साक्षरता और गणना की सामग्री कक्षा 1 से 3 तक के छात्रों और शिक्षकों के लिए तैयार की गई। राज्य के कुछ जिलों में 1733 चयनित स्कूलों में लर्निंग टू लर्न नामक एक कार्यक्रम लागू किया जा रहा है। विभिन्न भाषाओं में बच्चों के लिए गीतों के संग्रह की एक पुस्तक SCERT असम द्वारा संकलित व विकसित की गई है। पुस्तक 14 भाषाओं जैसे असमिया, बोडो, मिसिंग, राभा, डिमासा, तीवा, कार्बी, गारो, कोच राजवंशी, मार, संथाली, विष्णुप्रिया मणिपुरी, ताई और देवरी में उपलब्ध है। इस पुस्तक पर आधारित ऑडियो संस्करण प्रारंभिक कक्षा के बच्चों के लिए उपलब्ध है। SCERT असम ने 4 अलग-अलग विषयों पर बहुभाषी चार्ट भी विकसित किए हैं। टेट परीक्षाएं माध्यम के अनुसार बांग्ला, हिंदी, मणिपुरी, मार, गारो, नेपाली जैसे भाषाओं में आयोजित की जाती है। गुणोत्सव बच्चों के सीखने के परिणामों का वार्षिक जनगणना आधारित मूल्यांकन 8 अलग-अलग माध्यमों में आयोजित किया जाता है। उल्लेखनीय है कि इस अवधारणा से कुल 44,083 स्कूल, 142 कॉलेज लाभान्वित हुए हैं। दूसरी ओर क श्रेणी के कुल 2,28,306 छात्र, LP के 25,73,563 छात्र, UP के 12,53,386 छात्र, सेकेंडरी स्कूल के 6,77,017 छात्र, सीनियर सेकेंडरी के 1,99,653 और कॉलेज स्तर के 88,558 छात्र पहले ही माध्यमवार नामांकन के अंतर्गत आ चुके हैं। आशा है असम सरकार का ये कदम शिक्षा क्षेत्र में एक नए क्षितिज का
পঢ়িবলে যাম, শিকিবলে যাম, আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ হম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে কৰিম। অ আ ক খ গাম আমি 1 2 3 4 শিকি পঢ়ি শুনি বুজি পৃথিৱী জ্ঞানেৰে চিনি। শিশুৰ হম পঢ়িবলে যাম শিকিবলে যাম আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ হম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে কৰিম অ আ ক খ গাম আমি 1 2 3 4 শিকি পঢ়ি শুনি বুজি পৃথিৱী জ্ঞানেৰে জিনি আমাৰ অগণিহঁতে দিশ তৰিব আমাৰ অসম আগবাঢ়িব আকাশতে আগান উৰাব আমাৰ শিশু আগবাঢ়িব নিপুণ নতুন অসম পঢ়া লিখা অসম নতুন নিপুণ অসম শিক্ষিত শিশুৰ অসম পঢ়িবলে যাম শিকিবলে যাম আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ হম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে কৰিম অ আ ক খ গাম আমি 1 2 3 4 শিকি পঢ়ি শুনি বুজি পৃথিৱী জ্ঞানেৰে জিনি আমাৰ অগণিহঁতে দিশ তৰিব আমাৰ অসম আগবাঢ়িব আকাশতে আগান উৰাব আমাৰ শিশু আগবাঢ়িব নিপুণ নতুন অসম পঢ়া লিখা অসম নতুন নিপুণ অসম শিক্ষিত শিশুৰ অসম
ঐ yours faithfully হ'ব নে your faithfully
yours
তেনেহ'লে কচোন an elephant নে elephant
an elephant
vowels
IOU
president of India
Draupadi Murmu
ISRO full form
Indian Space Research Organization
বাহ ইহঁতে দেখোন বহুত উন্নতি কৰিছে
কৰিবইতো আমাৰ প্ৰগতিশীল মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ নেতৃত্বত যোৱা 2 বছৰে অসম চৰকাৰে গুণোৎসৱ সফলতাৰে পালন কৰি আহিছে শিক্ষা খণ্ডলৈ নতুনত্বৰ জোৱাৰ আনিছে
এবাৰ আমাৰ স্কুলত গুণোৎসৱ পাতিব নহয়
হয় নেকি
হয় অহা 3 জানুৱাৰীৰ পৰা 8 ফেব্ৰুৱাৰীলৈ 3টা পৰ্যায়ত গুণোৎসৱ 3, 4, 5, 6 জানুৱাৰীত 12খন জিলাত প্ৰথম পৰ্যায়ৰ মূল্যায়ন 9, 10, 11, 12 জানুৱাৰীত 13খন জিলাত দ্বিতীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ গুণোৎসৱ 10খন জিলাত তৃতীয় পৰ্যায়ৰ গুণোৎসৱ 5, 6, 7 আৰু 8 ফেব্ৰুৱাৰীত শিক্ষাৰ মান উন্নয়নেৰে জ্ঞান অন্বেষণ শিক্ষা সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাই হেদিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান। বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান। উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা, ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা। দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অভিপ্ৰায় নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ। প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা তৃতীয় শ্ৰেণীলৈ আমাৰ সন্তানে লয় জীৱনৰ আদিপাঠ। গতিকে এই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সময়খিনিত ৩ পৰা ৯ বছৰীয়া শিশুক বিশেষ পদ্ধতিৰে পৃথক আৰু সুন্দৰ পৰিৱেশত শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি সুদক্ষ কৰি তোলাটো নিপুণ ভাৰত নিপুণ অসমৰ অন্যতম লক্ষ্য। ৰাজ্যিক জিলা আৰু ব্লক পৰ্যায়ত প্ৰকল্প সঞ্চালন গোট অৰ্থাৎ প্ৰজেক্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট ইউনিট স্থাপন কৰি এই অভিযান যুদ্ধকালীন গতিত আৰম্ভ কৰিছে ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে। গঠন কৰা হৈছে একাডেমিক টাস্ক ফ'ৰ্চ। স্কুল মেণ্টৰ নিৰ্বাচন কৰি বিদ্যায়তনিক সহযোগিতা আগবঢ়োৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। ইউনিচেফ, LLF, CSF, প্ৰথম, বিক্ৰমশিলা আৰু এক ষ্টেপ ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন এই প্ৰকল্পৰ সহযোগী। প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ বাবে শিক্ষক নিৰ্দিষ্ট কৰি দায়িত্ব অৰ্পণ কৰা হৈছে। গঠন কৰা হৈছে ৰাজ্যিক সমল গোট। সৰ্বপ্ৰকাৰৰ প্ৰশিক্ষণ, অৰিয়েণ্টেশ্যন আদি কাৰ্যসূচীৰ আয়োজনেৰে লক্ষ্য প্ৰাপ্তিৰ দিশত সুদক্ষতাৰে ধাৱমান হৈছে নিপুণ অসম। শিক্ষকসকলৰ দক্ষতা বৃদ্ধিৰো ব্যৱস্থা গ্ৰহণ কৰা হৈছে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ জৰিয়তে। ধাৰাবাহিক পেছাদাৰী উন্নয়নৰ বাবে সহযোগী সমল ব্যৱস্থা আৰম্ভ কৰা হৈছে। অসমীয়াৰ বাহিৰেও এই প্ৰকল্পৰ অধীনত ইংৰাজী, হিন্দী, গাৰো, মাৰ, বাংলা আদি ভাষাতো এই বিশেষ শিক্ষাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। শিক্ষা অনুষ্ঠানত নকৈ সজাই তুলি নতুন ৰূপ দিয়াৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলোৱা হৈছে। কথোপকথন সূচী তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে। শব্দৰ জাল, বৰ্ণ কাৰ্ড, বৰ্ণাৱলী চাৰ্ট, ব্যঞ্জন বৰ্ণৰ নতুন চাৰ্ট, বাক্যৰ চাৰ্ট, বিগ বুকছ আদি বিভিন্ন সমল তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে। নতুনৰ জোৱাৰ আহিছে নিপুণ অসম কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে। গাণিতিক সঁজুলিসমূহেৰে গণিতক সহজ আৰু সৰল ৰূপত ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলৰ মন মগজুলৈ বিয়পাই দিয়াৰ নতুন প্ৰচেষ্টা চলিছে। এটা বিশেষ দিনক নিপুণ অসম দিৱস হিচাপে পালন কৰি সজাগতা অভিযানক আগলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰা হৈছে। ৱেবছাইটৰ জৰিয়তে নিপুণ অসমৰ সমগ্ৰ কাৰ্যাৱলী ৰাজ্যৰ চুকে কোণে বিয়পোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছে অসম চৰকাৰে। ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক প্ৰযুক্তিগতভাৱেও আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ বিশেষ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানত। 100 দিনীয়া পঠন অভিযান চলাই নিপুণ অসম অভিযানে সামগ্ৰিকভাৱে কণমানিহঁতৰ শিক্ষাৰ এক নতুন দিগন্তৰ সূচনা কৰিছে। মৌলিক ভাষা জ্ঞান আৰু বুনিয়াদী সংখ্যা জ্ঞান শিশুসকলৰ শিক্ষাৰ মূল ভেটি। এই শৈক্ষিক ভেটি নিৰ্মাণৰ অন্যতম নাম নিপুণ অসম অভিযান। সংগীতৰ মাধ্যমেৰে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ অভিলাষী প্ৰয়াসক ৰাইজৰ মাজলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ সুন্দৰ প্ৰয়াস চলাইছে সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা তথা ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে।
পঢ়িবলৈ যাম, শিকিবলৈ যাম, আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ অসম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে গঢ়িম।
নিপুণ অসমৰ জৰিয়তে গঢ়োৱা হওক শিক্ষাদানৰ সবল ভেটি। আপোনাৰ সন্তানে পাওক সুন্দৰ ভৱিষ্যতৰ দুৰন্ত গতি। শিক্ষা, সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ, বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ। জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাইহে দিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অসম অভিযানৰ প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা তৃতীয় শ্ৰেণীলৈ আমাৰ সন্তানে লয় জীৱনৰ আদিপাঠ গতিকে এই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সময়খিনিত ৩ পৰা ৯ বছৰীয়া শিশুক বিশেষ পদ্ধতিৰে পৃথক আৰু সুন্দৰ পৰিৱেশত শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি সুদক্ষ কৰি তোলাটো নিপুণ ভাৰত নিপুণ অসমৰ অন্যতম লক্ষ্য ৰাজ্যিক জিলা আৰু ব্লক পৰ্যায়ত প্ৰকল্প সঞ্চালন গোট অৰ্থাৎ প্ৰজেক্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট ইউনিট স্থাপন কৰি এই অভিযান যুদ্ধকালীন গতিত আৰম্ভ কৰিছে ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে গঠন কৰা হৈছে একাডেমিক টাস্ক ফোৰ্স স্কুল মেন্টৰ নিৰ্বাচন কৰি বিদ্যায়তনিক সহযোগিতা শিক্ষা সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ শিক্ষা সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাইহে দিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অভিপ্ৰায় নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা তৃতীয় শ্ৰেণীলৈ আমাৰ সন্তানে লয় জীৱনৰ আদিপাঠ গতিকে এই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সময়খিনিত ৩ পৰা ৯ বছৰীয়া শিশুক বিশেষ পদ্ধতিৰে পৃথক আৰু সুন্দৰ পৰিৱেশত শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি সুদক্ষ কৰি তোলাটো নিপুণ ভাৰত নিপুণ অসমৰ অন্যতম লক্ষ্য ৰাজ্যিক জিলা আৰু ব্লক পৰ্যায়ত প্ৰকল্প সঞ্চালন গোট অৰ্থাৎ প্ৰজেক্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট ইউনিট স্থাপন কৰি এই অভিযান যুদ্ধকালীন গতিত আৰম্ভ কৰিছে ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে গঠন কৰা হৈছে একাডেমিক টাস্ক ফোৰ্স স্কুল মেন্টৰ নিৰ্বাচন কৰি বিদ্যায়তনিক সহযোগিতা আগবঢ়োৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে ইউনিচেফ LLF CSF প্ৰথম বিক্ৰমশিলা আৰু এক ষ্টেপ ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন এই প্ৰকল্পৰ সহযোগী প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ বাবে শিক্ষক নিৰ্দিষ্ট কৰি দায়িত্ব অৰ্পণ কৰা হৈছে গঠন কৰা হৈছে ৰাজ্যিক সমল গোট সৰ্বপ্ৰকাৰৰ প্ৰশিক্ষণ অৰিয়েণ্টেশ্যন আদি কাৰ্যসূচীৰ আয়োজনেৰে লক্ষ্য প্ৰাপ্তিৰ দিশত সুদক্ষতাৰে ধাৱমান হৈছে নিপুণ অসম শিক্ষকসকলৰ দক্ষতা বৃদ্ধিৰো ব্যৱস্থা গ্ৰহণ কৰা হৈছে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ জৰিয়তে ধাৰাবাহিক পেছাদাৰী উন্নয়নৰ বাবে সহযোগী সমল ব্যৱস্থা আৰম্ভ কৰা হৈছে। অসমীয়াৰ বাহিৰেও এই প্ৰকল্পৰ অধীনত ইংৰাজী, হিন্দী, গাৰো, মাৰ, বাংলা আদি ভাষাতো এই বিশেষ শিক্ষাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। শিক্ষা অনুষ্ঠানত নকৈ সজাই তুলি নতুন ৰূপ দিয়াৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলোৱা হৈছে। কথোপকথন সূচী তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে। শব্দৰ জাল, বৰ্ণ কাৰ্ড, বৰ্ণাৱলী চাৰ্ট, ব্যঞ্জন বৰ্ণৰ নতুন চাৰ্ট, বাক্যৰ চাৰ্ট, বিগ বুকছ আদি বিভিন্ন সমল তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে। নতুনৰ জোৱাৰ আহিছে নিপুণ অসম কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে। গাণিতিক সঁজুলিসমূহেৰে গণিতক সহজ আৰু সৰল ৰূপত ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলৰ মন মগজুলৈ বিয়পাই দিয়াৰ নতুন প্ৰচেষ্টা চলিছে। এটা বিশেষ দিনক নিপুণ অসম দিৱস হিচাপে পালন কৰি সজাগতা অভিযানক আগলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰা হৈছে। ৱেবছাইটৰ জৰিয়তে নিপুণ অসমৰ সমগ্ৰ কাৰ্যাৱলী ৰাজ্যৰ চুকে কোণে বিয়পোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছে অসম চৰকাৰে। ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক প্ৰযুক্তিগতভাৱেও আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ বিশেষ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানত। 100 দিনীয়া পঠন অভিযান চলাই নিপুণ অসম অভিযানে সামগ্ৰিকভাৱে কণমানিহঁতৰ শিক্ষাৰ এক নতুন দিগন্তৰ সূচনা কৰিছে। মৌলিক ভাষা জ্ঞান আৰু বুনিয়াদী সংখ্যা জ্ঞান শিশুসকলৰ শিক্ষাৰ মূল ভেটি। এই শৈক্ষিক ভেটি নিৰ্মাণৰ অন্যতম নাম নিপুণ অসম অভিযান। সংগীতৰ মাধ্যমেৰে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ অভিলাষী প্ৰয়াসক ৰাইজৰ মাজলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ সুন্দৰ প্ৰয়াস চলাইছে সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা তথা ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে।
পঢ়িবলৈ যাম, শিকিবলৈ যাম, আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ অসম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে গঢ়িম।
নিপুণ অসমৰ জৰিয়তে গঢ়োৱা হওক শিক্ষাদানৰ সবল ভেটি। আপোনাৰ সন্তানে পাওক সুন্দৰ ভৱিষ্যতৰ দুৰন্ত গতি। শিক্ষা, সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ, বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ। জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া। আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া। সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাইহে দিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান। এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান। বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান। উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা, ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা। দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অভিপ্ৰায় নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ। প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা তৃতীয় শ্ৰেণীলৈ আমাৰ সন্তানে লয় জীৱনৰ আদিপাঠ। গতিকে এই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সময়খিনিত 3 পৰা 9 বছৰীয়া শিশুক বিশেষ পদ্ধতিৰে পৃথক আৰু সুন্দৰ পৰিৱেশত শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি সুদক্ষ কৰি তোলাটো নিপুণ ভাৰত নিপুণ অসমৰ অন্যতম লক্ষ্য। ৰাজ্যিক জিলা আৰু ব্লক পৰ্যায়ত প্ৰকল্প সঞ্চালন গোট অৰ্থাৎ প্ৰজেক্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট ইউনিট স্থাপন কৰি এই অভিযান যুদ্ধকালীন গতিত আৰম্ভ কৰিছে ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে। গঠন কৰা হৈছে একাডেমিক টাস্ক ফ'ৰ্চ। স্কুল মেণ্টৰ নিৰ্বাচন কৰি বিদ্যায়তনিক সহযোগিতা আগবঢ়োৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। ইউনিচেফ, LLF, CSF, প্ৰথম, বিক্ৰমশিলা আৰু এক ষ্টেপ ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন এই প্ৰকল্পৰ সহযোগী। প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ বাবে শিক্ষক নিৰ্দিষ্ট কৰি দায়িত্ব অৰ্পণ কৰা হৈছে গঠন কৰা হৈছে ৰাজ্যিক সমল গোট সৰ্বপ্ৰকাৰৰ প্ৰশিক্ষণ অৰিয়েণ্টেশ্যন আদি কাৰ্যসূচীৰ আয়োজনেৰে লক্ষ্য প্ৰাপ্তিৰ দিশত সুদক্ষতাৰে ধাৱমান হৈছে নিপুণ অসম শিক্ষকসকলৰ দক্ষতা বৃদ্ধিৰো ব্যৱস্থা গ্ৰহণ কৰা হৈছে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ জৰিয়তে ধাৰাবাহিক পেছাদাৰী উন্নয়নৰ বাবে সহযোগী সমল ব্যৱস্থা আৰম্ভ কৰা হৈছে অসমীয়াৰ বাহিৰেও এই প্ৰকল্পৰ অধীনত ইংৰাজী হিন্দী গাৰো মাৰ বাংলা আদি ভাষাতো এই বিশেষ শিক্ষাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে শিক্ষা অনুষ্ঠানত নকৈ সজাই তুলি নতুন ৰূপ দিয়াৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলোৱা হৈছে কথোপকথন সূচী তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে শব্দৰ জাল বৰ্ণ কাৰ্ড বৰ্ণাৱলী চাৰ্ট ব্যঞ্জন বৰ্ণৰ নতুন চাৰ্ট বাক্যৰ চাৰ্ট বিগ বুকছ আদি বিভিন্ন সমল তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে নতুনৰ জোৱাৰ আহিছে নিপুণ অসম কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে গাণিতিক সঁজুলিসমূহেৰে গণিতক সহজ আৰু সৰল ৰূপত ছাত্ৰ-ছাত্ৰীসকলৰ মন মগজুলৈ বিয়পাই দিয়াৰ নতুন প্ৰচেষ্টা চলিছে এটা বিশেষ দিনক নিপুণ অসম দিৱস হিচাপে পালন কৰি সজাগতা অভিযানক আগলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰা হৈছে ৱেবছাইটৰ জৰিয়তে নিপুণ অসমৰ সমগ্ৰ কাৰ্যাৱলী ৰাজ্যৰ চুকে কোণে বিয়পোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছে অসম চৰকাৰে ছাত্ৰ-ছাত্ৰীসকলক প্ৰযুক্তিগতভাৱেও আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ বিশেষ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানত 100 দিনীয়া পঠন অভিযান চলাই নিপুণ অসম অভিযানে সামগ্ৰিকভাৱে কণমানিহঁতৰ শিক্ষাৰ এক নতুন দিগন্তৰ সূচনা কৰিছে মৌলিক ভাষা জ্ঞান আৰু বুনিয়াদী সংখ্যা জ্ঞান শিশুসকলৰ শিক্ষাৰ মূল ভেটি এই শৈক্ষিক ভেটি নিৰ্মাণৰ অন্যতম নাম নিপুণ অসম অভিযান সংগীতৰ মাধ্যমেৰে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ অভিলাষী প্ৰয়াসক ৰাইজৰ মাজলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ সুন্দৰ প্ৰয়াস চলাইছে সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা তথা ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে
পঢ়িবলৈ যাম শিকিবলৈ যাম আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ অসম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে গঢ়িম
নিপুণ অসমৰ জৰিয়তে গঢ়োৱা হওক শিক্ষাদানৰ সবল ভেটি আপোনাৰ সন্তানে পাওক সুন্দৰ ভৱিষ্যতৰ দুৰন্ত গতি শিক্ষা সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাইহে দিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অভিপ্ৰায় নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা তৃতীয় শ্ৰেণীলৈ আমাৰ সন্তানে লয় জীৱনৰ আদিপাঠ গতিকে এই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সময়খিনিত 3 পৰা 9 বছৰীয়া শিশুক বিশেষ পদ্ধতিৰে পৃথক আৰু সুন্দৰ পৰিৱেশত শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি সুদক্ষ কৰি তোলাটো নিপুণ ভাৰত নিপুণ অসমৰ অন্যতম লক্ষ্য ৰাজ্যিক জিলা আৰু ব্লক পৰ্যায়ত প্ৰকল্প সঞ্চালন গোট অৰ্থাৎ প্ৰজেক্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট ইউনিট স্থাপন কৰি এই অভিযান যুদ্ধকালীন গতিত আৰম্ভ কৰিছে ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে। গঠন কৰা হৈছে একাডেমিক টাস্ক ফ'ৰ্চ। স্কুল মেণ্টৰ নিৰ্বাচন কৰি বিদ্যায়তনিক সহযোগিতা আগবঢ়োৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। ইউনিচেফ, LLF, CSF, প্ৰথম, বিক্ৰমশিলা আৰু এক ষ্টেপ ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন এই প্ৰকল্পৰ সহযোগী। প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ বাবে শিক্ষক নিৰ্দিষ্ট কৰি দায়িত্ব অৰ্পণ কৰা হৈছে। গঠন কৰা হৈছে ৰাজ্যিক সমল গোট। সৰ্বপ্ৰকাৰৰ প্ৰশিক্ষণ, অৰিয়েণ্টেশ্যন আদি কাৰ্যসূচীৰ আয়োজনেৰে লক্ষ্য প্ৰাপ্তিৰ দিশত সুদক্ষতাৰে ধাৱমান হৈছে নিপুণ অসম। শিক্ষকসকলৰ দক্ষতা বৃদ্ধিৰো ব্যৱস্থা গ্ৰহণ কৰা হৈছে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ জৰিয়তে। ধাৰাবাহিক পেছাদাৰী উন্নয়নৰ বাবে সহযোগী সমল ব্যৱস্থা আৰম্ভ কৰা হৈছে। অসমীয়াৰ বাহিৰেও এই প্ৰকল্পৰ অধীনত ইংৰাজী, হিন্দী, গাৰো, মাৰ, বাংলা আদি ভাষাতো এই বিশেষ শিক্ষাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে। শিক্ষা অনুষ্ঠানত নকৈ সজাই তুলি নতুন ৰূপ দিয়াৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলোৱা হৈছে। কথোপকথন সূচী তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে। শব্দৰ জাল, বৰ্ণ কাৰ্ড, বৰ্ণাৱলী চাৰ্ট, ব্যঞ্জন বৰ্ণৰ নতুন চাৰ্ট, বাক্যৰ চাৰ্ট, বিগ বুকছ আদি বিভিন্ন সমল তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে। নতুনৰ জোৱাৰ আহিছে নিপুণ অসম কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে। গাণিতিক সঁজুলিসমূহেৰে গণিতক সহজ আৰু সৰল ৰূপত ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলৰ মন মগজুলৈ বিয়পাই দিয়াৰ নতুন প্ৰচেষ্টা চলিছে। এটা বিশেষ দিনক নিপুণ অসম দিৱস হিচাপে পালন কৰি সজাগতা অভিযানক আগলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰা হৈছে। ৱেবছাইটৰ জৰিয়তে নিপুণ অসমৰ সমগ্ৰ কাৰ্যাৱলী ৰাজ্যৰ চুকে কোণে বিয়পোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছে অসম চৰকাৰে। ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক প্ৰযুক্তিগতভাৱেও আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ বিশেষ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানত। 100 দিনীয়া পঠন অভিযান চলাই নিপুণ অসম অভিযানে সামগ্ৰিকভাৱে কণমানি
Education is fundamental for achieving full human potential. Okay? So for us to be able to achieve full human potential, education is very, very important, and also for developing an equitable and just society and promoting national development. Now, if you read the NEP 2020, what is the purpose of education? And before I start about this, I just want to mention that usually with our children, our focus is more on how they achieve academically, okay? So what happens is that when a child goes back home or when a teacher goes to school, they ask for the progress report card. And the first thing that parents, they look is that how much has my child has been able to secure for maths and for science. But is that education? That is just one part of education. But as it is written in the National Education Policy 2020, the purpose of education is to develop good human beings. This is the ultimate goal of education, to be able to develop good human beings. And good human beings, as you can see over there, who are capable of rational thought and action, who are able to reason out, to rationalize, possessing compassion and empathy. Compassion and empathy. These are attributes of a good human being. Compassion, empathy. And when you look into the generation, you will find that this has really gone down. The personal, social qualities of the children and also of the teachers, they have gone down. And if the personal, social qualities of the teachers, they go down, then naturally they will have a very negative impact on the children. But what is the purpose of education? It is to be able to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage to speak out the truth, okay, and resilience to work hard, scientific temper and creative imagination with sound ethical moorings and values. And as you read the NEP 2020, you will find that whatever is written on the purpose of education, it is reflected in the document. Here, it aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our Constitution. So here, this is why when I started this class, I wanted to show you the importance of the preamble of the Indian Constitution. And we are able to do it, we will be able to do it once we understand the foundation. And further, if you read the document, I did not bring it with me here, you will find that in the first chapter, it is written that the teacher must be at the center of fundamental reforms in the education system. So who is the person who is responsible to bring out this change which in our students? It is the teacher. You play a very fundamental role, and especially because I'm speaking to the principals of the secondary level, you know, you play such an important role because you are the exemplar schools. You will emerge from one level to another level and then be the model school for your neighboring schools. So therefore, the schools which should implement the NEP first, it is your schools, the SHRI schools. Therefore, coming for this particular program is very, very important. Maybe what I am talking at this time, maybe it is something which you are practicing. Or maybe it is something where you need to think, to introspect, and think, what are the changes that I need to make from now onwards in order to be in line with the National Education Policy 2020. I will be quick, okay? Now, when you read further, the NEP 2020, it talks about the vision. I request that, you need not take pictures of the slides. I will give it to Mr. Roman and he will share it with you. Yeah, what is the vision? To instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian. This is the vision of the National Education Policy. And this, it's important. Among the learners, a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development and living, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. And if we look at this, to some of us, these are words which we have heard every now and then. But the time has come for each one of us that it is not words that we just hear, but words that we put it into practice. Words which would be able to change the education scenario in our country. I will not go into this because as we talk now about the principles of the NEP 2020, on what does it stand, all these principles, they will get reflected in the vision. So to be quick, I will just move forward with this. Fundamental principles. Recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. How many students you mentioned you have? Some of you said 1,400, 1,200, maybe 800, maybe 500. And what is important is that the first guiding principle, we need to recognize. Is it possible? Okay. Individual, all right. I hope that if these are very genuine concerns where the teacher-pupil ratio is too high, these they need to bring up to the authority so that you will not remain as how you are now. But maybe the government will take some initiatives on this, because I understand, like to a big gathering like this, even if a session like this goes on, it will be very difficult. First of all, to recognize, then to identify and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. Here it talks about each student. It's a very, very difficult task. And if you read the document, the NEP 2020, it talks so much about how to enhance teachers, the professional growth in teachers. It talks about the integrated teacher education approach now. Okay? So here, it means what? That if we are really committed, we need to start, and we just cannot start with a negative statement. Let us start first, bit by bit, bit by bit. So therefore, teachers, as it is mentioned over there, they are the key players, and we need teachers who really have a compassion. We need teachers who are really sincere. We need teachers who will not just hear, but put into action to see the change. Because if we are what we are now, I'm talking about the large-scale teachers, it will be very difficult. But if we want to see a change in our country, how do we contribute to bring development to this country? By playing a role, each role. And each role, if we contribute together, we will be able to bring some changes. Recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities. What are those unique capabilities of each student by sensitizing teachers as well as parents? What I like about the NEP 2020 is that it really brings everyone together, in the education process. It is not only the duty of the teacher, but also we need to sensitize parents on this, that if they notice something which is different, something which is unique in the child, that should be reported to the teacher. And it is the teacher then who will be able to foster, to bring out that unique capability in each child. So therefore, when you have your sensitization programs, it should cut across the community. We talk about the community, the teachers, and so on and so forth. When I was in school, what happened, I remember my parents, they could not really walk into my school. Why? Because they were there only to see the annual concerts that we would perform. But what I see now in schools is that Schools have become more parent-friendly, right? Parents can go, they walk into the school, they talk with the teachers. This is the change which we want. Because if we are to bring changes in the child, everyone should play an important role in that. By sensitizing teachers as well as parents to promote each student's holistic development in both academic and non-academic spheres. You know, maybe the child sometimes is shy, is like, you know, shy to show the kind of abilities that the child does. But who is it that knows the child better? It is the parent. So therefore the NEP 2020, it does not leave this burden only to the teachers to recognize, to identify, and to foster the unique capabilities, but it also talks about the role of the parents, the contribution of the parents in order to be able to help the child grow, develop both academically and also in the non-academic spheres. Let us go to the second principle. According the highest priority to achieving foundational literacy and numeracy by all students by grade 3. So what does this principle talk about? Please see. What is it that it talks about? According the highest priority to achieving foundational literacy and numeracy by all students by grade 3. So therefore it talks about what? Yes, yes, yes. Please say something. Yeah, numeracy, literacy. So what happens to numeracy and literacy? Very good, the foundation. The foundation. Because if you look into the previous recommendations on education, the first recommendation on education, as we know, is the University Commission. Okay, the Radhakrishnan Commission. Now, it talks about what? Changes at the highest level. Okay, then came the secondary education, changes at the secondary education. Yes, the Kothari Commission, it talks about changes throughout the entire system. And now, the NEP 2020, it believes that if the purpose of education is this, if the vision of education is this, the foundation needs to be very, very solid. It should be very, very strong. Strong. Because if the foundation is not strong, then gradually what happens? The system is going to collapse. You will agree with me that when we talk about students who have just graduated, I'm talking in general, when they come and then when they write a simple letter, there are so many mistakes. So many mistakes. Do you agree with me? Yes. Yes? Weak foundation. Are they able to communicate properly? No. Why? Because the foundation is very weak. So therefore, what does the National Education Policy 2020 talks about? It says that highest priority should be to lay a solid foundation. And here when you talk about the structure, the school structure of the National Education Policy 2020, how is the structure? 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So now secondary level, is there anything as senior secondary level and secondary level? No. It all comes in that secondary level, right? What does it talk about? The foundation stage. Did they divide the foundation stage? Yes. How did they divide the foundation stage? Yeah, very good. Is it 2 plus 3? 3 plus 2. It is 3 plus 2. What is this 3 that we're talking about? Pre-primary education. It is the pre-primary education. Why? Why is it that we talk about pre-primary education? Because in most of the schools, across the country, we find that education starts from class 1. Okay? And for the pre-primary education, where do children go to school? They go to a small school here, a small school there, a school which is run by Anganwadis, you know. So is there any uniformity? No. There is no uniformity. And because there is no uniformity, and then there is also no proper aim, no proper objective. Somebody just opens a school for children, and what do? The first thing that the child has to do, even when a child cannot hold a pen properly because the motor coordination has not really developed, they are taught to do what? To write, yes sir, thank you for helping me. Class 3 child, to write alphabets. Okay, this is the time that the child should be able to enjoy. Okay, all right, let them go to school. It's a time where they should learn how to express in any form, enjoy. But then the moment they walk into a school, I see the changes now. I know you see the changes now. But in most, even from the age of class 3 years, a child is given a pencil. A child is not able to hold the pencil properly, but still the child is forced to write what? Yes, the alphabets. Okay? You know, I have this neighbor of mine, you know, who's about 4 years. So I did not see him for quite some time. So one afternoon I saw him. I said, how come you did not come out to play? He said, Auntie, I've got exams. All right? And I felt so pity for him. And after some time, I heard the mother saying, come, come, come. You write now the alphabets. You write now the numbers. You get my point? Yeah. It is what? It is where we just impose everything on the child. The child is not ready. Remember the law of readiness? Yes. All right, the law of readiness. So here the child is not ready, but the child is forced. And then what happens? Do you think so this child will able to really develop the love for reading, for writing, for this, for that? No. Now, even at the age of 4, he is bombarded with which words? Exams. I've got exams. Okay? So here, the NEP 2020, it talks about what? Building that foundation. And so therefore, what happens, because it plays because the foundation stage plays such an important role, there is what we have as the National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage. Have you seen this document? You please do one thing, you go to the website, you can just download, make copies of this, because it is here that everything is taken care of when we talk about the foundational level. And we should do it together. It's not that in Assam you do it in a different way, Meghalaya, other parts of the country. No, we have a national curriculum framework for foundational stage. Which year did this come up? In the year 2022. And further, when you talk about the foundational level, if you open page 30 of this National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage 2022, you will find what are the key initiatives which the government of India, which our government has taken in order to be able to build this foundational stage. Okay, so you have a document which is known as Nipun Bharat. How many of you have heard? Nipun Bharat? Very good. So this is a document which you need to refer. Okay. What does Nipun stand for? N-I-P-U-N? National Initiatives for Proficiency in Reading and Understanding and Numeracy. Another one is Vidya Pravesh. Please take down these documents. First is Nipun Bharat, N-I-P-U-N. Another one is Vidya Pravesh, and another one is Balvatika. These are very, very important documents. Documents which you need to study. Documents which you need to sensitize your teachers in order to be able to build up this foundation stage in education. Nipun Bharat, and another one is the, the Vidya Pravesh, and another one is the Balvatika. Okay? Now, you know, here, when you read this national education policy, how is it different from the other policies? It is different. Why? Because, as I told you, it lays so much importance on early childhood care and education. Early childhood care and education. To build up what? Foundational literacy and numeracy. Okay, how are children taught language in the classroom? Class 1 children? By? Okay, all right, yeah, because play is a very important approach, especially for the foundational stage. But the moment they walk into the classroom, how does a child learn a language? Repeating, all right then? Yes, yes, yes. Very good. What else? How? Okay, all right. But then, you know, okay, these are different ways. But, you know, sometimes, like what we said earlier, when a child walks into pre-KG, a child is, the first thing that a child is given is what? Not the first thing. A child is being like introduced to writing. Writing. But what does these skills they talk about? It is what? Listening. Very good. Another one? Writing is the last one. Exactly, sir. Exactly. So therefore, these are some of the minor changes which we need to bring in order to be able to build the foundational literacy and numeracy. What about maths? How are children taught? If you read these documents, there are very innovative ways to help a child develop interest and not have a fear of learning maths or of learning any other subject. Flexibility, so that teachers have the ability, so that learners have the ability to choose their learning trajectories and programs, and thereby choose their own paths in life according to their talents and interests. It talks about what? Flexibility. Flexibility of what? Of learning. So when we talk about flexibility of learning, this should be reflected in our curriculum and also in the choice of studies. We should be very, very flexible. Why? Because if we want that the best in the child is to come out, then we have to adjust the learning with the child's growth and development. That adjustment is very important. But sometimes what happens? We restrict learning, and because we restrict learning, the child is not able really to fully develop. So therefore, that is where when we talk about the flexibility. I'm just looking at the time. Okay. No hard separations between arts and sciences, between curricular and extracurricular activities, between vocational and academic streams, etc., in order to be able to eliminate harmful hierarchies among and silos between different areas of learning. Is this practice at the secondary level, 11 and 12 in your schools now? Okay, but then do you still have the hard separation of subjects? Is it still there? Okay, now if the NEP talks about no hard separation between arts and sciences, that means you will need now to think. Where? And sociology. Okay, so you are allowing. So see, it will take some time. It's not that you can bring all these changes, but once you know about it, then you need to start acting on it. Please do not keep quiet. What about the board here in Assam? The school board? Opt either for science or either, it is still there. Okay, so what will you do? So far. And I know also that the education department of the different states, of all the states across the country, they are trying to bring these changes. I know of the state of Meghalaya, where soon they are going to come with their own state curriculum framework based on the NEP 2020. So, and I know that it is there also happening in Assam, but you are the ones to push to see that these changes are there in the education system. Multidisciplinary and holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports for a multidisciplinary world in order to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledge. I know that the CBSE has done this for quite some time, because when they have their project works, right, it is always the multidisciplinary approach. What about the other schools? Who is here from CBSE? Yeah. Sir, can you just share some of the projects that you give to your children from making it the multidisciplinary approach?
the students are given some project like field visit. They used to visit the paddy fields or whatever the cultivations are going on nearby areas. They used to collect the information how the product was, cultivated, what type of, necessary manures are given, what type of steps are taken by the cultivators for that. That sort of projects are given. Okay. Various projects are there.
Okay. And then how do you make it multidisciplinary?
So, like when we assign the subjects, we combine the subjects to each other. For example, if we are teaching sociology or geography, that will be assimilated with the economics. So in that way, we are trying to give the multidisciplinary lessons or informations to the teacher, to the students.
Thank you. What is the feedback that you get from the students? Do they enjoy doing it? Yeah, what is the reason?
Whenever we learn something, if it is new, we are very much interested to learn that. The students are getting it as a new concept. And even if, we have been conducting the market in the school campus also. During Bihu, we used to allow them to open shop inside the campus. They used to sell the pitas, larus and other things. So we teachers become the customer, the students were the seller. So that way also we try to give them the present situation learning of the society. Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to share other examples? Or can we just move ahead? Because I want to focus more on the pedagogy. Emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams. What does it mean? How do your children learn in the classroom? How do they learn? Rote learning is also there, sir? You cannot deny? Okay, what about, is rote learning happening now? Please raise up your hands. Please be very honest. Rote learning. What about the group over there? Has it really helped the child? Yes? Short term only. Why?
Assam board is introducing, ma'am. Assam board, SEBA has already started conceptual learning in their school, and also training our teachers regarding all these matters. They have hired methodology from CBSE.
Okay.
And has been started from last year's board exam.
Okay, all right. So each one of us, thank you, sir. Each one of us will realize that rote learning has never helped us. It has never helped me. Okay? I learned, I committed, I vomited during the exams and I forgot. But is that learning? No. Learning is something where a child is able to make use of that learning. And a child will be able to make use, apply that learning only when the child has understood, only when the child is part of that learning process. Then only that is real learning. Let me give you an example. Can we build a pillar here now? Huh? How many of you say no? Okay, sir. 1, 2. How many of you? Huh?
Suddenly not possible.
No, not suddenly. I met father during the break and he told me that I will give you 2 months to bake the pillar. Is it possible? Possible? Is it possible? He has given me 2 months' time. He said, together with your teachers, principals of all the SHRI schools from Assam, please make a pillar here in the room. Is it possible? The first thing, let us be flexible. Let us be open for anything. The mindset should always be, yes. All right, now, how will we make this pillar? He said somewhere here, center. How will we make this pillar? Very good, we'll identify the place then. List the materials. What are these materials? Come. What are these materials? Is Sir the spokesperson of this group? Okay, all right. So, Sir, you said we will need materials. What are the materials from the back? Can you tell me? If we have to make a pillar, what is required? Sir, can you tell me? Water, all right. We have it. It's so near from the Brahmaputra now. What else? Very good. Water, manpower, chips, sand, cement, rods. What? Okay, so Sir is talking about planning. How I wish I have. So the first thing is what? Where is Mr. Roman? Huh? Okay, forget it. So here we need planning, number one. Number two, it's okay, sir. So we need materials, all right? You have listed those materials. You have listed from water to sand, to chips, to iron rods, to manpower, to cement, to what? What? Bricks, okay, all right. What else? Skilled persons, what else? Okay, all right. Laborers, so on and so forth. How much of water? What is sufficient water? What is it that we have to build? Pillar. So water, sufficient water is vague. How much of water? Sir, we have to build, not anyone else. So you tell me how much. Sir. Sir, it's a construction. We have to construct ourselves. Why? Very good. Place it. How much of sand? Yeah, so, sir, we are planning now. This is an estimate on planning. So you tell me. So how much of sand? Plan from here down. Okay, all right. So can we give an exact measurement? Why? Yeah, because we have never built a pillar. We have never built a pillar. But suppose we bring all these materials here and together we build the pillar. Can we build? Okay, fine, but then there will be someone also to supervise. Okay, and then can we build? Yes, we can. And will you be able to build it again the second time? Yes or no? Yes. Will you be able to build it the third time? Why? Because you have been part and parcel of that building process. Education, learning also is like that. If a child is part of the learning process, the child will remember, the child will understand, the child will be able to apply, make use of it, and not forget. So therefore, the NEP 2020, it says that emphasis should be on conceptual understanding rather than on rote learning. There cannot be any rote learning. So therefore, the NEP, if you read the document, it mentions that the kind of pedagogy that it wants is experiential learning. Experiential. The child should be part and parcel of this learning process. The child should experience that. Okay, so therefore we talk about what now? Learning by doing. We talk about what? Playing, anything. What else? Activity based. Why? So that the learning process is going to be active. Two-sided. Okay, and when I talk about this, I want to mention that it was the National Curriculum Framework 2005 which wanted to bring this breakthrough into the learning process. If you remember, Chapter 2 of the National Curriculum Framework 2005, it talks about the learner. And as it talks about the learner, it talks about that the learner learns in a variety of ways. If we want that proper learning should be there, we should remember that the learners, they learn in a variety of ways. There is not only one way. Some may learn through discussion, some may learn only through listening, some may learn through activity based, some of you may learn by just observing, and so on and so forth. So therefore, when we go to the classroom, I should think about our learners that they learn in a variety of ways, because why? Unique individuals. You learn in one way, I learn in another way. It doesn't matter as long as I learn. And as I talk about this, I want you to realize how flexible our classrooms should be to be able to accommodate the learning process of each child in the classroom. A learning process. Each child. What is it that I should do best in my class so that after the class, my students will be able to learn something, to learn. And if we are able to do like that, then what happens? It will not be learning for exams only. Because we want to build up individuals step by step. And please read whatever we talked earlier about the purpose of education, to make them rational, to be critical thinking. These are very, very important terms which are very, very important for the 21st century. When I think about the 21st century and what the 21st century has to offer to our students, okay, it demands a lot of work from you and me. How do we prepare these children in the classroom so that they will be able to cope with the 21st century, with the demands of the 21st century? And one of the things is that there should be a revamping all over in the way that students learn. Okay, we have to think of innovative ways, creative ways. Think about something that they come to this class, and my purpose is that when they walk out from their class, they should be able to learn. And not that they come to the classroom, they sit in the classroom, they go home, they go for their tuitions, there again also it is rote learning, they go back, the child is exhausted, the child does not get to do any games, sports, engage in co-curricular activities, and then we are not helping the child to be able to bring about the holistic development in the child. Conceptual understanding, very important, okay? And this conceptual understanding, it should go higher and higher from one level to another level. Think. Suppose in the classroom, okay, I will give you this example. You know, we have to do many of these research. So I went to a particular school, I will not mention whether it's here, I went to a school, and on that day it was raining. And, you know, students, they came, they were wet, they were like tired also because they were wet, and then they came into this classroom, and the teacher, what happened? Walked into the classroom. It was class 9. And when the teacher walked into the classroom, the first thing that the teacher did was that the teacher scolded the children in the classroom. Why are you late? Sit down. Come. You know, all that. All the shouting was there. I was sitting at the back, and I was very scared in case the teacher would scold me also. Okay, so I was really trying to hide, you know, behind the students so that the teacher would not see me. Why? Because there was so much of fear, the fear in the classroom, that I, at my age also, I was scared to sit there. As soon as the teacher came, the teacher said, open your books. So some opened, some did not open. Then maybe he got tired because they were talking at the back. Some students, they were just talking there. And I was part of those who were talking. Why? Because I was sitting at the back. And this teacher started. He said, today the class is on light. In a class which was full of darkness. Okay? Light. The teacher read the first passage. Have you understood? Everyone said, yes, sir. Because why? Of the fear. Fear. They just wanted maybe the teacher to go out. Read the second paragraph. Then I was just thinking, I said, is there light in this classroom? I was watching, I could see the bulb, I could see the switch, but there was complete darkness. And what was the teacher doing? Teaching light in the midst of darkness. Now, after that, I looked to the other side and I saw that there were lights in the other classroom. But this teacher refused to link this learning, with what? With the present situation. So is that learning? And what did they do? The students, after some time, the bell rang and they left the classroom. Therefore, the NEP 2020, it talks about what? It talks about that whatever we do in the classroom, it should be that students will be able to learn, to be able to conceptualize. The moment they are able to conceptualize, that means they have understood, and then they will apply, and that is where the joy of learning will be. And that joy of learning will come from inside and not from outside. Please, you are the exemplar schools, all right? Other schools are going to learn from you. Please bring changes in the learning process. From teacher-centered pedagogy, make it child-centered pedagogy. And what is a child-centered pedagogy? A child-centered pedagogy is a pedagogy where the child's voices, number one, voices, they get to talk. The child's experiences, voices, experiences, you know, they form part of the classroom. And it talks about what? The constructing of knowledge. The child needs to construct that knowledge from one level to another level. And if the child is actively involved in the learning process, that is real learning which has really taken place in the classroom. Is it clear? So here it talks about emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams. Creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decision making and innovation. Creativity. What is creativity? Are you all creative? How many of you are creative in this class? No one is creative? Huh? Do you do this, ladies, do you cook dal in the same way every time? Huh? Do you change? Ladies, you'll have to change. Because if you cook dal every day in the same way, what will happen? Huh? Well, so much of fighting. Is this the way you cook? I'm tired of eating this. Why don't you cook something else? You know, creativity is there in each one of us. You cannot say that you are not creative. Each one of us, but you know, it differs from one person to another person. But all of us, we are born with some creative ability, and we need to develop this in our students. Ask them to do things in different ways, not in the same way. And how will you build creativity? You can build creativity, first of all, by showing an example from your side. If you go to the classroom, if you teach in the same way, 24/7, you are going also to develop students who are like that. But be different every day. What is it that I will be different today so that my students will be able to see it from a different perspective? And if you are like that, that creativity will be, they will see that, and gradually the creativity in the children will be able to blossom out. And yes, we have to provide them with activities where this will be able to grow, to develop in each child. Creativity, critical thinking, very important. I want to share with you that I know of a girl now who is like studying and where there's a lot of, you know, the critical thinking. Critical thinking is there for everything, for every subject. And the way they do it, it is amazing. Okay? And I hope that we will be able also to do these changes in our classrooms. We will start from these SHRI schools, and gradually it is going to flourish. I hope that there will be a full session on pedagogy, how to really give you some of the ideas as how to bring out creativity and critical thinking in the classroom. Ethics and human and constitutional values like empathy, respect for others, cleanliness, courtesy, democratic spirit, spirit of service, respect for public property, scientific temper, liberty, responsibility, pluralism, equality, and justice. You know, these are some things which we should cut across in our classrooms. How do we bring this in our children? Empathy, respect for others. How is the behavior of your students now? Can you just share for some time? Are they good in their behavior? Yes? Okay, all right. From the back, can I hear some responses? Good? Very good. Why do you say good? Can you give me some examples? Okay, what about the others? Thank you. Happy to hear that. What about the others? Okay, is that reflected in their behavior? Yes. Very good. Okay, others? Daily. Others? Good, good, good. Yes. Yes, yeah, true. It should cut across, ma'am. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, what I said is that let us build on more of these, initiatives which we have taken in, as principals of the schools. And like what ma'am said, all these, they should cut across curricular and co-curricular activities. It cannot be as a special subject that we have, a separate subject, right? Okay, I'm looking at the time. I should wind up at 3:30. What I'll do is that the rest, these are, I will share with you the PPT, okay? Mr. Roman, please, can you give them? It will help them for their ready reference. And what are some of the, what do I say, the takeaways that you take from this session? Yes, ma'am? A new approach, yeah. And I believe that that should start, only with a positive mindset. Because if we have a negative mindset, we will never be able to bring changes. And so therefore it is important that we are positive. We hear of something, we think about it, we try to do it, and we will not just like say, no, it is not possible. Why? Because then changes will not happen in the education system. right? Okay. Now, I have come to the end of this session. Is there anything which you would like to say? Huh? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anyway, I mean, I'm happy to meet each one of you. And like what I said, when you go back from this 3-day training program, please go back as principals of schools who have learned, and not only learned, but determined to put into action. And please share the best practices amongst yourselves. Please share the problems that you have with one another. Only in that way we will be able to grow, we will be able to bring changes in the education system. Okay? So once again, I thank Mr. Roman Das. Thank you so much. And to everyone present over here, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
So it's a very nice presentation and from Dakar ma'am. So we'll ever remember her. So definitely in future course of time also. So we'll seek your constant support. Okay. Yes, yes. So sweet voice, huh? So it's a tremendous session. So again, from the state of Assam, let's give a good applause.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dakar ma'am. And let's have a tea break for 15 minutes. We'll going down the floor.
You know, I work in the Northeast Regional Institute of Education. Do you know where it is? The Northeast Regional Institute of Education is a constituent unit of the NCERT, and it will be good if you come to our institute, and because the big boss is here, Mr. Roman, please see if they can come to the institute. I want to show them the studio that we have where we make these e-content for the students and, you know, the other facilities. So therefore, anytime when you get the opportunity, please come. Come to Niri. It will be good. Thank you.
পঢ়িবলে যাম শিকিবলে যাম আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ হম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে গঢ়িম অ আ ক খ গাম আমি 1 2 3 4 শিকি পঢ়ি শুনি বুজি পৃথিৱী জ্ঞানেৰে জিনি আমার বাণী হতে দিশ তৰিব আমাৰ হম আগবাঢ়িব আকাশতে আগান উৰাব আমাৰ শিশু আগবাঢ়িব নতুন হম পঢ়া লিখা হম নতুন নিপুণ হম শিক্ষিত শিশুৰ হম
শিক্ষা, সাক্ষৰতা আৰু উত্তৰণ বুনিয়াদী শিক্ষা আৰু সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ প্ৰতিটো শিশুৰ অধিকাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে পৃথিৱী জিনাৰ সময় এয়া আখৰ শিকি সংখ্যা গণি নিপুণ হোৱাৰ সময় এয়া সময়ৰ সৈতে কৰা সমান্তৰাল যাত্ৰাইহে দিব বিকশিত ভৱিষ্যতৰ গন্তব্যস্থান এই সত্য উপলব্ধি কৰি অগ্ৰগামী ভাৰত চৰকাৰে প্ৰগতিশীল প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী শ্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ ভাৰত অভিযান বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা আৰু বুনিয়াদী সাংখ্যিকতাৰ লক্ষ্যৰে কল্যাণকামী অসম চৰকাৰে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ দূৰদৰ্শী নেতৃত্বত আৰম্ভ কৰিছিল নিপুণ অসম অভিযান উদ্দেশ্য প্ৰত্যেক শিশুক বুনিয়াদী সাক্ষৰতা প্ৰদান কৰা ভৱিষ্যতৰ কৰ্ণধাৰ কণমানিহঁতক ভাষা জ্ঞান দি নিপুণ কৰা আৰু সংখ্যাৰ জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰা দৈনন্দিন জীৱনৰ প্ৰতিটো ক্ষণতে কণমানিহঁতে যাতে প্ৰতিটো সামগ্ৰীৰ পৰাই জ্ঞান অৰ্জন কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ প্ৰতি দৃষ্টি ৰখাটো অন্য এক অভিপ্ৰায় নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা তৃতীয় শ্ৰেণীলৈ আমাৰ সন্তানে লয় জীৱনৰ আদিপাঠ গতিকে এই গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ সময়খিনিত ৩ পৰা ৯ বছৰীয়া শিশুক বিশেষ পদ্ধতিৰে পৃথক আৰু সুন্দৰ পৰিৱেশত শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি সুদক্ষ কৰি তোলাটো নিপুণ ভাৰত নিপুণ অসমৰ অন্যতম লক্ষ্য ৰাজ্যিক জিলা আৰু ব্লক পৰ্যায়ত প্ৰকল্প সঞ্চালন গোট অৰ্থাৎ প্ৰজেক্ট মেনেজমেণ্ট ইউনিট স্থাপন কৰি এই অভিযান যুদ্ধকালীন গতিত আৰম্ভ কৰিছে ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে গঠন কৰা হৈছে একাডেমিক টাস্ক ফোৰ্স স্কুল মেন্টৰ নিৰ্বাচন কৰি বিদ্যায়তনিক সহযোগিতা আগবঢ়োৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে ইউনিচেফ এলএলএফ সিএসএফ প্ৰথম বিক্ৰমশিলা আৰু এক ষ্টেপ ফাউণ্ডেশ্যন এই প্ৰকল্পৰ সহযোগী প্ৰথম শ্ৰেণীৰ বাবে শিক্ষক নিৰ্দিষ্ট কৰি দায়িত্ব অৰ্পণ কৰা হৈছে গঠন কৰা হৈছে ৰাজ্যিক সমল গোট সৰ্বপ্ৰকাৰৰ প্ৰশিক্ষণ অৰিয়েণ্টেশ্যন আদি কাৰ্যসূচীৰ আয়োজনেৰে লক্ষ্য প্ৰাপ্তিৰ দিশত সুদক্ষতাৰে ধাৱমান হৈছে নিপুণ অসম শিক্ষকসকলৰ দক্ষতা বৃদ্ধিৰো ব্যৱস্থা গ্ৰহণ কৰা হৈছে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ জৰিয়তে ধাৰাবাহিক পেছাদাৰী উন্নয়নৰ বাবে সহযোগী সমল ব্যৱস্থা আৰম্ভ কৰা হৈছে অসমীয়াৰ বাহিৰেও এই প্ৰকল্পৰ অধীনত ইংৰাজী হিন্দী গাৰো মাৰ বাংলা আদি ভাষাটো এই বিশেষ শিক্ষাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰা হৈছে শিক্ষা অনুষ্ঠানত নকৈ সজাই তুলি নতুন ৰূপ দিয়াৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলোৱা হৈছে কথোপকথন সূচী তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে শব্দৰ জাল বৰ্ণ কাৰ্ড বৰ্ণাৱলী চাৰ্ট ব্যঞ্জন বৰ্ণৰ নতুন চাৰ্ট বাক্যৰ চাৰ্ট বিগ বুকছ আদি বিভিন্ন সমল তৈয়াৰ কৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মাজত বিতৰণ কৰা হৈছে নতুনৰ জোৱাৰ আহিছে নিপুণ অসম কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে গাণিতিক সঁজুলিসমূহেৰে গণিতক সহজ আৰু সৰল ৰূপত ছাত্ৰ-ছাত্ৰীসকলৰ মন মগজুলৈ বিয়পাই দিয়াৰ নতুন প্ৰচেষ্টা চলিছে এটা বিশেষ দিনক নিপুণ অসম দিৱস হিচাপে পালন কৰি সজাগতা অভিযানক আগলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস হৈছে ৱেবছাইটৰ জৰিয়তে নিপুণ অসমৰ সমগ্ৰ কাৰ্যাৱলী ৰাজ্যৰ চুকে কোণে বিয়পোৱাৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰিছে অসম চৰকাৰে ছাত্ৰ-ছাত্ৰীসকলক প্ৰযুক্তিগতভাৱেও আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ বিশেষ প্ৰচেষ্টা চলে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানত 100 দিনীয়া পঠন অভিযান চলাই নিপুণ অসম অভিযানে সামগ্ৰিকভাৱে কণমানিহঁতৰ শিক্ষাৰ এক নতুন দিগন্তৰ সূচনা কৰিছে মৌলিক ভাষা জ্ঞান আৰু বুনিয়াদী সংখ্যা জ্ঞান শিশুসকলৰ শিক্ষাৰ মূল ভেটি এই শৈক্ষিক ভেটি নিৰ্মাণৰ অন্যতম নাম নিপুণ অসম অভিযান সংগীতৰ মাধ্যমেৰে নিপুণ অসম অভিযানৰ অভিলাষী প্ৰয়াসক ৰাইজৰ মাজলৈ লৈ যোৱাৰ সুন্দৰ প্ৰয়াস চলাইছে সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা তথা ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰে
পঢ়িবলৈ যাম শিকিবলৈ যাম আখৰ শিকি ভাষা বুজি নিপুণ অসম আমি জ্ঞানেৰে গঢ়িম
নিপুণ অসমৰ জৰিয়তে গঢ়োৱা হওক শিক্ষাদানৰ সবল ভেটি আপোনাৰ সন্তানে পাওক সুন্দৰ ভৱিষ্যতৰ দুৰন্ত গতি
সকলোৱে পঢ়ক, সকলোৱে আগবাঢ়ক। এয়া মহৎ লক্ষ্য সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষাৰ। প্ৰতিযোগী সময়ৰ সৈতে খোজ মিলাই বিশ্বমুখী যাত্ৰা আৰম্ভ কৰিবলৈ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ দক্ষতা বিকাশৰ মাধ্যমেৰে বৃত্তিমুখী শিক্ষা প্ৰদান সময়ৰ আহ্বান। নেশ্যনেল স্কিল কোৱালিফিকেশ্যন ফ্ৰেমৱৰ্কৰ অধীনত বিদ্যালয়ত উচ্চ আৰু উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক পৰ্যায়ত ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ দক্ষতা বিকাশেৰে অগ্ৰগামী নাগৰিক হিচাপে গঢ়ি তোলাৰ দায়িত্ব লৈছো আমি অন্তঃকৰণেৰে। ৰাজ্যখনৰ 340খন বিদ্যালয় উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয়ত NSQFৰ অধীনত দক্ষতা বিকাশৰ আঁচনি ৰূপায়ণ কৰি থকা হৈছে। এই বৰ্ষত 168খন নতুন বিদ্যালয়ত আৰম্ভ হ'ব এই পাঠ্যক্ৰম। নৱম, দশম, একাদশ আৰু দ্বাদশ শ্ৰেণীৰ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীক মূলতঃ কৃষি, ক্ৰয় বিক্ৰয়, ব্যক্তিগত সুৰক্ষা, তথ্য প্ৰযুক্তি, পৰ্যটন আৰু পৰিচৰ্যা, স্বাস্থ্যসেৱা, সৌন্দৰ্য চৰ্চা আৰু সুস্বাস্থ্য এই ক্ষেত্ৰসমূহত সুদক্ষ কৰি গঢ়ি তোলাৰ বাবে প্ৰয়োজনীয় শিক্ষা প্ৰদান কৰি থকা হৈছে। নকৈ সংযোজিত হৈছে আৰু দুটা বিষয়, ইলেক্ট্ৰনিক্স এণ্ড হাৰ্ডৱেৰ আৰু অট'মেটিভ। বিদ্যায়তনিক শিক্ষাৰ সমান্তৰালকৈ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ মাজত সোমাই থকা বৃত্তিমুখী দক্ষতাসমূহক বিকাশৰ সুবিধা দি আত্মসংস্থাপনাৰ এক সুন্দৰ মঞ্চ তৈয়াৰ কৰাই আমাৰ উদ্দেশ্য।
সৰ্বদিশৰ সুশিক্ষাৰে উত্তৰ পুৰুষৰ সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ আৰু উত্তৰণ, এয়া ৰাজ্যৰ স্বপ্নদ্ৰষ্টা মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীৰ এক অগ্ৰগামী সপোন। উত্তৰ পুৰুষে সময়ৰ সৈতে খোজ মিলাই আগবাঢ়ক সূৰুযৰ দিশে, দেউকা মিলি উৰি যাওক উত্তৰণৰ মুকলি আকাশলৈ। আমাৰ উত্তৰ প্ৰজন্মক লৈ অগ্ৰগামী মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাই দেখা এই সপোনক সংকল্পৰ ৰূপত বাস্তৱ কৰাৰ এক অভিলাষী আঁচনিৰ নাম আৰোহণ। নতুন পুৰুষৰ মাজত থকা মেধা, প্ৰতিভা আৰু সম্ভাৱনাসমূহৰ বিকাশৰ মঞ্চ প্ৰদান কৰি আৰম্ভ কৰা এক ইতিবাচক আন্দোলনৰ নাম আৰোহণ। বিদ্যালয় চৌহদৰ পৰা শিক্ষাৰ্থীক উলিয়াই আনি বহিৰ্বিশ্বৰ সৈতে পৰিচয় কৰি দিয়াৰ প্ৰয়াস চলে আৰোহণৰ জৰিয়তে, যাতে মেধা বুদ্ধিদীপ্ত শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মনত পোখা মেলা সপোনে সঠিক পথেৰে আগুৱাব পাৰে বাস্তৱিক উত্তৰণৰ দিশে। ৰাজ্যখনৰ প্ৰগতিশীল মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীৰ অভিভাৱকত্বত ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ বিদ্যালয় শিক্ষা বিভাগ আৰু সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা অসমে 2022-23 বৰ্ষত আৰম্ভ কৰা এই আঁচনিৰ মূল চালিকা শক্তি হ'ল শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ ভৱিষ্যত গঢ়াৰ দায়িত্ব ল'বলৈ আগ্ৰহ কৰা মেণ্টৰ তথা শিক্ষকসকল আৰু মেধা সম্পন্ন মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকল। চৰকাৰী উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয়, চাহবাগিচা আদৰ্শ বিদ্যালয় আৰু কস্তুৰবা গান্ধী বালিকা বিদ্যালয়ৰ মেধাৱী শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক আৰোহণৰ মেণ্টি হিচাপে সামৰি লোৱা হৈছে। অষ্টম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা বছৰেকীয়া পৰীক্ষাত শীৰ্ষস্থান দখল কৰি উত্তীৰ্ণ হোৱা মেধাৱী শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক তেওঁলোকৰ অনুসন্ধিৎসু মন আৰু বুদ্ধিমত্তাৰ বিকাশৰ সুবিধা দি আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ প্ৰয়াস চলে আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে। এতিয়ালৈকে নৱম আৰু দশম শ্ৰেণীৰ মুঠ 8,664 গৰাকী শিক্ষাৰ্থীক 9,756 গৰাকী মেণ্টৰে বিশেষ সাহচৰ্য আৰু সহায় আগবঢ়াইছে আৰোহণৰ জৰিয়তে। 2022-23 বৰ্ষত আৰোহণ প্ৰকল্পই সামৰি লোৱা নৱম শ্ৰেণীৰ মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ সংখ্যা 4,339 গৰাকী, ইয়াৰ 65% ছাত্ৰী। আনহাতে দশম শ্ৰেণীত উপকৃত শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ সংখ্যা 4,325 গৰাকী, ইয়াৰে 37% ছাত্ৰী। আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে মেণ্টৰসকলে বিভিন্ন ক্ষেত্ৰৰ বিষয়ভিত্তিক তথ্য যোগান ধৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক মাৰ্গদৰ্শন কৰোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰে। শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ ব্যক্তিত্বৰ বিকাশ আৰু মানসিক উৎকৰ্ষ সাধনৰ বাবে আহিলা আৰু সমল যোগান ধৰে মেণ্টৰসকলে। এই আঁচনিত মেণ্টৰসকল কেৱল বিদ্যালয়ৰ শিক্ষকেই নহয়, মহাবিদ্যালয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ প্ৰবক্তাৰ পৰা ACS, IAS, APS, IPS, চৰকাৰী বিষয়া কৰ্মচাৰী, ব্যৱসায়ী, উদ্যোগী, অধিবক্তা, অভিযন্তা, চিকিৎসক, ভাস্কৰ, সেনা বিষয়াৰ পৰা স্বেচ্ছাসেৱী সংগঠনৰ প্ৰতিনিধিলৈকে সৰ্বস্তৰৰ ব্যক্তিক মেণ্টৰ হিচাপে স্বীকৃতি দিয়া হয়। সৰ্বস্তৰৰ ব্যক্তিয়ে যাতে তেওঁলোকৰ ব্যৱহাৰিক জ্ঞানেৰে শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মনোজগত বিকশিত কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ বাবে সকলোৰে অংশগ্ৰহণ শিক্ষা বিভাগৰ কাম্য। এতিয়ালৈকে আৰোহণ পৰ্টেলত মুঠ ৯,৭৫৬ গৰাকী মেণ্টৰে নাম পঞ্জীয়নভুক্ত কৰিছে। ১,৪৬৬খন কলেজ, বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় তথা উচ্চ শিক্ষাৰ প্ৰতিষ্ঠানৰ নামো পঞ্জীয়নভুক্ত হৈছে এই আঁচনিৰ বাবে। এই আঁচনিৰ অন্যতম গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ আৰু আকৰ্ষণীয় অংশ হ'ল মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ জ্ঞান অন্বেষণৰ বিশেষ ভ্ৰমণ। IIT, ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰিং, মেডিকেল কলেজ, বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়কে ধৰি বিভিন্ন উচ্চ শিক্ষাৰ প্ৰতিষ্ঠান তথা আন জ্ঞান প্ৰাপ্তিৰ স্থানলৈ আনি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ অনুসন্ধিৎসু মনৰ উৎকৰ্ষ সাধনৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা কৰা হয়। এনে জ্ঞান অন্বেষণ যাত্ৰাকালত দিয়া হয় বৈদ্যায়তনিক আৰু সাংস্কৃতিক প্ৰতিভা বিকাশৰ মঞ্চ। প্ৰথম পৰ্যায়ত 10খন জিলাৰ মুঠ 1,107 গৰাকী মেণ্টিক এই জ্ঞান অন্বেষণ যাত্ৰাৰে উপকৃত কৰাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰা হৈছিল। চৰাইদেউ, শিৱসাগৰ, নগাঁও, হোজাই, ওদালগুৰি, দৰং, বিশ্বনাথ, শোণিতপুৰ, যোৰহাট, ডিমা হাছাও, বাক্সা আৰু কাৰ্বি আংলং জিলাৰ শিক্ষাৰ্থীক সামৰি লোৱা হৈছিল এই যাত্ৰাত। এই ভ্ৰমণকালত শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলে IIT গুৱাহাটী, বায়'টেক পাৰ্ক, নাৰেংগীৰ সেনা ছাউনি, অসম প্ৰশাসনিক পদাধিকাৰী মহাবিদ্যালয়, ৰিজিয়নেল ছায়েন্স চেণ্টাৰ, তাৰকা গৃহ, ৰাজ্যিক চিৰিয়াখানা, শ্ৰীমন্ত শংকৰদেৱ কলাক্ষেত্ৰৰ দৰে স্থান দৰ্শন কৰি জ্ঞান আহৰণৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰোৱা হৈছিল। আলোচনা, সাক্ষাৎকাৰ, মত বিনিময় আদিৰ জৰিয়তে শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মানসিক উৎকৰ্ষ সাধনৰ প্ৰয়াস চলোৱা হ'ল।
My question is, what is the importance of biotechnology?
প্ৰবক্তা, বিজ্ঞানী, সেনা বিষয়া, কেৰিয়াৰ কাউন্সিলৰ আদিৰ দ্বাৰা উদগনিমূলক বাৰ্তা প্ৰেৰণৰো প্ৰচেষ্টা কৰা হৈছিল।
মোৰ এটাই অনুৰোধ সকলোকে যে তোমালোকে কেতিয়াও প্ৰতিযোগিতা কৰিলে বেলেগৰ লগত প্ৰতিযোগিতা নকৰিবা, নিজৰ লগত প্ৰতিযোগিতা কৰিবা।
এখন কলেজত মানে চৰকাৰী অফিচাৰ বা কৰ্মচাৰী নাই, সেইকাৰণে এখন প্ৰশাসনীয় পদাধিকাৰী মহাবিদ্যালয়।
বিভিন্ন সাংস্কৃতিক কাৰ্যসূচীৰ মাজেৰে শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলে পাৰদৰ্শিতা আৰু প্ৰতিভা প্ৰদৰ্শন কৰে এই ভ্ৰমণকালত। পৰৱৰ্তী পৰ্যায়ত 21খন জিলাৰ পৰা 10ম শ্ৰেণীৰ 2,926 গৰাকী শিক্ষাৰ্থীক এই জ্ঞান আৰোহণ যাত্ৰাৰ কাৰ্যসূচীৰ দ্বাৰা সামৰি লোৱাৰ পৰিকল্পনা কৰা হৈছে।
অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী মাননীয় ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ছাৰক এই আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে আমাক এই সুযোগ প্ৰদান কৰাৰ বাবে অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ আৰু লগতে এই আঁচনিৰ সমূহ বিষয়ববীয়ালৈ অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ।
আৰোহণ স্কিমৰ দ্বাৰা আমাক যিহেতু শিক্ষামূলক ভ্ৰমণৰ কাৰণে গুৱাহাটী IITলৈ অনা হৈছে আৰু গুৱাহাটী IITৰ বিভিন্ন ঠাই লগতে ছায়েন্স মিউজিয়াম, শংকৰদেৱৰ কলাক্ষেত্ৰ আদি ইত্যাদি বহুখিনি আমাৰ জানিবলগীয়া কথা আমাৰ লগত অৱগত কৰাইছে।
আমি গুৱাহাটীলৈ আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে আহি মানে বহুতো নজনা কথা শিকাৰ লগতে নেদেখা বস্তু শিকিবলৈ পাইছোঁ। আমি প্ৰথমে আহি IITত ধনশিৰি হোষ্টেলত আমি আছোঁহি। ধনশিৰি হোষ্টেলত আমাৰ IIT ফেকাল্টি আমাৰ বহুত ধুনীয়াকৈ আপ্যায়ন কৰিছে।
ডিচেম্বৰৰ ভিতৰত সম্পূৰ্ণ হ'ব এই পৰ্যায়। তদুপৰি সময় সাপেক্ষ শিক্ষা প্ৰাপ্তিৰ সহায় হ'ব পৰাকৈ আৰোহণৰ অধীনত আৰ্থিক সাহায্য প্ৰদান কৰাৰো ব্যৱস্থা আছে। গ্ৰন্থ ক্ৰয়ৰ পৰা প্ৰযুক্তিবিদ্যাৰ বিভিন্ন সঁজুলি ক্ৰয়ৰ বাবে 8,664 গৰাকী মেণ্টিক 1,000 টকাকৈ প্ৰদান কৰা হৈছে আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ যোগেদি। ইয়াৰ বাবে প্ৰগতিশীল চৰকাৰে মুঠ 86.64 লাখ টকা জিলাসমূহলৈ প্ৰেৰণ কৰিছে। জিলা পৰ্যায়তো DCSP আদি বিষয়াৰ সৈতে 10ম শ্ৰেণীৰ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত দিনজোৰা মত বিনিময় কাৰ্যসূচীও লোৱা হয়। মুঠৰ ওপৰত পাঠ্যক্ৰম আৰু পাঠ্যক্ৰম বহিৰ্ভূত সকলো জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰি ভৱিষ্যত প্ৰজন্মক নকৈ গঢ় দিয়াৰ পূৰ্ণ প্ৰস্তুতি চলোৱা হয় আৰোহণ প্ৰকল্পৰ জৰিয়তে। শিপাৰ পৰা তুলি উত্তৰ পুৰুষক শিখৰত স্থাপন কৰাৰ বাবে প্ৰগতিশীল মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাই দেখা সপোনৰ অন্যতম প্ৰতিফলন আৰোহণ। সৰ্বদিশৰ সুশিক্ষাৰে উত্তৰ পুৰুষৰ সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ আৰু উত্তৰণ এয়া ৰাজ্যৰ স্বপ্নদ্ৰষ্টা মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীৰ এক অগ্ৰগামী সপোন উত্তৰ পুৰুষে সময়ৰ সৈতে খোজ মিলাই আগবাঢ়ক সূৰুযৰ দিশে দেউকা মিলি উৰি যাওক উত্তৰণৰ মুকলি আকাশলৈ আমাৰ উত্তৰ প্ৰজন্মক লৈ অগ্ৰগামী মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাই দেখা এই সপোনক সংকল্পৰ ৰূপত বাস্তৱ কৰাৰ এক অভিলাষী আঁচনিৰ নাম আৰোহণ নতুন পুৰুষৰ মাজত থকা মেধা প্ৰতিভা আৰু সম্ভাৱনাসমূহৰ বিকাশৰ মঞ্চ প্ৰদান কৰি আৰম্ভ কৰা এক ইতিবাচক আন্দোলনৰ নাম আৰোহণ বিদ্যালয় চৌহদৰ পৰা শিক্ষাৰ্থীক উলিয়াই আনি বহিৰ্বিশ্বৰ সৈতে পৰিচয় কৰি দিয়াৰ প্ৰয়াস চলে আৰোহণৰ জৰিয়তে যাতে মেধা বুদ্ধিদীপ্ত শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মনত পোখা মেলা সপোনে সঠিক পথেৰে আগুৱাব পাৰে বাস্তৱিক উত্তৰণৰ দিশে ৰাজ্যখনৰ প্ৰগতিশীল মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীৰ অভিভাৱকত্বত ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ বিদ্যালয় শিক্ষা বিভাগ আৰু সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা অসমে 2022-23 বৰ্ষত আৰম্ভ কৰা এই আঁচনিৰ মূল চালিকা শক্তি হ'ল শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ ভৱিষ্যত গঢ়াৰ দায়িত্ব ল'বলৈ আগ্ৰহ কৰা মেণ্টৰ তথা শিক্ষকসকল আৰু মেধা সম্পন্ন মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকল চৰকাৰী উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয় চাহবাগিচা আদৰ্শ বিদ্যালয় আৰু কস্তুৰবা গান্ধী বালিকা বিদ্যালয়ৰ মেধাৱী শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক আৰোহণৰ মেণ্টি হিচাপে সামৰি লোৱা হৈছে অষ্টম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা বছৰেকীয়া পৰীক্ষাত শীৰ্ষস্থান দখল কৰি উত্তীৰ্ণ হোৱা মেধাৱী শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক তেওঁলোকৰ অনুসন্ধিৎসু মন আৰু বুদ্ধিমত্তাৰ বিকাশৰ সুবিধা দি আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ প্ৰয়াস চলে আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে এতিয়ালৈকে নৱম আৰু দশম শ্ৰেণীৰ মুঠ ৮,৬৬৪ গৰাকী শিক্ষাৰ্থীক ৯,৭৫৬ গৰাকী মেণ্টৰে বিশেষ সাহচৰ্য আৰু সহায় আগবঢ়াইছে আৰোহণৰ জৰিয়তে 2022-23 বৰ্ষত আৰোহণ প্ৰকল্পই সামৰি লোৱা নৱম শ্ৰেণীৰ মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ সংখ্যা 4,339 গৰাকী ইয়াৰ 65% ছাত্ৰী আনহাতে দশম শ্ৰেণীত উপকৃত শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ সংখ্যা 4,325 গৰাকী ইয়াৰে 37% ছাত্ৰী আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে মেণ্টৰসকলে বিভিন্ন ক্ষেত্ৰৰ বিষয়ভিত্তিক তথ্য যোগান ধৰি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক মাৰ্গদৰ্শন কৰোৱাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰে শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ ব্যক্তিত্বৰ বিকাশ আৰু মানসিক উৎকৰ্ষ সাধনৰ বাবে আহিলা আৰু সমল যোগান ধৰে মেণ্টৰসকলে এই আঁচনিত মেণ্টৰসকল কেৱল বিদ্যালয়ৰ শিক্ষকেই নহয় মহাবিদ্যালয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ৰ প্ৰবক্তাৰ পৰা ACS, IAS, APS, IPS, চৰকাৰী বিষয়া কৰ্মচাৰী ব্যৱসায়ী উদ্যোগী অধিবক্তা অভিযন্তা চিকিৎসক ভাস্কৰ সেনা বিষয়াৰ পৰা স্বেচ্ছাসেৱী সংগঠনৰ প্ৰতিনিধিলৈকে সৰ্বস্তৰৰ ব্যক্তিক মেণ্টৰ হিচাপে স্বীকৃতি দিয়া হয় সৰ্বস্তৰৰ ব্যক্তিয়ে যাতে তেওঁলোকৰ ব্যৱহাৰিক জ্ঞানেৰে শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মনোযোগত বিকশিত কৰিব পাৰে তাৰ বাবে সকলোৰে অংশগ্ৰহণ শিক্ষা বিভাগৰ কাম্য এতিয়ালৈকে আৰোহণ পৰ্টেলত মুঠ ৯,৭৫৬ গৰাকী মেণ্টৰে নাম পঞ্জীয়নভুক্ত কৰিছে 1,466খন কলেজ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় তথা উচ্চ শিক্ষাৰ প্ৰতিষ্ঠানৰ নামো পঞ্জীয়নভুক্ত হৈছে এই আঁচনিৰ বাবে এই আঁচনিৰ অন্যতম গুৰুত্বপূৰ্ণ আৰু আকৰ্ষণীয় অংশ হ'ল মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ জ্ঞান অন্বেষণৰ বিশেষ ভ্ৰমণ IIT ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰিং মেডিকেল কলেজ বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়কে ধৰি বিভিন্ন উচ্চ শিক্ষাৰ প্ৰতিষ্ঠান তথা আন জ্ঞান প্ৰাপ্তিৰ স্থানলৈ আনি শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ অনুসন্ধিৎসু মনৰ উৎকৰ্ষ সাধনৰ প্ৰচেষ্টা কৰা হয় এনে জ্ঞান অন্বেষণ যাত্ৰা কালত দিয়া হয় বৈদ্যায়তনিক আৰু সাংস্কৃতিক প্ৰতিভা বিকাশৰ মঞ্চ প্ৰথম পৰ্যায়ত 10খন জিলাৰ মুঠ 1,107 গৰাকী মেণ্টিক এই জ্ঞান অন্বেষণ যাত্ৰাৰে উপকৃত কৰাৰ প্ৰয়াস কৰা হৈছিল চৰাইদেউ শিৱসাগৰ নগাঁও হোজাই ওদালগুৰি দৰং বিশ্বনাথ শোণিতপুৰ যোৰহাট ডিমা হাছাও বাক্সা আৰু কাৰ্বি আংলং জিলাৰ শিক্ষাৰ্থীক সামৰি লোৱা হৈছিল এই যাত্ৰাত এই ভ্ৰমণকালত শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলে IIT গুৱাহাটী বায়োটেক পাৰ্ক, নাৰেংগীৰ সেনা ছাউনি, অসম প্ৰশাসনিক পদাধিকাৰী মহাবিদ্যালয়, ৰিজিয়নেল ছায়েন্স চেণ্টাৰ, তাৰকা গৃহ, ৰাজ্যিক চিৰিয়াখানা, শ্ৰীমন্ত শংকৰদেৱ কলাক্ষেত্ৰৰ দৰে স্থান দৰ্শন কৰি জ্ঞান আহৰণৰ ব্যৱস্থা কৰোৱা হৈছিল। আলোচনা, সাক্ষাৎকাৰ, মত বিনিময় আদিৰ জৰিয়তে শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মানসিক উৎকৰ্ষ সাধনৰ প্ৰয়াস চলোৱা হ'ল।
My question is, what is the importance of biotechnology in our daily life?
প্ৰবক্তা, বিজ্ঞানী, সেনা বিষয়া, কেৰিয়াৰ কাউন্সিলৰ আদিৰ দ্বাৰা উদগনিমূলক বাৰ্তা প্ৰেৰণৰো প্ৰচেষ্টা কৰা হৈছিল।
মোৰ এটাই অনুৰোধ সকলোকে যে তোমালোকে কেতিয়াও প্ৰতিযোগিতা কৰিলে বেলেগৰ লগত প্ৰতিযোগিতা নকৰিবা, নিজৰ লগত প্ৰতিযোগিতা কৰিবা।
এখন কলেজত মানে চৰকাৰী অফিচাৰ বা কৰ্মচাৰী নাই, সেইকাৰণে এখন প্ৰশাসনিক পদাধিকাৰী মহাবিদ্যালয়।
বিভিন্ন সাংস্কৃতিক কাৰ্যসূচীৰ মাজেৰে শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলে পাৰদৰ্শিতা আৰু প্ৰতিভা প্ৰদৰ্শন কৰে এই ভ্ৰমণকালত। পৰৱৰ্তী পৰ্যায়ত 21খন জিলাৰ পৰা 10ম শ্ৰেণীৰ 2926 গৰাকী শিক্ষাৰ্থীক এই জ্ঞান আৰোহণ যাত্ৰাৰ কাৰ্যসূচীৰ দ্বাৰা সামৰি লোৱাৰ পৰিকল্পনা কৰা হৈছে।
অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী মাননীয় ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ছাৰক এই আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে আমাক এই সুযোগ প্ৰদান কৰাৰ বাবে অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ আৰু লগতে এই আঁচনিৰ সমূহ বিষয়ববীয়ালৈ অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ।
আৰোহণ স্কিমৰ দ্বাৰা আমাক যিহেতু শিক্ষামূলক ভ্ৰমণৰ কাৰণে গুৱাহাটী IITলৈ অনা হৈছে আৰু গুৱাহাটী IITৰ বিভিন্ন ঠাই লগতে ছায়েন্স মিউজিয়াম, শংকৰদেৱৰ কলাক্ষেত্ৰ আদি ইত্যাদি বহুখিনি আমাৰ জানিবলগীয়া কথা আমাৰ লগত অৱগত কৰাইছে।
আমি গুৱাহাটীলৈ আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে আহি মানে বহুতো নজনা কথা শিকাৰ লগতে নেদেখা বস্তু শিকিবলৈ পাইছোঁ। আমি প্ৰথমে আহি IITত ধনচিৰি হোষ্টেলত আমি আছোঁহি। ধনচিৰি হোষ্টেলত আমাৰ IIT ফেকাল্টি আমাৰ বহুত ধুনীয়াকৈ আপ্যায়ন কৰিছে।
ডিচেম্বৰৰ ভিতৰত সম্পূৰ্ণ হ'ব এই পৰ্যায়। তদুপৰি সময় সাপেক্ষ শিক্ষা প্ৰাপ্তিৰ সহায় হ'ব পৰাকৈ আৰোহণৰ অধীনত আৰ্থিক সাহায্য প্ৰদান কৰাৰো ব্যৱস্থা আছে। গ্ৰন্থ ক্ৰয়ৰ পৰা প্ৰযুক্তিবিদ্যাৰ বিভিন্ন সঁজুলি ক্ৰয়ৰ বাবে 8664 গৰাকী মেণ্টিক 1000 টকাকৈ প্ৰদান কৰা হৈছে আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ যোগেদি। ইয়াৰ বাবে প্ৰগতিশীল চৰকাৰে মুঠ 86.64 লাখ টকা জিলাসমূহলৈ প্ৰেৰণ কৰিছে। জিলা পৰ্যায়তো DCSP আদি বিষয়াৰ সৈতে 10ম শ্ৰেণীৰ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলৰ মাজত দিনজোৰা মত বিনিময় কাৰ্যসূচীও লোৱা হয়। মুঠৰ ওপৰত পাঠ্যক্ৰম আৰু পাঠ্যক্ৰম বহিৰ্ভূত সকলো জ্ঞানেৰে সমৃদ্ধ কৰি ভৱিষ্যত প্ৰজন্মক নকৈ গঢ় দিয়াৰ পূৰ্ণ প্ৰস্তুতি চলোৱা হয় আৰোহণ প্ৰকল্পৰ জৰিয়তে। শিপাৰ পৰা তুলি উত্তৰ পুৰুষক শিখৰত স্থাপন কৰাৰ বাবে প্ৰগতিশীল মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাই দেখা সপোনৰ অন্যতম প্ৰতিফলন আৰোহণ। সৰ্বদিশৰ সুশিক্ষাৰে উত্তৰ পুৰুষৰ সৰ্বাংগীন বিকাশ আৰু উত্তৰণ, এয়া ৰাজ্যৰ স্বপ্নদ্ৰষ্টা মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীৰ এক অগ্ৰগামী সপোন। উত্তৰ পুৰুষে সময়ৰ সৈতে খোজ মিলাই আগবাঢ়ক সূৰুযৰ দিশে, দেউকা মিলি উৰি যাওক উত্তৰণৰ মুকলি আকাশলৈ। আমাৰ উত্তৰ প্ৰজন্মক লৈ অগ্ৰগামী মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাই দেখা এই সপোনক সংকল্পৰ ৰূপত বাস্তৱ কৰাৰ এক অভিলাষী আঁচনিৰ নাম আৰোহণ। নতুন পুৰুষৰ মাজত থকা মেধা, প্ৰতিভা আৰু সম্ভাৱনাসমূহৰ বিকাশৰ মঞ্চ প্ৰদান কৰি আৰম্ভ কৰা এক ইতিবাচক আন্দোলনৰ নাম আৰোহণ। বিদ্যালয় চৌহদৰ পৰা শিক্ষাৰ্থীক উলিয়াই আনি বহিৰ্বিশ্বৰ সৈতে পৰিচয় কৰি দিয়াৰ প্ৰয়াস চলে আৰোহণৰ জৰিয়তে, যাতে মেধা বুদ্ধিদীপ্ত শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ মনত পোখা মেলা সপোনে সঠিক পথেৰে আগুৱাব পাৰে বাস্তৱিক উত্তৰণৰ দিশে। ৰাজ্যখনৰ প্ৰগতিশীল মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীৰ অভিভাৱকত্বত ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ বিদ্যালয় শিক্ষা বিভাগ আৰু সমগ্ৰ শিক্ষা অসমে 2022-23 বৰ্ষত আৰম্ভ কৰা এই আঁচনিৰ মূল চালিকা শক্তি হ'ল শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ ভৱিষ্যত গঢ়াৰ দায়িত্ব ল'বলৈ আগ্ৰহ কৰা মেণ্টৰ তথা শিক্ষকসকল আৰু মেধা সম্পন্ন মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকল। চৰকাৰী উচ্চতৰ মাধ্যমিক বিদ্যালয়, চাহবাগিচা আদৰ্শ বিদ্যালয় আৰু কস্তুৰবা গান্ধী বালিকা বিদ্যালয়ৰ মেধাৱী শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক আৰোহণৰ মেণ্টি হিচাপে সামৰি লোৱা হৈছে। অষ্টম শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা বছৰেকীয়া পৰীক্ষাত শীৰ্ষস্থান দখল কৰি উত্তীৰ্ণ হোৱা মেধাৱী শিক্ষাৰ্থীসকলক তেওঁলোকৰ অনুসন্ধিৎসু মন আৰু বুদ্ধিমত্তাৰ বিকাশৰ সুবিধা দি আগুৱাই নিয়াৰ প্ৰয়াস চলে আৰোহণ আঁচনিৰ কাৰ্যসূচীৰ জৰিয়তে। এতিয়ালৈকে নৱম আৰু দশম শ্ৰেণীৰ মুঠ ৮,৬৬৪ গৰাকী শিক্ষাৰ্থীক ৯,৭৫৬ গৰাকী মেণ্টৰে বিশেষ সাহচৰ্য আৰু সহায় আগবঢ়াইছে আৰোহণৰ জৰিয়তে। 2022-23 বৰ্ষত আৰোহণ প্ৰকল্পই সামৰি লোৱা নৱম শ্ৰেণীৰ মেণ্টি অৰ্থাৎ শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ সংখ্যা 4,339 গৰাকী। ইয়াৰ 65% ছাত্ৰী। আনহাতে দশম শ্ৰেণীত উপকৃত শিক্ষাৰ্থীৰ সংখ্যা 4,325 গৰাকী। ইয়াৰে 37% ছাত্ৰী। আঁচনিৰ জৰিয়তে মেণ্টৰসকলে বিভিন্ন ক্ষেত্ৰৰ বিষয়ভিত্তিক তথ্য যোগান ধৰে।
I'm from the Organization of Expression India. So till 5:30 this session will be on, and any issues pertaining to mental health, definitely this will be interactive one, and after that we can raise our questions and any issues. So thank you. I am handing over this microphone to Promila ma'am. So this is session on mental health. Thank you.
Good evening to all the esteemed principals and the resource person gathered here today for this wonderful session which has been organized by Government of India, Ministry of Government of India. And then, first of all, before starting with my session, sir already introduced the name of the PPT that I'm going to share, the session that I'm going to take, that is on the mental health and well-being in schools. Okay, so this is a very common topic. We all know about it. It's a very common topic, but still it is very much ignored too in today's age. So we are going to see some of the, symptoms, then how we are going to go about when we try to intervene. After intervention, what are the different steps, okay, to be taken in school, especially by the principals of the school, because they hold a great position and they also have lots of responsibility on their shoulder, which we all are very much aware of. Okay, so before I move forward, I would just like to introduce myself. I am Pramila Sharma and I am basically from Sikkim, but here I am representing Expressions India, and I am also one of the academic coordinator of the North Zone. Okay, so I work for Expressions India, and Expressions India, they mostly work on mental health and enhancement of life skills among children and adolescent age group. So we all are aware of the fact, since morning we have been talking about PM-SHRI schools, right? We saw what is its aim, what is its purpose, how we are considered to be an exemplar school, how other schools are going to look upon us, how they are going to follow us. We also learned that PM-SHRI schools should, it should carry on with its standardized infrastructure, A1 infrastructure. We saw that in the morning, but along with infrastructure, something else is also very much important for bringing about holistic development in children. Do we all agree with this? Yes. So when we talk about the holistic development, of course, our health plays an important role, very crucial role, and that's what we are going to talk about. We'll see what are the different kinds of health. When we talk about health, of course, mental health plays very, very important role. So before I move forward with my PPT, with my presentation and slides, I want you all to have a look at a beautiful video which I'm going to play right now and try to understand it. Okay, what are the different kinds of emotions taking place, how the family and the school is taking proper, role, what is their role, how do they motivate a child to bring best in her or him. Okay, so that's what we are going to learn from this video.
माँ को देखो, वो हर हाल में गाना गाती हैं। मैं उन्हें बहुत प्यार करती हूँ।
अंतरा, तुमने 2 अलग-अलग तरह के रिबन बांध रखे हैं।
हाँ माँ, मुझे दो।
अंतरा, तुमने 2 अलग-अलग तरह के रिबन बांध रखे हैं।
हाँ माँ, मुझे दोनों रंग पसंद है, इसीलिए मैंने दोनों को साथ पहना है।
ठीक है, जैसे भी तुम खुश रहो। चलो अपना लंच बॉक्स लो।
कोई मुझसे बात नहीं कर रहा। शायद मैं इनके ग्रुप में रहने के लायक नहीं हूँ। सबके पास सुंदर सुंदर टिफिन है और सब साथ में खाना खाते हैं। कोई भी अपना खाना मेरे साथ नहीं बांटता। मैं बहुत अकेला महसूस करती हूँ।
हेलो अंतरा, क्या तुम मेरे साथ बाहर चलना चाहोगी? क्या तुम ठीक हो बेटा? मैंने देखा कि तुम कुछ परेशान हो। सब ठीक तो है?
मेरा कोई दोस्त नहीं है। मैं अपने आप को बहुत अकेला महसूस करती हूँ। जब भी मैं इन सबको एक दूसरे के साथ बात करते, खेलते और गाना गाते सुनती हूँ, मुझे लगता है मैं उनके ग्रुप का हिस्सा कभी नहीं बन सकती। कोई भी मुझसे बात नहीं करता, कोई मुझसे अपनी टिफिन भी नहीं बांटता। मैं हमेशा अकेले खाती हूँ।
अंतरा, मुझे गर्व है कि तुमने अपने मनोभावों को व्यक्त किया। तुम्हारी माँ ने पौष्टिक खाना दिया है, जो कि एक सुंदर टिफिन बॉक्स से कहीं बेहतर है। मैं समझ सकती हूँ कि कई बार ये तुम्हारे लिए काफी कठिन होता है, लेकिन तुम्हारे अंदर ऐसी परिस्थितियों में भी सकारात्मक तरीके से कार्य करने की क्षमता है। तुम अकेली नहीं हो। तुम अपने चुने तरीकों से ऐसे मनोभावों से निपट सकती हो।
मेरी माँ कहती है कि जब भी कभी मैं अपनी भावनाओं को नियंत्रित न कर पाऊँ तो इस गाने को गाऊं और इससे मुझे सुकून मिलता है।
ओह, इसलिए तुम कोने में बैठकर ये धुन गुनगुना रही थी। गुड मॉर्निंग स्टूडेंट्स, कृपया ध्यान दीजिए। गुड मॉर्निंग स्टूडेंट्स, कृपया ध्यान दीजिए। हमारा विद्यालय एक अंतर विद्यालय गायन प्रतियोगिता आयोजित करवा रहा है। अगर आप इसमें भाग लेना चाहते हैं तो यहाँ आएं और कक्षा के लिए कुछ पंक्तियाँ गाएं। ठीक है, शुरू करते हैं। अच्छा प्रयास बच्चों। और कोई? अंतरा,
हाँ?
क्या तुम कक्षा को अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाना चाहोगी?
हाँ। जरा उसके बालों को तो देखो।
वो 2 अलग अलग रंगों के रिबन बांधे हुए है। कितनी बेवकूफ है।
मैम कितनी अच्छी है और मेरी मदद करती हैं। माँ ने मुझे प्रेरणा दी, जिसके कारण आज मैं अच्छा गा सकती हूँ। मैं अपनी प्रतिभा दिखा सकती हूँ।
मैं तो उड़ जाऊं आसमां के पार।
अंतरा ने अपने चुनौतीपूर्ण मनोभावों को नियंत्रित किया। जैसे वो अपनी कक्षा के सम्मुख खड़ी हुई थी, उसी ऊर्जा के साथ फिर से वो अंतर विद्यालय गायन प्रतियोगिता में अपनी चमक बिखेरने को तैयार है। वाह, इस लड़की की कितनी बेहतरीन आवाज है। मुझे बहुत पसंद आया इसका गाना। ये हमारी बेटी है।
अंतर विद्यालय गायन प्रतियोगिता का प्रथम पुरस्कार दिया जाता है अंतरा को।
मनोभावों को समझना और नियंत्रित करना बहुत जरूरी है। हमारी देखने, सुनने, सूंघने, छूने और सोचने की क्षमताओं की ही तरह महसूस करने की क्षमता भी आत्म जागरूकता के लिए उतनी ही महत्वपूर्ण है। मनोभावों को व्यक्त करने की क्षमता किशोरावस्था में बहुत मायने रखती है। जिस उम्र में किशोर भावनात्मक दबाव का सामना करते हैं, हमेशा याद रखें, आप अकेले नहीं हैं और आपको अपनी भावनाएं दूसरों से साझा करनी चाहिए। आपके भीतर प्रेम और सहयोग की भावना है और आपका मानसिक स्वास्थ्य व भावनात्मक भलाई बहुत मायने रखती है। निरंतर प्रेम और सहयोग की भावना है और आपका मानसिक स्वास्थ्य व भावनात्मक भलाई बहुत मायने रखती है।
So did you all see different kinds of emotions taking place in that poor girl, right? She was bullied, she was being criticized, she was hurt, right? She was sad, but how did the mother handle her at home, right? देखा ना आप लोग ने कैसे माँ ने एक उसको अच्छी तरह से positively उसको handle किया. She tried to, create positivity in her. She tried to make her understand that if you are, not up to mark in some of the field, but you may excel doing something else, right? So I always tell my people whenever I talk, आप लोग ने भी सुना होगा एक हाथी और चींटी का कहानी. सुना है हाथी और चींटी का कहानी? हाथी कभी भी क्या नहीं कर सकता है? Elephant cannot climb a tree, isn't it? चींटी छोटा है, climb कर सकता है. So, everything is not our cup of tea. हम लोग कुछ चीज में excel करते हैं, कुछ चीज में हम लोग back हो जाते हैं. It's okay, it's fine. We all have our own uniqueness in us. Okay, so that's what this video was just projecting. And another important thing is the importance, the motivation that the teacher was giving. So that is our duty. We all are the stakeholders, we all are the principals, we all are in the academic field. So we have to understand the feeling of a child. एकदम ही vigilant होना है. We have to be very much observant. You need to understand what the child is going through. We cannot just, complain, and we cannot just play a blame game. Most of the time, nowadays it has stopped. But in the past, in the olden days, this kind of scenario used to take place in the school. When something happened to the child, the parents used to be blamed, or the teacher used to be blamed. Mostly the teachers are blamed. Mostly the school is being blamed, right? So यहाँ पे, when you are doing some kind of constructing something good, okay, construction process is taking place. In that case, we have to stop blaming each other. Instead of focusing in problems, where we have to focus in solution, right? We all need to be solution oriented rather than problem centric. Okay, so we should not always think kya hoga, kya nahi hoga. That's what is leading to mental health nowadays. Mental health is not only for children, it's with us also, it's with you all, it's with the parents. It's not only the problem of our society, it's not only in India, it is a global crisis. I hope you all agree to this, right? It is a global crisis, it's a challenge. It's a kind of, something from which we ourselves, we have to come out of it. So I have a beautiful PPT here, which talks, every slides, it gives us, it enlightens us what creates mental issues, what makes us unhappy, and what are the things that we can do in order to come out of it, right? So are you all ready for the slides? We all know, we all are from PM3 schools, and this topic, mental health, again, it plays a very crucial role in each and everyone's life, and especially we have to handle so many cases dealing with mental health issues at school, at work, with our colleagues, Okay, it is with the supporting staff of the school, it is with the stakeholders of the school, it is with the children, it is also with our parents at times. So this is a very sensitive topic which we are going to deal, and but then again, yes, nothing is impossible unless and until you think, you know, that time also Madam Dekha was telling us, you know, there should be some kind of flexibility in you. Rigid hone se kuch nahi hoga. So, you know, if you have to bring changes, if you think of bringing changes in the society and in the community, first we have to think about bringing transformation in ourselves, right? जब तक मैं अपने आप को ट्रांसफॉर्म नहीं करूंगी, तब तक मैं सोसाइटी को और कम्युनिटी को ट्रांसफॉर्म नहीं कर सकती हूँ. So that individual transformity, it plays this laptop is a very good example, right? Mental health session, and it's creating issues, right? So before we didn't have any issue, but now, but then it's okay, it's done. We have people to assist us, okay? Nothing is wrong and nothing is trying to, you know, stop this program from. Okay, so here there is a very wonderful quotation by, you know, Bapuji, that is Mahatma Gandhi. We borrow this world from children, we owe it back to them. So this is a quotation. We must have heard about borrowing the world from our forefathers, but yes, we should believe that, because we talk about community, we talk about our country, we talk about this earth as a whole, and yes, children, they are the integral part of our community. So we borrow this you know, world from them, and we have to give it back safely and in a good, you know, whatever we do, we have to do it in a proper way, and we have to handle it to them. Again, the same problem. Yeah. Technical. Okay, so here we are talking about health again. Okay, so we all know there are various, when we talk about health, you know, the first and the foremost thing that comes to our mind is we only think about physical fitness. We only think about good physique, good structure. Oh, he is fit, he is healthy, she is fine, okay? We think that way. But it is not only that. You know, when we have to talk about health, again, so many other things comes under it, okay? The first is your mental health, your physical health, your social health, and emotional health also. We already saw in the video how that child was she was struggling with her emotional health. And if she was not taken care properly, her mental health would have been at risk, right? So there should be balance between our mental health, between our physical health, social health, and emotional health. We should be able to deal, we have to be able to cope up with the stresses of our life. We also need to keep ourselves healthy. We should be aware of the nutritious food, keeping ourselves fit and fine. What are the different ways? How can we exercise? Maybe with the help of yoga, maybe, you know, just going out for a morning walk or walking a lot, okay? So these are the things that we need to keep in our mind. And also, yes, social health is something when you are able to connect to our society, to our community, and you are also able to contribute. Okay? We know we are human beings. We are the unique creation of God, isn't it? We all are unique creation of God. We are human beings. But is our purpose not only to think about the academic performance? Is our purpose of life only to be concentrated on the wealth? Is it our purpose? Is that the purpose of our life? No, there is much more than all these things. So we need to contribute. As a human being, how can I bring changes in my society? How can I make my society, my community, a better place to live in? I have to think about that. isn't it? Because we all form society. We all are the part of society. We are not away from our society. So if we want our society to be better, we have to take care of our social health too. And yes, emotional health means how you are going to express your emotions in a proper way. There are various ways of expressing emotions. We cannot, disagree with the fact that we have emotions. I may be happy at some time. I may be sad another time. I may be angry another time, right? But then the way I deal with the emotions, that plays important role. Again, it's the same thing. Why? Okay, we know World Health Organization, it has also defined mental health as a state of well-being in which what we do, a person with a good mental health, he or she will be able to realize his or her abilities. Okay, अपना क्षमता जो होता है उसका realization हमें होता है. Okay, so that's how we realize our abilities, and we can cope up with the emotions. It's not that we do not face any problem in our life. We all face problem in our life, right? We all have gone through lots of issues. We must be having so many, maybe family issues, maybe health issues, maybe some other issues in our life. Do you all agree with that? Yes? But how do we, cope up? How do we handle? That again differs, and we should know the ways to handle our emotions, and a person with a sound mental health will be able to cope and handle, will be able to manage these emotions positively. We can also work productively and fruitfully and contribute to the community, which I already said. Mental health is very much related with the well-being. It means staying happy. Always remember, whenever we are happy, our mental health is good. The moment we are sad, the moment we are angry, our mental health is gone. So it's very important for us to stay happy. What are the things that makes us happy? What are the ways? How can we keep ourselves happy, and how can we also keep other people happy? Besides thinking about myself, how can I also think about, giving some happiness to other people? How can I contribute to them? Okay, so these are the different ways you feel worthy. We all, from the beginning only, since morning, we have been talking about how the, principals of PM SHRI school, they hold a special place, because they are who? They are the exemplar schools. Other schools are going to look upon you all, right? So feeling of worthy, achievement, whatever achievement we do, it may be small, it may be big, but then, those achievements has to be validated at times. Okay, we need not do great achievement. We need not go somewhere and achieve something. Small things, when you deal with your children at school, with the adolescent groups at school, that time, when they come out with some kind of progress, please try to validate them. Please try to encourage them. Okay, that is also achievement. Do we have another laptop? This is the facts, okay, that is given here. 970 million people worldwide, they are living with a diagnosable mental health condition, and 1 in 8 people in the world live with a mental health condition. So we see this is a very common issue nowadays. It's with everyone. It's at school, it's with our colleagues, it's with children, it's at family, it's with little ones at home, in our society, everywhere. Okay, so we should be able to, make them feel, you should be someone whom you can look upon, whom they can trust you, whom they can pour out their feelings. Because if you create that barrier, they are never going to come to you and talk about their feelings to you. So at school, you have to create that kind of environment at school. Your school should be having a very friendly environment where children feel, okay, I can go to such, my teacher, maybe my principal or the counselor of the school, and I can just pour out my feelings. I can just speak to them. Because this is one of the most important things which we have to keep in our mind. When you are into dilemma, when you are confused, when you are not able to handle some situations, what do people do? Mostly they keep it to themselves because they are scared, they are ashamed of going and sharing with our friends or maybe our elders. Why? Because again, mental health, yeah, it's a big taboo there, all right? But it's not like that. I already said the moment I'm sad, the moment this laptop is not working, it is again triggering, right? The moment it's okay, I become happy and my mental health is good. So we need to create, we need to handle it, we need to use our life skills, all right? So in that way, you also need to be very, empathetic, okay, compassionate. These are the virtues, the values that you have to inculcate. You have to learn, and we also have to tell our children how they can be, empathetic, how we can be compassionate, okay? Compassion plays a crucial role so that they feel, yes, this teacher is someone, or my, anyone, any elders at home, or my family member, whoever is at home, or at school, whenever they are at school, they feel comfortable coming to you and talking about their issues, okay? So such environments should be created. Now behavior. Again, let's do a little bit of brainstorming. When we say behavior, what comes to our mind? Behavior. Behavior बोलने से क्या होता है? School में behavioral issues होता है बच्चे के साथ, right? Yeah, most of the children, they have behavioral issues. So what comes to your mind? Behavior means? Okay. Expressions of feelings, right? And that is not in a proper way. Not a positive way of expressing feeling. Not a proper way of expressing feeling. That he or she does in a very negative way. Okay? The same thing he could have said in a very polished manner, in a very humble manner, but then they do not know how to deal with that, and then they just burst out. Okay? So expressions of feelings in a negative way. So what we do actually is, whenever we talk about behaviors, we just try to define it. Okay, we look at a person, we look at a child, and we say, he is a child who is problematic. He is, angry child. She is filled with aggression. Okay, so these are the things that we try to define a particular child. But do you think this is correct way? Do you think it is a correct way to define that child? No, isn't it? Because being a responsible teacher or a counselor or the principal of the school, what we have to do, we need to find out. We have to go beneath the surface and find out the actual cause behind it. What has made that child angry? Maybe child is creating problem in the class. Okay, for example. Maybe child is not happy, he's just moving around, he's creating lots of problem in the class. And the teacher enters the class and says, oh, you naughty fellow, you just go out of my class or you kneel down. Means like the teacher, he or she will straight away punish. But do you think that punishment is the solution? No. Now we have to find out. So what is our role? We need to find out what is the main cause of that particular behavior. Why is that child behaving in such a manner? Maybe the child didn't have proper breakfast, right? Maybe he has alcoholic parents. The parents had fight overnight. They were thrashing each other and the child was disturbed next day in the class, right? Maybe while coming to the school, yeah, because there was a fight in the home, in the family, parents were fighting, he didn't do his homework. So, that is the level of empathizing a child. That is how we should deal. Then only we were talking about NEP 2020, right? How PM3 schools are the ones to implement, they're trying to implement NEP 2020, and other schools are going to look at them as an example. Then they are going to follow definitely. They are going to set a system initially, right? So these are the things. We are not only focusing in the infrastructure of the school, but we are also focusing on the holistic development. We are also focusing on the mental health of children. We are also focusing on the well-being of everyone, be it children, be it your colleagues, be it your supporting staff. It can be with anyone. Maybe supporting staff is also not working properly that day. Maybe there was a fight at home. Maybe, it's already, every time it's said that hungry stomach makes a person what? Angry, isn't it? So because of that, maybe the child was not able to concentrate in the studies. He was creating issues in the class. So, we must create a very positive outlook. We have to change our mindset. We have to change our thinking process, and we have to empathize those children at school, and we need to handle them properly. Instead of giving a taboo or tagging them by saying problematic, anxious, aggressive, arrogant, okay? So these are just the names, but we have to go beneath the surface and try to find out what has caused those kind of unhealthy environment in the school. What is the main cause behind it? Now, here is just a small example of a child throwing temper tantrums, okay? What we see in the school, most of the times it happens in the school, isn't it? Especially with the boys, right? They throw tantrums, they are angry all the time, they're aggressive, they don't want to listen to, they are not obedient, okay? So in such cases, can you tell me, like, how do you go, how do you handle such cases? If you see a child throwing tantrum in the classroom? Okay, so thank you, sir. Sir said we need to understand the child. What has made him angry, right? That's what I was just telling in the previous slide, okay? Anything else you can go, you can just think about? Anything else you can do with the child? So here, it says, again, there may be lots of, other reasons, other causes that has made child behave that way in the class. It's not just the child's behavior. ये बच्चा ऐसा ही है, हमेशा गुस्सा वाला है. We say that, no? ये तो गुस्सा वाला बच्चा है. He does that. मेरे क्लास में किया था, उसका क्लास में किया था, last year भी किया था, अभी भी करता है, ये ऐसा है इसका nature. But we never try to find out क्यों कर रहा है बच्चा, किस लिए कर रहा है. So that is the main point that we are talking about here. So how successful, being a principal or a counselor, how successful you are able to connect to the child. अब बच्चे के बारे में उसने खाना खाया है कि नहीं खाया वो आपको नहीं बताएगा. वो यदि आप पूछेंगे भी डायरेक्टली आपको कभी नहीं बताएगा कि हम खाली पेट आए हैं स्कूल में. Yeah, they are not going to share you. But then if you are a teacher, if you are a principal who is able to connect to the child, connection जो होता है, that time also we were talking about projects, right? And then ma'am was saying, she beautifully gave an example how the projects are given in the school, and she also told us one story. She was relating a story where the teacher was teaching about the light and teacher was not able to on the light. No connection. Light or darkness के बारे में था, class में example दे सकते थे, but then the teacher was unable to do that, right? So unless and until you are unable or you are not able to connect with that child, relate to that child, that child should be able to trust you. Rely करना चाहिए. You have to be very loving, very caring in that case. If you, yes, very friendly. If you are not loving, if you are not, caring and friendly, child will never come and speak to you. They will just say, ऐसे ही ma'am, ऐसे मुझे इसने ये किया, उसने वो किया. You know, those are the defensiveness. Those are the actions that they are going to do in the class. All right. So it also says, you know, he knows that if he throws a tantrum, his wish will be granted. This is another very important thing. So every time it's not the story, it's not the causes that is lying behind. Okay. Sometimes in our society, we see children, not only in our society, mostly we see children, what do? They are very restless. Jiddi bacche hote, right? And they know, yadi main jiddi banunga, my mother is going to make the things happen. Or my father is going to bring me the things which I want to, right? So, jiddi hona jaruri hai. This is what the child must have learned, right? So, class mein bhi aata hai, in the school he comes and he does the same thing. Jiddi banna hai, chalo, homework nahi kiya, jiddi banenge, roenge, blame game, again they start blaming each other. And then they say they don't, you know, come up to the mark. All right, so in that case, you have to be very vigilant, very, very observant. Kya hai story behind it? You have to, you know, observe that child. You have to read, you have to study that child thoroughly. Then only you will come to know his nature, and then you will be able to handle that child in a proper manner. Or maybe because some, you know, accidents or some unwanted things happen in the family, maybe fights or maybe some kind of death in the family, or maybe someone keeps on bullying him. Because of that, he's unable to pay attention in the class and then he's throwing tantrums. So these are the various, you know, causes. Okay, besides this, there may be other causes also, right? So these are the some, you know, major causes. So before behavior is perceived as a problem, do check. So what you are going to check, you are not just going to put a taboo or tag or name or define a behavior saying he is a problematic child. You are not going to say that. What is leading to the problem? Why is that child behaving that way? Okay, those are the causes. So first thing what you are going to check is whether the child is behaving according to his age. 5 साल का बच्चा 10 years, मतलब class 10 का बच्चा की तरह behave तो नहीं कर रहा है. Sometimes we see that, no? Because of the environment. Because of the environment that they live in. They use all slang words, they are so arrogant, they don't want to listen to, they behave as if they are in class 12. Right? So, is appropriate hai ki nahi hai uska behavior. Another one is how frequently it's occurring and what is its intensity. So, the frequency. We all have gone through different phases in our life. We were also naughty at times, right? We also didn't do our homework at times. We didn't want to study at times. We didn't want to listen to our parents at times, right? But how frequently the child is doing that? It's okay, it's very normal to go through all those phases. But what is the frequency? Is he doing it every day? Is he making it a habit? And what intensity? That child is angry. And after he is angry, he starts beating each other. He is getting violent. What kind of intensity? He is hurting himself at times. He is hurting someone else also. He's, you know, the injury is done to someone, to his friend, as well as to himself. So that intensity, that level of intensity has to be observed by us. Okay, so checking, these are the checklist. Another one is the problems can be transitory, phase-wise. Child, a small baby who used to stay with mother's care, whole day in mother's lap, always clinging to her, okay, and suddenly he or she is being sent to preschool or nursery, right? So you can imagine what can be his state of mind. He is always used to staying with mother, and suddenly he sees someone is there as a teacher, someone, so many other people are also there, little ones, who are having different, you know, emotions again, different habits, different behavior, and then he has to stay with them at least for few hours in a day. So that is a kind of, you know, scenario where he is unable to cope up. So this can happen during preschool. This can happen during middle school also. Adolescent period, we all know, so many changes takes place, right? Biological changes takes place, mood swings. These are the things, these are the common things that takes place, right? You are growing and you don't know how to make friends. Suddenly someone said something and you don't know how to handle that. you get annoyed, you are involved in gang fights, you are involved in so many other issues. So, you know, these are the things where we are having lots of problems. So these are the transitory phase, but yes, we have to tell our children these are never permanent. Even emotions are never permanent. We have different emotions. In 1 minute, I may have different emotions. Now my laptop is okay. I'm happy. My flow is going smoothly. It was not working before. My flow was stuck. I was a little bit worried. Okay, I finished this session. I became free. Right? After 3 days, you'll be going back to your home. You get relaxed. See, so many emotions, right? So in a particular minute, we have different emotions, and these emotions are never permanent. These are all temporary emotions. So we have to keep our children, we have to tell our children, we have to keep telling ourselves also. We all face problems, not only children. We face problems. Maybe we are facing problems. Now some of us were saying in the morning, PM SHRI school, you know, ye ek hum log ko dubaega ek din, right? So, so you know, these are the things, negative feelings it may come, and it's very natural. When you are seeing like something is quite challenging, this kind of feelings come, right? And it's not an end of the life. Always remember, it's not an end of the life. Our life is a, you know, it's a process. It does not end in one day. It does not end in few years. We don't know, right? It keeps on going. So it has to go. The flow must go, all right? And we have to keep ourselves cool and calm by reminding ourselves every now and then that these are temporary phases. I'm having issue now, I'm having problem now, it's temporary. Maybe it's for few hours, maybe it's for today. Tomorrow, there will be option coming up to handle it. I'll be getting more opportunities. I'll be happy, tomorrow is a new day, okay? This moment, I may be sad, the very next moment, I may be happy. So I have to keep on reminding myself. Okay, same way when we do counseling, when we talk to our children at school or maybe at home, we have to keep telling them these are temporary, it's never permanent, and it keeps changing. Now, this is the first thing that leads to mental health issue, that is anxiety. We all are very aware of the fact, right? Anxiety is very common nowadays. You talk to a small child of class 3, he or she says, I'm having this issue, I'm suffering from anxiety. Okay, so it's very, very common. So what happens? These are the various symptoms. How can you identify? Identification is a must. How can you identify children with anxiety? The first one is, he or she is too much attached. Okay, maybe parents, they are so clingy, always sticking. Every time they are sticking to the mother or the father. Second one is restless, fidgeting, not firm, not able to stay in one place, keeps on moving around, right? Another one, you can see children coming to you and complaining about stomachache. Because they are unable to face the stress of their life, something happens here, right? And they have stomachache and they complain with stomachaches. Another one is again displaying changes in eating and sleeping habits. They don't feel like eating, they don't feel like sleeping, or some of them, because of they are so much into anxiety and depression, they are not able to come out of that particular issue, they keep on sleeping. That can be another thing also. Okay, and some of them, they become so restless, they don't feel like sleeping. They are awake. Nowadays, this is the problem. Sleep hours, it's not being monitored. Okay, maybe because of anxiety, because children are, you know, why? Maybe somewhere or the other, we are also responsible for this. At school, at home, we always talk about academics. School mein aaya hai, parents aate hai, we only talk about, yes, your child is so good in science, your child is so good in mathematics, he has got this much, and next time when the child spoils it, we say, आपका बच्चा तो अच्छा नहीं कर रहा है, कुछ खराबी हो रहा है इसके लाइफ में. Why? क्या चीज के लिए खराबी हो रहा है? Just because he scored little less in mathematics. right? So we evaluate our children looking at the academic performance. But then, my dear friends, we should always try to prepare our children for their life test, not for the test that is going to take place in the school. FA1 के लिए हम लोग को prepare नहीं करा है, FA2 के लिए नहीं करना है preparation, SA1, SA2, CBSE board exam, we are always thinking about that. इस बार board exam में ये बच्चा तो एकदम नाम रखेगा, शायद ये दोनों तो खराब ही कर देंगे स्कूल का नाम. Right? We have that kind of thinking, so we need to change our thinking process. Okay? We have to prepare a child to become a good human, to become a good citizen. And always remember, when a child is morally fit, when the child is, full of values and attributes, he or she will definitely do good in their life. Definitely do good, somewhere or the other. उसी वक्त FA1 में नहीं किया, academically शायद वो स्कूल में थोड़ा सा weak था, but life में लंबा रेस में जाएगा वो बच्चा. Because he is laden with values. He has given, the parents and the teachers has given some inputs based on values and attributes. Okay, so these are very important things that we need to keep in our mind. Another one is, always expresses negative thoughts. नहीं हो पाएगा, कर नहीं पाऊंगा, नहीं होगा, मैं तो नहीं कर सकता, फलाना कर सकता है. And that is also because of we only. We have that attitude, no? We have that habit of saying, तुमने नहीं किया, तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते हो, फलाना का बच्चा ने बहुत अच्छा किया है. That school, schools also, they have the competition, no? That school scored more, that school is doing better, our children cannot do. So these kind of negative things, even we need to be very careful. And of course, whenever we check our children with these kind of issues like anxiety, they may be having these issues. So they express themselves in a negative way all the time. They get upset, they get angry, sometimes they cry. Like, I will tell you one example. There was a school, okay, it took place in, with a student of class 3, okay, she was a girl child, and it happened with her, a student of small girl of class 3. She had gone to her father's shop after school, okay. So what happened in the shop? Father was busy working, father was not paying attention, busy there, and the girl child was just sitting in the shop. Maybe she got annoyed, or maybe she got bored, something like that. But then father was busy in the shop, okay, selling things. After some time, the child started crying. Achanak rone lagi wo. And the father didn't know what to do. Suddenly, maybe the father had come to know कि anxiety का एक symptom है. Certainly without any reason, because nowadays this mental health issue is a common topic, right? So we should not take it other ways also. We have to understand it properly. That's why we always talk about interventions, identification, symptoms, right? एक ही बार में किसी ने कुछ कर लिया, रोने लगे, तो उसको नहीं बोलना चाहिए कि इसको mental health issue है. Right? So father got a little worried, and father took the child to the psychiatrist. Psychiatrist ने पूछा, तो उसने बोला कि हाँ, मेरा बच्ची तो ऐसे ही रोने लगी है, without any reason, and she is not able to stop also, because mother was not there, so she was not able to stop, and she was under medication. Now, see, this kind of things also may happen at times. Okay, maybe we do not identify it, maybe we do not diagnose it properly, maybe we are unable to do the interventions in a proper manner. Okay, early interventions plays a very important role, but that does not mean looking at one particular behavior, we try to define that child. Like in the previous slide, how we saw different expressions of emotions, how it was telling us like we should not define a child looking at one behavior. One day he is behaving that way, that does not mean that he is having that issue and it's going to stay with him throughout, right? We cannot define that child. Okay, so this has to be very clear. And because of anxiety, again, what can it lead to? The child may not be able to concentrate in studies. So academically, to weak hoga, because he is having lots of stresses, lots of anxiety is going on, he is unable to cope up. So in order to remove all these things, now we'll see another slide. Did I see? Okay. Another problem is exam stress. First problem was anxiety. That leads to what? Mental health issues, right? Second one is stress and exam stress. Again, various things may happen during examination time. We also have gone through such phases, right? We have also faced examination, and maybe we have also faced such issues, okay? The first one says, you know, some of the children, they do not want to focus on their work. They don't want to work properly. They do not believe in hard working. In working, they are lazy. And this is happening with our children nowadays. Children are very lazy. They have become very lazy, okay? So they are only thinking about the work pressure. इतना होमवर्क भी है, इतना प्रोजेक्ट भी है, इतना पढ़ना है, सिलेबस इतना दिया है, पोर्शन इतना दिया है, लास्ट मोमेंट में पढ़ाया है, कुछ भी नहीं किया है, सब कुछ पढ़ना है, लॉन्ग क्वेश्चन आंसर्स भी पढ़ना है, शॉर्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर भी पढ़ना है. So they are worried about that. So because of that leads to exam stress. Another one is maybe sometimes some of them are so stressed, okay, they are just thinking about the final result. Result क्या होगा? आपने हार्ड वर्क कितना किया है, आपने पढ़ाई किया है, आपने मेहनत किया है, आपने समझने का कोशिश किया है, how much you have done, but then you are only thinking about the result, and because of that you are having this stress problem, okay? The last one here, it is also saying, you know, children nowadays, they have time management issue. Time management nahi hai, properly planning nahi hai, strategy properly plan nahi kiya gaya. What time I'm going to watch TV or the movie, okay? If you are getting some time and if you have some free time, okay, you watch TV this time. When are you going to study? When you are going to sleep? When are you going to do your homework? When are you going to go out and play? When you are going to spend some time with your family? When you are going to talk with your friends? Okay, so that time management is not being done properly. Because of lack of time management, that leads to exam stress. And sometimes again, the first question, maybe whenever they get the question paper, first question is not being answered properly and they go blackout. Okay, so they just black out and they are unable to do. During this time also we have to keep on making our children aware that one question number one, which you do not know, is not going to evaluate whatever you have studied. That is not the way to evaluate. That is not the final result. There may be 20 questions. You haven't done, you are unable to answer one question number one, but there are 19 questions left. So, you know, this is how we have to teach our children about the life skills also. One door is closed, but there may be other 5 doors opening. You have to see that. You have to be positive. For that, again, positivity plays a vital role. Okay, this is test yourself before exams, TEST. T stands for teach yourself positive self-talk. Okay, so you have to have a positive talk, self-talk. Yes, I can manage, I will handle, I will do it, nothing is impossible. Maybe one question I don't know, but other 4 I can do very well. There are other options. Science may be difficult for me, but humanities, I love it. Okay, maybe humanities I get bored, but science, I'm very good into that. Okay, maybe studies academically I'm not so good, but I'm good in music, I'm good in dance, maybe I'm good in arts. Okay, so these are the ways that we need to talk to our children. Whenever you have the counseling session, that's why in order to talk one-to-one or to have a group counseling is very important at school. Talk to your children, understand them, try to talk to them frequently. You know, when you are able to connect to your children, another thing also happens, that conduct and behavioral issues will come down. Definitely it will come down. When you are able to connect to the children, when you are able to understand them, they are not going to create any such issues at school. Conduct problem will be solved because you are able to connect to that student. Okay? E stands for exercise or doing what you are good at. Like in the video, the girl, she was unable to groom herself also, isn't it? Because of that poor girl, she was being bullied at school, isn't it? She was criticized by her classmates, right? But then the mother, how nicely she motivated her to do something that she was good in, that she enjoyed. She taught her to sing. And at last what happened? Singing only gave her success. Okay, so that is how we need to tell our children, do what you are good in. So we have to tell them to be skilled also, right? Something or the other that you're good in. How do you develop your hobbies, maybe? What do you want to do at free time so that their energies may be channelized? Okay, and we also come to know, we also can identify, okay, this child is good in this particular field. Otherwise, he will be totally confused when he grow up. He does not know. And everyone, again, the same story, Hathi or Chiti ka, everything is not everyone's cup of tea. Sabhi to doctor nahi banenge na, sabhi to engineer nahi banenge, right? So we also have to give them opportunity. Because they are adolescent or because they are below 18 years, they don't know what is right and wrong. So that is where we have our responsibility to guide them. They are children. They cannot differentiate what is right and wrong. We cannot say, nahi, ye log ko sab kuch bataya hai every time. Whenever we talk to parents, we always get this kind of, they always say, we get to hear this kind of talks from them. They say, kitna bataun? Ma'am, ye bahut hi dependent ho chuka hai. I want my child to be independent. Okay, fine, you want your child to be independent. But in some cases, we have to be very vigilant and we have to teach them and guide them. We cannot just plant a sapling and leave it. Can you just plant a sapling and leave it and say, oh, one fine day I'm going to get lots of fruits out of it? Can you just imagine? No, नहीं होगा ना. Sapling को plant करके आप ऐसे छोड़ दोगे और आप expect करोगे कि उससे मेरे को fruit मिलेगा एक दिन. क्या ये मुमकिन है? Possible है? नहीं है. What you have to do? You have to pour water sometimes. You should know when it has to be under the sun. You should know when it has to be kept in the shade. Manure उसको क्या है? कितना पानी देना है? Maybe ज़्यादा पानी हो गया. Maybe weeds ज़्यादा आ गए हैं. हाँ? So एक gardener की तरह हम लोग को काम करना है. So we need to work like a gardener, keeping an eye on that little plant every now and then. Then only we will expect it to grow tall and strong one day, laden with fruit again. Right? So similarly, abhi to hum log, we are talking about human being. Right? We are talking about children. So we have to work as a gardener. We cannot say, oh, okay, fine, अच्छा स्कूल में डाल दिया है, टीचर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत अच्छा, इतना फीस दे रहा हूँ मैं, चलो जाओ पढ़ो. It's not only that much. We have to look after them. We have to really take care of them. Okay. Now, final thing is, whenever you find yourself in dilemma, whenever you see children finding themselves confused, totally confused, they don't know what is right and what is wrong, whom to say, in that case, we should always encourage our children to go and talk to someone who is elder to them. Why elder? Again, elders are not below 18. Below 18, they are in which category? They don't know what is right and wrong. They cannot differentiate, right? So adults can guide them properly, but not everyone. Someone whom they can trust, someone whom they can rely on. So they need to go and pour out. Nowadays, we see, especially in Northeast, we find lots of suicidal cases, lots of mental health issues, suicidal, and they're getting into all this kind of unwanted activities, right? Substance use is also another thing. Why somebody committed suicide? 14 years old boy committed suicide, 12 years old girl committed suicide. Why? These are the things that we are learning, right, nowadays. So why is it that? Because they are stressed, maybe because of small issues. There was a, real life story where a child, 12 years old child, boy, committed suicide because mother was not willing to give her 500 for his friend's birthday. There was a birthday and all the friends were collecting 500 each, okay? So mother said, no, I am unable to give you 500. So in that case, he went to some nearby jungle and he hanged himself. So this is the cases. It's not coming from before. It's not being pre-planned before, that one fine day I'm going to commit suicide. It's not like that. Okay? The moment your mental health is being at risk, the moment your mental health is triggered, you go and do something or the other which is not acceptable or which is not wanted, unwanted things. Okay, so you have to be very careful, and we have to tell our children at school, whenever you have counseling session, whenever you get opportunity to talk to them, you always create a environment, a culture at school where you get lots of time to spend with your students. So you tell them, you are into some issues, you are unable to share anyone, you can come and talk to me. You come and tell me, I'm here. I'm here to pull you out of that problem. And there is no problem, no such problem which does not have solution. Every problem has a solution. Okay, so we have to make them we have to teach them, we have to make them feel secured, safe at school, at home. They should know, okay, if I'm wrong or if I've done anything, unwanted, or if I'm facing some kind of problem, there is someone, maybe my teacher is there. Maybe my English teacher is there, maybe my principal is there, maybe my counselor is there who is always going to help me. So that environment, that conducive environment, that happy environment should be created by each one of us, because we all are from schools and we all are the authorities of the school, the principals of the school. So if something goes wrong, of course, you all are going to be held responsible. If not, also we feel guilty, right? Because something should not happen at the cost of anyone's life. So we have to be very careful. We have to be very vigilant. Okay, again, success. S stands for stay focused on the test. We have to tell these things to our children, right? So this is from the point of view of the children. So when you are going to get success, you are going to achieve success when you are focused on whatever work you are doing. If the test is going to come, you have to study for the test. You should know what are the chapters, what are the questions that you are going to study, right? So you have to be focused at the test. U stands for use breathing exercises whenever we get stressed, whenever we feel, anxious, okay, whenever we see those kind of anxiety taking place, we should do breathing exercises, keeping ourselves cool and calm. C stands for regularity, punctuality. There is test at 10 o'clock, exam is at 10 o'clock. Now the boy or the girl is least bothered. He gets up very late in the morning and he is unable to reach at 10 o'clock. So can you imagine the amount of stress that the child will be having, because there was no proper time management, because there was no proper planning, okay? There was unnecessary stress, okay? So those should be avoided. C stands for create a plan for answering questions. Like an example from the previous slide. Question number 1, I got blackout. I don't know the answer. No need to get stressed. Let's go for another question. There are 20 more questions. And if I answer 19 questions, I will get good marks. Why am I there to worry about the first question and spoil my exam? Right? But some of the children, they are unable to do that. That's why they faint, they collapse, they get anxiety attack, and they spoil the whole paper. Because they are only looking at one particular question. So again, nothing is permanent, everything is temporary, and there are lots of doors opening or opened for all of us. This has to be told to our children clearly. Execute your plan. Planning should be done properly. S stands for stay active. S again stands for stop negative self-talk. I cannot do this. I am unable to do. मैंने पढ़ाई नहीं है. मुझे तो शायद 60% नहीं मिलेगा. Okay, so these are the things. I am thinking about the result. Not writing the answer. अभी तो लिखना भी शुरू नहीं किया है, and I am thinking about the result. क्या होगा? शायद मैं फेल हो जाऊंगा. लिखो तो सही. Try तो करो. My teacher always used to say, you all will get very good, you all will be into a very good profession. And we used to say, how, ma'am? How? Then she used to say, but you also may not be into good professions. You also may be struggling for some jobs. Again we said, how? How is it possible? Sometimes you say we get good jobs, and sometimes you are saying we are not going to get good jobs. Then she told us, but unless and until you do not go and give the application, how you are going to get a good job, right? So the first thing is giving the application. बैठे बैठे अब होता ना कि किसी ने कुछ बोल दिया है, and then nowadays we keep on hearing कि ऐसा होता है, वैसा होता है, I'm not going to get through, I'm going to face lots of problem, right? So we have to tell our children, you know, thinking about the result, thinking about the final result, it's not going to help us, but we have to be focused on whatever we are going to do, and then only we are going to get success. So again, the positivity, self-positive talk. Yes, I can do. Nothing is impossible. I am, right? Possible. So these are the affirmatives, positive words that you are going to use while having a self-talk also. Learning to deal with anger, we already saw. Anger is completely normal. I already told you. We all get angry, right? But then we should know how to deal with it. Like the expressions. We have different expressions. We have different emotions, right? We express our emotions differently, but we should know how to express our emotions in a proper manner. Why? Because angry, again, it leads to lots of health issues also. Our BP gets high, isn't it? So, you know, nothing goes right. Even there will be lots of hormonal changes. It goes high, our blood pressure shoots up, and that's not going to be healthy for our physical health also. Of course, yes, more than physical health, it is also going to hamper our mental health. So we need to control our anger. We cannot stop our anger. Can we stop our anger? No. Can I stop myself from getting angry? I am a human being. I get angry, right? But I can regulate it. Regulating means controlling it. कम करना है, जैसे कि फैन का रेगुलेशन होता है ना, कम करना है स्पीड, आप कम करोगे, right? So in the same way we can regulate our anger. How we can regulate our anger? Maybe engaging ourselves in a healthy lifestyle. Exercise करना है, breathing करना है, self-talk, positive self-talk करना है. We are not becoming judgmental. We are not worrying about one particular thing, because we know this is a life, this is a process, it keeps on going, and we have to keep on moving. That's how the life should go, positive way, right? So every time engage yourself with the people who talk positively, who talk with some kind of, you know, conversation also should be very meaningful. Meaningful conversation should be there. Engage yourself instead of gossiping, instead of backbiting, and instead of, you know, all those things, negative talks. We have to engage ourselves with the positive and surround ourselves with positive people. Changes and the stress and the anxiety level goes high because of these are the other things, okay? One is the puberty phase, okay? During this time, again, lots of changes takes place, and we should try to understand our adolescent, okay? Adolescent group, why they are having mood swing, why maybe today they are just, you know, they are looking sad, they're, you know, behaving differently, mood swing ho raha hai. And you being a responsible principal, we should know maybe these are the things that is taking place with this particular child, okay? So, you know, it changes, and then they also act differently. Maybe they are very aggressive during those all the, you know, changes which takes place. Another thing is self-image issues, okay? Self-image, again, it's related to bullying. It's very common in the school, and in our community, in our society, it's very, very common. Even we do such mistakes at times. When we say, ma'am, class 9 का वो बच्चा है ना, जिसने कल बदमाशी किया था, and the principal says, कौन बच्चा, किसने किया था? Because there are 2,000. अब class 9 का कौन बच्चा ने वो सब किया है? He or she does not know. And the teacher quickly says, वो मोटा वाला था ना, वो एकदम short height वाला है ना. Right? So we have to be very, very careful while using our words, our sentences, our phrases should be very carefully used. Right? So while talking also, we are only ourselves saying wo mota wala bacha or wo chota wala bacha, and what do we expect again? Next day the child says the same thing to the teacher, and then we try to punish that child. Right? So at home also it happens the same thing. Maybe the bullying takes place at home. So that results in poor self-image. Aggression is being led by different causes. The first one, it starts from frustration because you are unable to, achieve whatever is the goal. You are unable to get that. So the frustration takes place. आप frustrated हो जाते हो. After that, it leads to anger, right? You get angry क्योंकि आपको नहीं मिला जो आपने सोचा था, आपका हिसाब से नहीं हुआ. It didn't go according to your will. So now you are getting angry, and that anger intensity, right? From aggression, where is it leading to? From frustration, higher intensity is anger. From anger, again, much more higher intensity, that is aggression. Aggression is where someone, involves in hitting, beating, kicking, violence, right? So these are the things, these are the intensities which we need to understand. Flag sign is the danger sign again. Now what we have to be very careful of is if a child is engaged in physical or emotional, activity, maybe he is harming someone physically or emotionally. Verbal, physical abuse is another one. Violation of social boundaries. We have certain boundaries. We live in a society, we need to follow certain boundaries. Ma'am was also talking about the constitution, certain rules and regulations that we have, right? So if a child is taking ganja, for example, very common in northeastern states, weeds, taking ganja. So that violates the social rights, right? So if someone is breaking the social boundaries, talking rudely all the time, कुछ भी अच्छा बोल रहे हो, एकदम वो aggressively answer दे रहा है, एकदम ही arrogant way में, shouting and getting into frequent fights, bullying. Another main important cause, we have to be very much aware and alert if bullying is taking place in our school or in the classes. Teasing, frequent name calling or labeling. Because name calling, I already told you, it is very common among us also. Okay, so sometimes we try to overlook. कुछ नहीं होगा, हम भी तो बोलते थे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होता है. Because of bullying, nowadays so many children are losing their life. So something, enjoyment or entertainment, whenever we call children and whenever we say them, why did you do this, bacha? Then that child will say, ma'am, we were just kidding, we were just joking. मतलब teacher को ही गलत हो जाता है तब, because the two friends have already patched up and then they say, we were just joking, हम लोग तो मजाक कर रहे थे. But in such cases, मजाक, कोई भी मजाक किसी का life से ऊपर नहीं होता है. Okay, not at the cost of anyone's life. And because of small things like bullying, teasing, criticizing, putting someone down, okay, keeping names, all right, so these are the things that may lead to big issues. आज छोटा problem है, कल बहुत बड़ा problem हो जाएगा. So we have to be alert, we have to be very careful. Hitting, kicking, biting and pushing is another flag sign that we have to keep. So these are the danger signs. Very observant you have to be, and you have to remember all these things, whether these are the things that is taking place in my school. If so, what you have to do? You have to call that child, sometimes individually. In these kind of cases, you call one-to-one. If two children are fighting or they are into bullying issues, they are into fight, then I have to call him separately and I have to talk to him, then I'll be talking to him, and maybe sometimes together, maybe sometimes alone, maybe sometimes with the other teachers, with the authorities, maybe sometimes I'm going to involve the parents also, looking at the intensity again. छोटा सा कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रहा, पेंसिल को ले लिया, पेंसिल से मतलब पेंसिल ले लिया तो आप पेरेंट्स को नहीं इन्वॉल्व करोगे. That has to be dealt in the school only. So looking at the intensity, okay, what is the intensity of that particular behavior? All right, causes may be psychological cause, okay, family factors, environmental factors. Family factors, mostly in our society we have alcoholic parents, abusive parents, abusive words use करते हैं बच्चे स्कूल में. That is leading to, very unhealthy atmosphere, that creates a very unhealthy atmosphere at school. And when we try to interrogate them, when we try to do the intervention, we come to know that those children they have learned those words from home only. Because the parents are abusive, because the parents are alcoholic, because the parents are violent and they have learned, कुछ चीज पाना है तो किसी को मार के पाना है, घर में कुछ करना है तो किसी को डोमिनेट करके करना है, वायलेंट होके करना है. Psychological factors, there are more slides coming to that. First and the foremost thing is, when you come to know that a child is, again, intervention. Early intervention plays a vital role. इसलिए बहुत ही vigilant रहना है, बहुत ही alert रहना है कि किसी का क्या चीज़ है, किसी का habit है, कोई ऐसे मजाक में कर रहा है. Like in the previous slide we saw, like a child knows, like if I am jiddi, my work will be done. Okay, so that is not a psychological factor, but with the intensity it may lead to the psychological factor also. So in such cases you will try to find out now what is the main cause, and when you identify, when you diagnose it, and if you think now because of these psychological factors, just with my guidance or the principal's guidance it's not going to work, because we are not doctors, right? We are just doing the counseling, we are just the counselors. Principals, teachers, all of us should act as a counselors. We should try to relate to them and connect to them, but always remember we are not medical experts. So depending on the intensity, we are going to refer them to the medical experts for the medication. Now we will stop here. There are more slides, we will move forward, okay? But before that, in between, we have a small role play. We have a small role play on substance use, okay? So for that, I'd like to call 5 principals, participants here. We have already spoken to them yesterday because we didn't want to take lots of time. So we have already worked on it. So they are going to come in front and they're going to show how a child who is, into substance use, how he or she is being identified, what kind of motivational words are being used, so that the child opens up and accepts the fact that he is taking substance, okay? And depending on the intensity, we will also inform and what are the different factors that has to be kept in mind while dealing with such children. Okay, any kind of behavioral issues, but today we have taken substance use because this is one of the common issue of our reason. So I request sir to come. I also request Agnes ma'am to come and Meena ma'am.
The mic, I'll be discomfortable. Someone else.
Okay.
Collected audio. Audio should be collected by.
So here we have Rahman sir as student, okay? The student who is going to take substance. He is going to take substance, okay? He has that substance intake issue. And we have 2 friends. Please come here, Meena ma'am and Agnes ma'am. They are the 2 friends, okay, who is going to encourage him to take substance in order to overcome some problem in his life, okay. So they are giving peer pressure. And we have our counselor sir. Counselor sir, yeah. Sir is going to act as a counselor of the school and he is going to act as the principal of the school. Okay, so we have 5 participants. I request you all to use the mic so that everyone, you can say in English or Hindi. Yeah, any language. In between, if you want to use Assamese also, it's fine.
क्या हुआ राजू, तुमको क्या हुआ? कोई प्रॉब्लम है? कुछ नहीं. क्यों उदास बैठकर बैठे हैं?
ऐसे ही बैठ के अच्छा लगता है, ऐसे बैठे रहता हूँ.
ये तो ठीक नहीं है ना. ये तो ठीक नहीं हुआ था ना.
क्या है बोलो, क्या हुआ? इतना दुख क्यों हो?
सीरियस कुछ नहीं है, ऐसे मन में कुछ चल रहा है, बस बैठा.
अरे दोस्त नहीं मानते क्या? बोलो क्या हुआ?
दोस्त क्या
हमारा अच्छी डोज है ना,
नहीं घर में
अच्छा
माँ
डोज
बाप
है ना।
ठीक से बोलता नहीं है, भाई भी ठीक से बोलता नहीं, दूर से क्या होगा?
बस इतनी सी बात।
हाँ।
लंच ब्रेक में मिलो, हम इसका सॉल्यूशन आपको बताएगा। ठीक है?
ठीक है।
कोशिश करेंगे। मुझे अकेला छोड़।
ओके मैम।
Now here is the counselor.
कुछ नहीं, आज तो कैसा कैसा है आप? हैं? अच्छा ठीक है, ऐसा मत रहो, हैप्पी मूड में रहो, ठीक है? ओके, आप लोग जाइए।
Lunch break हो गया अभी.
लंच ब्रेक हो गया।
So sorry, we don't have time. We are doing it quickly. Lunch break हो गया.
क्या हुआ?
नहीं, जैसे चल रहा था पहले वैसे ही चल रहा है।
अभी भी ठीक नहीं हुआ?
नहीं।
एक चीज देगा हम आपको, ठीक है? लेकिन किसी को बोलना नहीं।
अगर कुछ गलत हो जाए तो?
कुछ गलत नहीं होगा, सब बच्चा अभी यही यूज करता है, ठीक है?
कुछ गलती होता है।
नहीं नहीं, कुछ नहीं होता, इसको पीने से
विश्वास करो।
इसको पीने से
अगर हम
तुम्हारा
मर जाएंगे तो?
नहीं मरेगा, देखो सब बच्चा यूज करता है। इसको पीने से तुम्हारा सब दुख दर्द कम हो जाएगा।
ऐसा है क्या?
ठीक है?
ठीक है, देखते हैं।
ये लो, लेकिन किसी को बोलना नहीं, ठीक है?
ठीक है।
हे रहमान, क्या हुआ है? करो हमारे साथ।
Okay, I'll just interfere. So during the lunch time, they gave some, substance to him, and he has consumed that. Okay. So now the counselor was always, vigilant. So he has understood that something wrong has been done over here. So he has come again.
तो रहमान, क्या हमको अपना नहीं समझता है क्या? अरे भाई थोड़ा हैप्पी मूड में रहो, वो है कि नहीं? अपना नहीं समझता है तो बोलो ना, क्या हुआ है, क्या बात है? शेयरिंग करने से तो कमता है ना। हम तो है कि नहीं? तुम तो पहले भी शेयर करते थे, अंदर का बोलो भाई।
प्रॉब्लम बहुत है, सुबह उठने से रात सोने तक प्रॉब्लम है। कहाँ जाऊँ, किससे बात करूँ, कोई मुझे सुनने वाला है नहीं। जहाँ भी देखता हूँ वही प्रॉब्लम है। एक आपको ही मिला जो सुनने की कोशिश कर रहा है, बाकी तो कोई सुनता ही नहीं है।
अच्छा, तो देखो, कोई जो नॉर्मल स्ट्रेस रहता है ना, वो तो सबका जीवन में रहता है कि नहीं? हैं? उसको नॉर्मल नेचुरल वे से हम लोग का ना उसका सामना करना चाहिए, ठीक है ना? हैं? तुम्हारे फ्रेंड लोग कुछ बोला क्या?
ये लोग कुछ ऐसा कुछ बोल रहा था कि ये जो मेरा प्रॉब्लम है वो ठीक हो जाएगा, और शायद ठीक भी हो भी रहा है। बस मैं आई एम फीलिंग अभी।
वाह, तो फ्रेंड तो तुम्हारा अच्छा सजेशन दिया वो लोग, है कि नहीं? बोलो रहमान, तुम तो बोलते हो उसके बाद, बोलो बोलो।
नहीं, उन लोगों ने माना किया है बोलने के लिए, नहीं बोलूँगा।
तो हमको अपना नहीं मानता है ना, यही तो समझ गया हम। वो लोग के नहीं बोलेगा, होगा तो पक्का वो लोग के नहीं बोलेगा।
नहीं तो हमारा दोस्ती टूट।
नहीं, दोस्त लोग के नहीं बोलेगा।
ठीक है। क्या है कि मुझे एक छोटा सा चीज़ दिया था खाने के लिए, तो उसने बोला था कि ये खाने से सब भूल जाओगे। तो जितना दिया था आधा हमने खाया है, तो अभी थोड़ा भी अच्छा लग रहा है, लेकिन बाकी का नहीं खाया। डर भी लगता है क्या हुआ।
ठीक है, जो कर लिया, ठीक है यार, लेकिन ये तो गलत है। तुमको समझ में आता, तुम तो अच्छा स्टूडेंट थे, है कि नहीं? और धीरे धीरे तुम्हारे प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगा ना बॉडी में, बहुत सारा बीमारी भी आ सकता है, ठीक है? जो हो गया, अब से हम लोग है तुम्हारा पास, ठीक है? हम प्रिंसिपल सर से भी बातचीत करेंगे। चलो हम लोग चलते हैं उनको पास, वो भी हम लोग को हेल्प करेंगे, है कि नहीं? ठीक है, चलो रोमन, चलो, डरना नहीं है, सर हमारा ही है। सर, प्रिंसिपल सर। हाँ सर, रोमन के बारे में आपको पता है सर?
नहीं, मुझे तो कुछ पता नहीं है
सर। रोमन तो पहले तो पढ़ाई में बहुत अच्छा था, आपको पता है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे वो ना उससे हट रहा है। तो आज हमको नोटिस हुआ 2-3 दिन से, तो आज उससे थोड़ा बातचीत किया तो उसको पता चला सर वो तो ड्रग का उसका एक लग गया है सर। हाँ सर, तो उसको वो मैंने बोला हमको, मैंने खूब फ्रेंडली रिलेशंस के, तो हम उसको लेके आए सर, बाहर में रखा है, उसको बुलाऊं क्या? थोड़ा उनका काउंसलिंग करेंगे या मतलब बातचीत करेंगे तो अच्छा होगा ना। वो भी
आप पहले बात कर चुके हैं?
थोड़ा बात कर चुका हूँ सर।
ठीक, कॉन्फिडेंस में ले लिया ना?
हाँ हाँ
ठीक है, बुलाइए।
रोमान, चलो वो प्रिंसिपल सर बुला रहे हैं।
हाँ रामन, कैसे हो? ठीक हो ना? अच्छा, थोड़ा अलग सा लग रहा है तुमको। तो पहले तो बड़ा खुश रहता था, खेल कूद में बहुत अच्छा हो तुम, है ना? क्लास का मॉनिटर भी था, तुम कितना अच्छा काम कर रहा था। कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गया क्या?
पहले में बीच में खराब था, अभी अच्छा हो।
अच्छा, कोई नहीं। सर कुछ बता रहे हैं मुझे कि कुछ फ्रेंड ने तुमको कुछ समझाया?
रमान मत डरो, सार अपना ही है, ठीक है?
आपने बोला था किसी को बोलेगा
नहीं हम किसी को बोला कि अपना दोस्त को नहीं बोलेगा, ठीक है ना? हम तो बोला ना प्रिंसिपल सर, तो हम लोग तो एक ही है ना। हम तो तुम लोग का अलग, और तुम्हारा दोस्त को तुम प्रॉमिस किया था ना, हम दोस्त को तो नहीं बोला है कि नहीं? हम भी सर को बोला 2 आदमी तुम्हारा सपोर्ट में रहेंगे तो तुम जल्दी उससे रिकवर कर लोगे ना, इसलिए, ठीक है? हाँ सर तो कोई बात नहीं।
तुम आगे चल के अच्छा कर। ये बुक देखे हो कभी? देखो तो क्या है, पढ़ो तो।
द पावर ऑफ पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग,
है ना? ये पीछे व्यक्ति का पहचानते हो? इनको पहचानते हो क्या?
ठीक से दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है।
अच्छा, मैं बता रहा हूँ। इनका नाम है नॉर्मन विंसेंट पॉल है। इनको फादर ऑफ पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग बोला जाता है, ठीक है? ये बहुत अच्छी बुक है। इसमें 17 चैप्टर है। 5वां चैप्टर पढ़ के देखो तो क्या लिखा हुआ है। क्या लिखा हुआ है, दिखाई दे रहा है?
हाउ टू क्रिएट,
चलो मैं
क्रिएट योर ओन हैप्पीनेस।
ठीक है, तो ये जो 5वां चैप्टर है ना, ये सारी बुक बहुत के अच्छी है पूरा। ये 5वां चैप्टर पढ़ने से सारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी, ठीक है? तुमको ऐसे से समझाएंगे। ये बुक भी मैं तुमको दे दूंगा, कुछ दिन पढ़ लिया करो तो सारा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा तुम्हारा, ठीक है? और जो कुछ अगर कोई गलत आदत लगी है तो वो ठीक हो जाएगी, ठीक है? ओके मैम, डन है।
Okay, thank you so much. So ये role play में few things we saw. First of all, we saw negative peer pressure, right? Negative peer pressure देखा। उसके बाद में फिर हम लोग ने एक अच्छा चीज़ देखा जो टीचर का quite alert और vigilant था. So he could understand the child is going through some difficult phases. Okay, so उन्होंने उनको अच्छी तरह से काउंसलिंग किया. Another thing, जब भी इस तरह का कुछ भी इश्यूज होता है स्कूल में, हम लोग को एज अ टीचर, एज अ काउंसलर, ऑल अलोन इससे डील नहीं करना है. अगेन डिपेंडिंग, क्योंकि ये एक ड्रग का इश्यू था, ये छोटा मोटा इश्यू नहीं था, ड्रग्स इनटेक था. ओके, सो इन दैट केस वी हैव टू इन्वॉल्व आवर ऑथोरिटी. सो प्रिंसिपल का इन्वॉल्वमेंट होना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, टीचर का, प्रिंसिपल का और काउंसलर, इफ़ यू हैव अ काउंसलर का. फिर बच्चे को मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि जजमेंटल नहीं होना है. वेन एवर यू डू सम काइंड ऑफ काउंसलिंग, वेन एवर यू ट्राई टू टॉक टू योर चिल्ड्रन, यू शुड नेवर बी जजमेंटल. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि ओ तुमने ड्रग्स लिया, ये बहुत ख़राब किया तुमने, अभी तुम चलो पुलिस को बुलाऊंगा. इस तरह का डीलिंग नहीं होना चाहिए. ओके, वट एवर हैज़ हैपन, वी आर देयर टू हेल्प यू, वी आर देयर टू गाइड यू. हम हैं. Maybe you have taken a wrong decision because you didn't have anyone to pour out your feelings. आपको कुछ भी समझ में नहीं आया, आपने किसी से मिला भी नहीं, किसी को बोला भी नहीं कि ऐसा ऐसा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, घर में ऐसा ऐसा इश्यूज हो रहा है. मतलब pour out नहीं हुआ, अंदर ही अंदर burst होने वाला था. Okay, so in that case we have to tell our children, you have to come and talk to someone whom you rely on. Okay, so the same thing happened. Counselors they find out kiya and the principal was involved. And now in this case, if the intensity is high again, if you do not see any kind of changes, मतलब बार-बार उसको लत हो गया है, he is habituated into taking drugs, then again maybe we have to call the parents. Parents का भी involvement होना बहुत ही जरूरी है. Without parents involvement, we cannot do anything in such cases. Again, there is another problem. Parents का केस में क्या होगा? When you call the parents and if you say your son is taking ganja, what will the parents say? Yes, yes, I know. Will they say like that? No. डिनाई करेंगे, डिनायल, सिंपली दे विल डिनाई, दे विल से नो मेरा बच्चा को मैं जानता हूँ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं करता है, आई नो, आई एम ऑलवेज विथ हिम और हर, दे डोंट टेक दैट, शायद आपको गलत फहमी हुआ है. Okay, so that denial again, it will go. Initially they are not going to accept, even the child was not accepting initially, but when you can create that, when you can show that love and care, when you are genuinely taking care of the child will also open up with you and the parents will also open up with you. Okay, so वो ही duty है जो हम लोग को करना है. That also adds to a friendly environment, a caring, a loving environment at school. Okay. Now what teachers can do, क्या कर सकते हैं? टीचर्स ने क्या किया था यहाँ पे, काउंसलर ने क्या किया, एक सपोर्टिव इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट किया, isn't it? सपोर्टिव इन्वायरमेंट, सोशल क्लाइमेट, इफेक्टिव सोशल इमोशनल टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग. ओके, अनदर वन इज रूट कॉज, क्या चीज से हो रहा था वो बिहेवियर. वी टुक एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ सब्सटेंस, वी आर लुकिंग एट द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ एग्रेशन. ओके, सो क्या चीज से वायलेंट हो रहा है. एग्रेसिव मीन्स टू बीट समवन, टू हिट समवन, एग्रेशन एकदम ही वायलेंट होना. ओके, सो क्यों हो रहा है, क्यों बिहेव कर रहा है वो, दोज थिंग्स, व्हाई दैट चाइल्ड इज बिहेविंग इन दैट वे. अगेन गोइंग अंडर द सरफेस, सुपरफिशियल लेवल में, अच्छा ये बच्चा का ऐसा है, घर में ऐसा है, बोल के नहीं होगा. वी हैव टू फाइंड आउट द रूट कॉज. ओके, देन ओनली वी कैन do the interventions and we can identify the problem properly. What teachers can do again, they can be assertive, they can be very clear. Okay, it's not good, like for example bullying, no, a big no, bullying should not be done. होता है, हम लोग ने भी तो किया था, ऐसा नहीं चलता है. So few things, it's your instructions, your message has to be clear. Here the counselor was quite assertive. He knew now this child is into substance use, so he didn't take the thing in his hand only, he went and informed the authority. Okay, so that has to be done, it has to be very clear. Another one is, first of all you have to make the child cool and calm. उसको थोड़ा सा मतलब ऐसा होना चाहिए कि okay, there is someone to listen to me. You have to be a good listener, you cannot only talk, right? You have to listen to. Someone is there to listen to me and there is someone who can take care of me. Maybe if it's missing at home, but at school at least there is someone. And teachers can make difference in child's life. A teacher can make a child into a good human. A teacher's words can also negatively affect the child's future. Okay, here also again I think I have time, so I'll just tell you one story. Okay, एक teacher था और एक student था. Teacher or student, I'll just quickly tell you. Okay, student and the teacher died on the same day. Okay, they died on the same day. So क्या हुआ, we know that, isn't it? We have been listening to all these things. When you die, you go and meet whom? किससे मिलेंगे आप मरने के बाद में? यमराज से, right? So you know, in this story also there was a Yamraj standing there. Okay, and then the Yamraj took the child first. Okay, the child was not good at studies. Teacher was, you know, always having some complaint during the school days. जब स्कूल में था तो टीचर को हमेशा मतलब दुखी था टीचर की, ये बच्चा बहुत ही गया गुजरा है, is not going to improve, and he used to keep on saying कि तुम तो कुछ नहीं, तुम्हारा अच्छा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है जिंदगी में, तुम अच्छा नहीं बनोगे, तुम तो चोर ही बनोगे, तुम खराब चीज करोगे. Sometimes it comes out, no? So how careful we have to be. After listening to the story, we'll come to know. Okay, so क्या करता है, teacher used to always blame the child. Okay, he always used to, you know, keep names and he used to say तुम्हारा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, तुम तो एकदम पढ़ाई में भी तुम एकदम गए गुजरे हो, तुम तो चोर ही बनोगे, तुम कुछ अच्छा नहीं बनोगे. Okay, so they both died on the same day and the Yamraj took the child, and the student, he was also grown up when he was, you know, at the time of his death. So he took him to a beautiful place. एक बंगलो दिखाया बच्चा को. Okay, he was no more a बच्चा to that student. Okay, बंगलो दिखाया, इतना सुंदर बंगलो, and the student was so happy. अरे मैं तो चोर ही बनाया था. Okay, he had become चोर in his life. Okay, अरे मैं तो चोर बना हूँ और मुझे चोर बनने के बाद में भी इतना अच्छा बंगलो मिल रहा है, right? So now the teacher was thinking, देखो इसको तो मैंने पढ़ाया ना, इतना गया गुजरा था यह बच्चा, और इसको तो मैंने बोला था कि ये चोर बनेगा और ये चोर भी बन गया. हाँ, इसका तो ऐसे ही था. His behavior was like that. Okay, so इसको बंगलो मिला तो मुझे कैसे मिलेगा, मेरा बंगला कैसे होगा? Okay, the teacher started thinking. Now after that, the student was given his destination, bungalow, and the teacher was taken, and he was expecting कि मुझे भी बंगलो मिलेगा, इससे भी सुंदर बंगलो मिलेगा, and he was taken to a small muddy hut. एक झोपड़ी में ले गया, and the teacher was not willing to enter. बोला कि यमराज रविराज आपने गलती किया है, वो तो चोर है, मेरा स्टूडेंट, हम जानता है उसको, मैं इसका टीचर हूँ, मैंने इसको पढ़ाया है, मुझे मिलना चाहिए वो बंगलो और इसको मिलना चाहिए झोपड़ी, राइट? सो देन यमराज से, लेकिन आपको मालूम है ये आज चोर बना किसके कारण से? वाई? बिकॉज ऑफ what kind of environment? Who created that environment? Right? The teacher created the environment, isn't it? So, we have to be very, very careful while talking, while using our words, while dealing with our children. So, we should never use such kind of negative words, and we can never become judgmental. Okay, this is a case study. Rahul is 14-year-old boy who has academic issues, okay? पढ़ाई में उतना अच्छा नहीं है. Teacher used to punish him often as he was caught being angry and using abusive words. Because he is not good in studies, उसको पसंद नहीं है. So what he does, he gets angry and he uses slang words, abusive words with his classmates. Okay? Looking at his behavior, the classmates does not like him. So they, make fun of him, they criticize him, they tease him, they throw objects, they spit him, they make fun of him, and that bullying nature of his classmate has made him more angry. So जो situation है बच्चा का, okay, he is already weak in studies, he is already, angry. Now the friends has made him more angry. Alright, so this is the case. Now, questions to ponder, and you'll just one or two of you will give me the answer. What is Rahul's feeling? राहुल क्या फील कर रहा है ये केस स्टडी में? हाँ जी, anger, yeah, angry. Rahul was angry. How can we help Rahul? कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं? वो पढ़ाई में ठीक नहीं था तो उसको मतलब क्रिटिसाइज करने लगे बच्चे क्लास में, और उससे उसका और भी हालत खराब हुआ. हाँ जी, मोटिवेशन. We can help him to have a proper planning. Yeah, time management सिखाना है. Why? Maybe if he needs some kind of remedial classes, we can help him with that. और सबसे important है positive words, motivation and counseling, talking to him. Why is it happening? क्यों वो गुस्सा हो रहा है? वो क्यों पढ़ाई में क्यों नहीं ध्यान दे पा रहा है? Maybe there is some kind of issues at home. Okay, in what ways teachers can be a source of support for Rahul? कैसे सपोर्ट कर सकता है टीचर उसको? Yes, wonderful. Very good. Yeah, friendly होके, encourage करके, positive words बोल के, right? Excellent. Now see, these are the issues of bullying. Again, I've already told you most of the things about bullying. Bullying का भी beneath the surface क्या क्या reasons हो सकता है? Maybe because of abuse, maybe fear, maybe peer pressure. Okay, so these are the different cases of bullying. The scourge of bullying. Bullying is aggressive behavior that is intentional and involves an imbalance in power. Bullied children exhibit higher level of insecurity. So जो भी बच्चा bully होता है स्कूल में, okay, maybe name keeping, maybe body shaming. आजकल body shaming बहुत common है. और कोई body shame करता है, right? So these are the things that will lead to insecurity. Bullying छोटा मोटा चीज नहीं है. Why the person who is being bullied, why the child is being bullied and then he goes and commits suicide? वो suicidal क्यों होता है? और हम लोग बोल देते हैं ऐसे, हम लोग easily बोल देते हैं superficial level में कि अरे क्या हुआ, एक नाम रखने से तुमने इसने suicide कर लिया? No, there may be lots of reasons behind it. So इसका consequences क्या होता है? Insecurity, okay, anxiety, depression, loneliness. They isolate. They don't want to mix up with everyone. क्यों mix up होगा? कोई उसको पसंद नहीं करता है, सभी उसका criticize करते हैं, right? Unhappiness, physical and mental symptoms, and low self-esteem. So because of bullying, low self-esteem, जो self-image है उसमें बहुत सारा negative असर होता है. Okay, it affects negatively. So these are the consequences which you have to remember, and bullying is not a small issue because it's leading to all this kind of negative consequences that may also take life of someone. That may also force someone to take life, his or her life. Okay, so you know you have to think it in a different way. You should know what are the consequences, and you have to handle such cases at school very wisely and very sensitively. Types of bullying, again, physical bullying होता है, मारपीट करके, emotional होता है, verbal होता है, and cyber bullying. Nowadays, this cyber bullying is very common. It's so easy. We all are having Androids. You get annoyed with someone, send a message. Yeah, you are annoyed with someone, make some memes and send. Criticize. चलो viral कर दो, video बना दो. Yeah, because of all these things, so many things are taking place. So we have to have good sensitization, you know, programs and awareness program based on this kind of bullying, and we have to make our children aware, like what are the negative effects of bullying and why there should be no bullying in our schools. It's a big no. Bullies and victims का difference है ये. Yeah, why do students bully? Some of them, they bully their friends. Why? Hero-giri, right? They want to become heroes. Attention. मैं मतलब dominate करता हूँ. मैं captain हूँ class का. Isn't it? मैं सबसे strong हूँ. तो और कोई भी है class में तो उसको थोड़ा सा dominate कर लो, थोड़ा सा criticize कर लो, put them down. Okay, so this hero-giri for themselves, and they also get some kind of validation from their friends. Wow, तुमने ऐसा कर दिया, आज तुमने ये टीचर का मजाक उड़ा लिया, ठीक किया, बहुत अच्छा किया, आज तुमने ये लड़का को मारा, अच्छा किया, चलो हम भी है साथ में, आफ्टर स्कूल जाके इसको देंगे अच्छी तरह से, हाँ, तुमको मैं बाहर देख लूंगा. So small, and he's saying तुमको मैं बाहर देख लूंगा, लंच टाइम में आ जाओ, आफ्टर स्कूल आ जाओ, गेट के बाहर आ जाओ. Okay, so these are the things that they want to do. This also may be related to their environment that they live in, that they come from, क्योंकि maybe घर का environment वैसा है, maybe अपना अगल बगल में वैसा है, so they must have learned from somewhere or the other. Or desire for popularity, again, hero-giri, popularity. Wow, class 8 का बच्चा ने class 12 का भैया को मारा, बहुत अच्छी तरह से दिया, इस type का. Okay, so this is the desire for popularity. Want revenge. They are so revengeful. They carry grudges. They carry grudges. Today I'm unable to agree with that person, and that person is carrying grudges. क्यों? नहीं होगा ऐसा. इसको तो सबक सिखाना ही है. So these are the things that the children are having nowadays. Maybe acting out of hurt or anger again. Feeling helpless. Feels the peer pressure again. Again peer pressure. Okay, so ये जो peer pressure है, actually peers जो होते हैं, friends जो होते हैं, friendship groups जो होता है, वो बहुत ही हम लोग positively ले सकते हैं. लेकिन friendship groups और जो peer groups होते हैं, इसको फिर हम लोग negatively क्या होता है, peer pressure होता है. So but then peer pressure फिर कोई जगह में क्या होता है, negative भी होता है, कोई जगह में peer pressure positive भी होता है. Okay, so negative peer pressure. Okay, here we are talking about the negative peer pressure that is leading to some kind of harm, damage. Okay, damaging maybe yourself or damaging someone else, hurting yourself or hurting someone else. That may be because of peer pressure, and we saw in the roles also here, in the role play, right? How the peer pressure, they were encouraging, they were forcing him to take substance. What teachers can do? 3 steps from the point of view of a student here. Bully अब क्या करेगा? जो बच्चा bully हो चुका है, वो क्या करेगा? First of all, you know, the teacher has to stop. Okay, the student who are bullying must be stopped. Another thing is that you know, that situation or that environment, he can just leave it, ignore it. Okay, they are bullying, doesn't matter. No one is going to define me. मेरा life का वो एक summary नहीं बनेगा कि कोई मेरे बारे में कुछ उल्टा पुल्टा बोलेंगे. Right? So no one is going to define me. I can just ignore and walk. And in the case when I'm too engrossed with such things, I'm stressed, I'm having anxiety, I'm confused, I'm into dilemma, and I'm really having a bad days because of that particular incident, then in such cases, what you are going to do? You are going to go and talk to someone who is elder to you, who can take care of you. Okay, so these instructions has to be very assertive. This has to be told to the children. Okay, you are not alone. You are not alone to deal with the situations of life. There are people who is going to help you to deal with the situations of life. Maybe your teacher is there, maybe your principal is there, maybe your mother, your father, maybe someone elder, okay, elder to you. So you have to just tell all those things. What teachers can do? Educate students, again, awareness program. Right? Counseling karna hai. We have to tell them why bullying is wrong, and we have to also tell them how you have to stay away from bullying. We should not bully, because bully karne se kya hota hai? We can just imagine ourselves, no? If we are bullying someone, if a child is bullying someone, we can make him understand that what happens when you are into the shoe of that other person who is being bullied. When you are yourself being bullied by someone, tab kya hoga? Because we human beings, what we do, we always want to listen good things about ourselves. The moment we do not receive good things, praises about ourselves, that time we go again mad, right? So we do not want that. We do not want to accept. But then talking bad about others, we really enjoy at times. Gossiping, talking, backbiting, bullying, we enjoy that, right? So we have to stop that. Let's go into the shoe of that person who is being bullied there. Let's think, मैं वो जगह में होता और मेरे बारे में ऐसा किया होता है, मुझे ये सब किया होता तो क्या होता? तब मैं कैसे डील करता? अभी मैं किसी और को बुली कर रहा हूँ, अच्छी तरह से कर रहा हूँ, and I'm enjoying. But if I was in his place, what would have happened to me? तब मैं वो stress को कैसे handle करता? Okay? So these are the things that you are going to tell. You have to be friendly. You have to listen. Listening, good listening skills. Because unless and until you do not listen, you are not going to get that person correctly. अपना ही सब कुछ थोपना है, उनका नहीं सुनना है, तो you are not going to get that person correctly. You have to be very calm. You have to trust adult, and because if you are not able to, you know, differentiate, okay, what is wrong and right, you have to go to someone who is elder to you, who can positively and nicely guide you and take you out of that problem. Again, what teacher can do in the case of bullying? There is no tolerance, okay? Zero tolerance policy. And थोड़ा सा हम लोग बच्चे को बोल भी सकते हैं कि if this continues in the school, bullying यदि continue होता है स्कूल में, तब आपको क्या मिलेगा? Maybe school living certificate मिल सकता है, maybe आपको character certificate मिल सकता है जिसमें लिखा गया होगा कि आपका conduct कैसा था. Okay? So that also makes a big difference. क्योंकि अभी बहुत सारा job profiles में आपका character certificate भी मांगा जाता है. So if fair is only written in your character certificate, that is going to make difference. Okay? So that's what you are going to tell. So that is zero tolerance. So these are the protocols. School का अपना अपना protocol होता है. Sometimes we have to apply this also. Again, positive school climate and friendship groups. Like we saw the negative peer pressure. That negative peer pressure can be turned into positive one also. We can have peer groups at school, peer educators at school who can guide, because हम लोग तो teacher ठहरे. They do not speak to us so frankly, so openly, but they will tell their problem to the peer groups, to the friendship groups. So this is something which you can, you know, apply in your school, and you can just see एक ट्रायल एंड एरर बेसिस में आप देख सकते हो स्कूल में कि एक फ्रेंडशिप ग्रुप बना के और एक पीयर एजुकेटर्स का ग्रुप बना के, देन अगेन दोस थिंग्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स विल बी सॉल्व, बिकॉज वी हैव सीन सो मेनी schools where this system is there. The schools which are having peer educators in the school, those schools are having very less conduct and behavioral issues. Now teachers has to be very confidential, right? सबको जाके एक staff room का talk नहीं बनाना है. We are not going to make it a talk of a staff room. Whatever they are going to tell you, you have to deal it very confidentially. You are not going to share with your best colleague also. You can keep some suggestion box so that they can just write the feedbacks and write there. And they should get counseling. Counseling, I already told you, it can be individually or in a group also. Self-harm. Self-harm, again, we know, harming oneself, right? बहुत सारा causes के कारण से होता है, anxiety के कारण से होता है, depression के कारण से होता है, anger के कारण से होता है, aggression, right? So again, beneath the surface, what are the different causes? Why that particular person is harming himself or herself? That has to be found out, and it has to be dealt very sensitively. In such cases, again, depending on the intensity, if you think now the intensity is very high and he is getting suicidal or something like that, so in that case, if you think the medication has to be involved, again we have to quickly refer them to the medical experts. So early interventions बहुत ही जरूरी है. So depending on the intensity, we cannot suggest them with some medication because we are again not doctors. Flag sign. अपने आप का नेगेटिव सेल्फ व्यू, नो होप, होपलेसनेस फील करना, मेकिंग थ्रेट्स, सब्सटेंस यूज अगेन, दे आर नॉट एबल टू कम आउट, सो दे आर टेकिंग हेल्प ऑफ समथिंग एल्स, राइट? So these are all the flag signs that may lead to self-harm. Danger signs. These are the symptoms. How to respond? You can talk privately, individually. Cannot be judgmental. Okay? You cannot be judgmental. You have to be very sensitive, very wise, very empathetic, very compassionate while dealing with children. You have to listen to the children. Listen, listen, listen. Become a good listener. Then only you are going to catch what is happening. If you talk yourself, you are not going to listen, then you are not going to come to know what is the real cause. Do not make promises again. जो आप नहीं कर सकते हो, वो promise नहीं करना है. जो आप कर सकते हो, that of course, to bring that person in confidence, you can do it, okay? So, work with the parents, like how we saw here in the role play. Parents has to be involved, authority has to be involved. Okay, and at last, if nothing goes right, then what we have to do, we have to refer them to the medication, to the medical experts. Intervening at school again, quickly. जैसे कि वो student यहाँ पे ऐसे उतरा हुआ बैठा था, okay? टीचर ने क्या किया? 2 बार, 3 बार, frequently, regular basis में उसको observe किया. ऐसा ही नहीं है, गर्मी है ना, ऐसा ही बैठा होगा. इसने पढ़ाई नहीं किया, ऐसे बैठा होगा. No, it's not that. Our duty is to be very vigilant. So we have to address that particular situation quickly. How quickly the counselor went to the principal, to the authority, and told about the boy, about the issue of the boy, right? And then you have to again remain very calm. It was not a chaos. Chaos नहीं हुआ था वहाँ पे सबको बोल के okay जाओ ये टीचर को बोलो उसको बोलो सबको नहीं. Very confidentially, not to the children also. Very cool and calmly. Again, you have to talk to that person so that you come to know what is happening, what is his feelings, what are his plans, and you have to help them to come out of it. But then again, following the school's protocol, that is informing the authority, and nothing is going right, again referring them to the medical experts. Okay, so mostly we have to talk about the positive mindsets. Life permanent कुछ भी नहीं है life में. Everything is temporary. थोड़ा सा problem होने से आपको substance लेने का जरूरी नहीं है. So these things has to be done in a regular basis in school. Counseling करना है, sessions लेना है, workshops रखना है. Please educate children how the life should be and what are the ways, how can you come out of it. Like ma'am was talking in our session regarding the values. Spiritual education is a must. Spiritual values, attitudes, right? Attributes, ये सब बहुत ही जरूरी होता है. Education तो है, bookish knowledge है, academic knowledge भी है, लेकिन at the same time spiritual education also plays very important role. So we have to inculcate values in children. We have to teach them. We have to make them understand why spirituality is the most important thing that will make you a better human in your life. And if you are a better human, if you have a good conduct and moral values with you, of course you are going to shine in your life. And always remember, life is not a one-day process. It's a lifelong process. So it's a construction process, and construction does not take place in 1 day or 1 hour. Construction के लिए कितना time लगता है, right? So we cannot be judgmental looking at one person. There are different phases what we saw here, right? Phases में different changes आता है. कोई बच्चा आप लोग ने observe किया होगा. More than me, you all are experienced, right? So you must have seen maybe pre-school में उसका दूसरा ही कंडक्ट होता है. जब वो मिडिल स्कूल में आता है तो वो पढ़ाई में थोड़ा सा चेंज होता है. कोई होता है कि हाई स्कूल में आने से अच्छा हो जाता है, कोई फिर सीनियर सेकेंडरी लेवल में आने से बहुत ही अच्छे हो जाते हैं. जो बच्चा उतना अच्छा नहीं था क्लास 4 क्लास 5 में, वो क्लास 8 9 10 में जाके सडनली इतना अच्छा हो गया. फिर वाइस वर्सा भी हो सकता है, जस्ट ऑपोजिट. जो अच्छा था वो फिर सीनियर ब्लॉक्स में जब जाता है तो वो थोड़ा सा वीक हो जाता है. सो बिकॉज दीज आर द transitory phases, the transitory changes that we learned about. Intervening families, we should not act very differently when talking with the family. We have to be very cool and calm because family will never accept it. वो लोग तो एक ही बार में deny करेंगे. Denial phase होता है. Family is never going to accept it. Okay, that was starting only. Another one is psycho-educated not to display anger or blame the child. So we have to tell parents, कोई बच्चा होता है ना, कोई parents होते हैं कि स्कूल में बुलाया, and when we try to talk about the child, कोई parents इतना वो लोग का खुद का मतलब anger management नहीं है. They are so angry, they start beating the child in front of the teachers. ऐसा किया, चलो धम धुम धम, right? ऐसा भी होता है. So what do we expect from the child? What do we expect? और child दूसरा दिन आके किसी का बच्चा को मार देता है. And when we call the parents, again the parents say, नहीं हमारा घर में तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है, मारपीट का तो कोई ऐसा कुछ सिस्टम है ही नहीं, मालूम नहीं कहाँ से सीखा, स्कूल में आके सीखा होगा या फलाना का बच्चा के कारण से सीखा होगा. So these may be the things, okay? So this kind of educative sessions, awareness program, इस type का जो program होता है, it has to be on a regular basis. You all have to do it in a regular basis. This is another case study. Sakshi started showing suicidal behavior in grade 10. Her teachers has noticed that her drawings are often dark with depiction in injured people. There was no previous record of any problems. Sakshi's parents were contacted and came in for an interview. Parents shared that Sakshi being referred to a counselor to help Sakshi express her feelings and manage her depression. A plan was put in place to identify peer educators. So आप लोग ने समझ लिया क्या था? Sakshi was into suicidal behavior. जब वो class 10 पहुंची तो उसको इस type का thoughts आने लगा कि suicidal thoughts आने लगा. Okay, so parents were involved, and then counselor was started, has started counseling her in a regular basis. Again, they thought maybe ये जो peer educators जो होते हैं, फ्रेंडशिप ग्रुप्स जो होता है, पीयर ग्रुप्स जो होते हैं स्कूल में, यदि आप लोग ने भी फॉर्म नहीं किया है तो आप लोग भी फॉर्म करके एक बार देख सकते हैं. इट वर्क्स वंडर्स, राइट? सो ये पीयर एजुकेटर्स का जो ग्रुप होते हैं, दे आर लिटिल बिट responsible, and then they go through all this kind of trainings, and then they come to know like how to deal with their friends. So friends को वो लोग का फ्रेंड ही अच्छी तरह से समझ सकता है, more than us. So in that case, she was, her behavior started improving because there was involvement of the counselor, there was involvement of the parents also. They started taking care of this girl Sakshi from all the direction along with the friends. So friends ने भी उसको help किया. Okay, so this was one of the case study. What would you recommend to help Sakshi and our family? यदि ऐसा केस आया स्कूल में तो आप क्या करोगे? रिकमेंडेशन क्या होगा आपका साक्षी और उसका फैमिली के लिए? ऑफ कोर्स, हाँ, सुसाइडल बिहेवियर. अब यू विल कम टू नो कि मतलब होता है ना कि कोई हाथ काट लेते हैं, हाँ, कोई खाली नेगेटिव थॉट्स बोलते हैं, क्लासरूम में भी आके बोलते हैं कि अरे मैं तो ऐसे करूँगा वैसा करूँगा. दैट्स वाई, या, every issues has to be taken care. Every issues has to be taken care properly. We have to be very alert. We have to be very vigilant, very much motivating लेकिन मोटिवेशनल वे में उसको हैंडल करना है. एंड इन दिस काइंड ऑफ इश्यूज यू हैव टू रेफर देम टू अ काउंसलर, क्लिनिकल काउंसलर, क्लिनिकल एक्सपर्ट्स. ओके, सो क्लिनिकली भी यदि मेडिकेशन का जरूरी है, मेडिकेशन देगा बच्चा को. स्कूल में भी उसको अच्छी तरह से मोटिवेट करना है, पेरेंट्स का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, और फ्रेंड्स विल ऑल्सो हेल्प देम. सो इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द peer educators, very important. Peer groups, very very important. You all can just try it after you go back. Peer groups बना देना, सब कुछ मालूम पड़ता है कहाँ पे गैंग फाइट होने वाला है, कहाँ पे किसको मारने वाला है, everything, किसका behavior कैसा है, you will come to know, and then that will be under control. Who should be involved? Who should be involved? Of course, parents. Yeah, parents should be involved. Medical experts should be involved, right? The school's authorities should be involved. Counselors should be involved. Even the friends involved. Yes, who are positive friends. Yeah. What would you do to follow up? Maybe regular counseling session. Yeah. Private counseling, personal counseling. Signs and symptoms of substance use. कैसा होता है, जैसे कि उनके केस में ना काउंसलर बोल रहे थे, क्या हुआ, तुम तो इतना हंसते थे, तुम इतना खुश बच्चे थे, अभी क्या हुआ, पढ़ाई में भी तुम्हारा पहले तो कितना अच्छा बच्चा था, तुम स्पोर्ट्स में भी अच्छे थे, एकेडमिकली भी ऑल्सो यू वर वेरी गुड, नाउ यू हैव कम डाउन, राइट? सो एकेडमिकली योर परफॉर्मेंस इज गोइंग टू बी दैट. हाउ डू यू फाइंड आउट? सब्सटेंस यूज वाला बच्चे को कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे? एक्चुअली दीज आर द वेज टू आइडेंटिफाई. केयरलेस होता है ग्रूमिंग में, ही इज लीस्ट बॉदर्ड. चेंज इन पीयर ग्रुप्स, हाँ, अच्छा बच्चा का ग्रुप में था, अभी अचानक से उसने ग्रुप चेंज कर लिया, हाँ. एंड देन मिसिंग क्लासेस, बंकिंग क्लासेस, लॉस ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, एक्टिविटीज किसी में नहीं है, आइसोलेटिंग हिमसेल्फ और हरसेल्फ, चेंजेस इन ईटिंग एंड स्लीपिंग हैबिट्स, एंड रिलेशनशिप विद द फैमिली मेंबर्स इज ऑल्सो गोइंग डाउन. ओके, नो प्रॉपर बॉन्डिंग विद द फैमिली मेंबर्स. स्टेजेस, एक्सपेरिमेंट. दिस हैपन्स इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट मोस्टली. बच्चे को फैमिली में प्रॉब्लम है नहीं है, स्ट्रेस है, टेंशन है, एंजाइटी है, वो सब कुछ नहीं है, एक्सपेरिमेंट कर लिया. क्यों किया? मे बी इट इज इजीली अवेलेबल, हर जगह पे मिलता है सब्सटेंस इजीली, फ्रेंड्स गिव, यू गेट इट फ्रॉम समवन. अल्कोहलिक पेरेंट्स घर में है, थोड़ा सा ट्राई कर लेंगे, थोड़ा सा ट्राई करते करते हैबिट हो जाता है. Once, twice they try and then they are habitual, right? Occasional uses, this is also here in our region. We see most of the communities, we use alcohol and so many things, yeah, during the occasions. So occasionally है, कुछ नहीं होगा, थोड़ा सा festival में ले लो, okay? So that also again creates a habit, and once it is habituated, then you become a compulsive user. Without that you cannot stay. मतलब लेना ही पड़ेगा. पहले एक्सपेरिमेंट बेसिस में होगा, फिर ओकेजनली एक दो बार कुछ नहीं होगा, साल में एक बार या दो बार कुछ नहीं होगा, शादी में तो लिया था, बर्थडे में तो लूंगा. ओके, सो दीज आर द थिंग्स, एंड देन इट बिकम्स अगेन कंपल्सिव यूजर. ओके, promoting positive mental health for students, educational workshops, importance of educational workshops like this, encouraging positive, expressions of emotions. गुस्सा हर किसी को आता है, but how do you handle that? How do you express that? Okay, you become sad. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि you keep on crying whole day and you also spoil the whole environment. It's not like that. Okay, so those are proper way of expressing your, encouraging your expressions. Maybe so many other creative outlets. Okay, creativity, maybe music, maybe your hobbies, the things which you like to, you can do all those things. And mindful practices. Mindful practices means in order to, control your stress and enhancement, what are the things that you are going to do? You are aware of those facts. Levels of well-being, again, who is involved? Entire school community, all students and teachers and parents, counselors, teachers, peer mentors, peer groups, okay, and counselor, school director, doctor, and other experts, or the principal also. Okay, so at last, finally, nothing works if we know that if we identify this son or this daughter or this child or this student needs medication, then we have to quickly refer them for the medication. Okay, 5 basics. You have to be loving, you have to connect to them. Unless and until you do not connect, they are not going to tell you anything, because you are unable to connect to the child. You have to monitor, like we saw in the role play, observant, vigilant, guide, and you should know where to limit yourself also, okay? What is the limitation? Consultation should be there, and you have to provide and you have to show them. You have to advocate all the values. We have to tell them what are the things to be done. This is again very beautiful. When you live in criticism, what happens? You learn to condemn. When you are hostile, you learn to fight. When you live in ridicule, you learn to be shy. When you live with shame, you learn to be guilty. When you live with tolerance, you learn to be patient. When you live with encouragement, you learn to be confidence. When you live with praise, you learn to appreciate. When you live with fairness, you learn to be just. When you live with security, you learn to be faithful. When you live with approval, you like to, when you like themselves or yourself, when you get the approval. When you have the acceptance and friendship, then you love the world that you live in. So this is based, like I can just relate the story which I told you. The child was always ridiculed, right, in the class. He was always used, the teacher always used negative words to the child. And later on also the same thing happened. Bolte na universe sunta hai. And the words that you use, it happens, the same thing. Whatever you use, if you say, आज मेरे को देर होगा स्कूल जाने में, आज मुझे कोई टैक्सी नहीं मिलेगा, आज मेरा पूरा दिन खराब हुआ, and your दिन will be खराब. You won't be getting any taxi. Okay, so these are the things. So we have to be very careful. You have to just go through this. If you criticize, then you will be learning to condemn. How to nurture a child's mental health? By advising them, by patiently listening to them, by giving them, asking them to brainstorm, okay, open-ended questions. Forgiveness should be there, family time. So these are all the ways to nurture a child's mental health. Best ways of helping children, again, you have to be appreciating. You should be an inspiration. You need to give proper directions. You need to help them build confidence. You need to love them. You need to see goodness in them. You need to be affectionate. You need to be genuine. You need to, take care of them. You have to be caring. You have to teach them togetherness, bonding, and finally, happiness. Because where you are happy, when there is happiness, your mental health is again sound. When you are not happy, the place where there is no happiness, our mental health is again gone. So if we want our mental health to be, proper, okay, if we want our health to be balanced, all, mental, social, emotional, okay, if we want our health to be balanced, then we need to be happy. Happiness plays a vital role. Okay, now we have come towards the end. The most beautiful experience is the mysterious. It is this fundamental emotion which stands at the cradle of true art and true science. This is the saying by Albert Einstein. Now, before ending, there is a song which I want you all to watch and listen. Song. Thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. And then I can understand it was after, post-lunch, and the previous session already took some of our time. We were running short of the time, but then it's okay. We have covered most of the things. And I'm very pleased and happy. Okay, I'm very much, what to say, I can't express my feelings also, how happy and how blessed actually I'm feeling, okay, to be among you all. And I was listening to all the other sessions also. Since the morning I was observing you all. You all are very nice, very good principals. I hope we had such principals when we were in the school. Yeah. So I can see like you all have taken time and you have come here for 3 days training program. Now, you know, this is a good indication of good mental health because you are leaving your comfort zone, you are leaving everything and coming here because you want to contribute to the society. So when you are able to cope up with all the stresses, I know there must be so many plans and so many stresses while coming here also. I'm sure about it. And then we already saw in the slides, we already have learned that we are not going to be away or aloof from the stresses of the life. Yes, stresses are there, problems are there. I face problem, you face problem, we all face problem. But then yes, we need to use our life skills in order to overcome problems, right? So you all have come here, you have taken out time, you haven't come here for yourself. Right, you are already a principal. What is the point of coming here, isn't it? You have got a good job, good profession, but still you have come here for, you know, children. Thinking about the future of the children, because I'm sure you all want children to be the better citizens of the community. And I wish you all very best, good luck for this journey. This is a journey where we all are engaged. I'm also engaged in the same journey. I also try to contribute a little bit, and I feel really happy and blessed to be here. Thank you so much. So with this, I would just like to end my session. But then before going, we will just listen to the song. Yeah.
Child in your heart. There is a place for the child in your heart, as long as you still believe in a fairy tale and always know deep inside we are all the same. Let the children have a world where there is no pain or sorrow, where they all can live tomorrow and they share a brighter day. Let the children have a world where the people can be free, where they all can join together and their hearts will share a dream. Child will find its own place in the sunlight. A child has hope, crystalline in his eyes. I want the world every boy and girl. Let the children have a world where there is no pain or sorrow, where they all can live tomorrow and they share a brighter day. Let the children have a world where the people can be free, where they all can join together and their hearts will share a dream. Let the children have a world where there is no pain or sorrow, where they all can live tomorrow and they share a brighter day. Let the children have a world where the people can be free, where they all can join together and their hearts will share a dream.
Regarding the session and the contents, any issues? Yes, definitely.
Respected ma'am, we be positive, we be happy, avoid loneliness, never complain, never compare, and never blame. Thank you.
So the song was depicted in a sign language. So we have to applause to Pramila ma'am with a sign language. Okay, now we are concluding here. So this is announcement. So our 380 schools have participated in respective schools, though we have received the attendance from few districts. So because it is transmitting to all schools and districts, so that's why I am announcing here. So we have received the attendance from Baksa, Borpeta, Bishwanath, Kashar, Dorong, Dibrugarh, Dhemaji, Dhuburi, Gwalpara, Gulaghat, Hailakandi, Jorhat, Udalguri, Karimganj, Kamrup, Karbi Anglong, Nolbari, Sunitpur, and Tinsukia. So we have not received report. I'm speaking about the received. So, this is announcement for the districts only. So they are requested to submit the report so that we can compile and submit to Government of India today itself. So tomorrow morning there is a possibility. Okay, because district is required to submit. Because they have the 6-7 schools, 3 schools, so they are to collect and submit to us. So schools are submitting individually. Okay, this is good, but we are not taking, we are taking from districts. Because, okay, so there is a possibility of joining on respected Secretary Sir, Ministry of Education, Government of India, online. Today it was not possible to join. So tomorrow, and the sessions of tomorrow is, one is resource person, experts are coming from NIPA. She is Dr. Srimati Neetu Sharma. She has already arrived. And one session on self-defense training. Madam I.C. Bhattacharya, she will be arriving today evening. And there will be a session on action plan of PMC, so that we will be preparing the action plan for the districts and for our own school. 2 resource persons have already arrived. Binoy and Shruti, they have already arrived. So tomorrow's session, these 3 sessions only there. So in between, any issues are there, please raise so that we can address the issues, any issues regarding PMC. If it is the time is not favoring, then you note it down and submit to me. Okay, thank you. Any issues? Yes, please. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. The day was fine. All the 3 sessions, taken first session by Ramender sir, next Dakar ma'am, then President ma'am, Pokhrel ma'am. So all the sessions were fine. Thank you, everyone. And the request is that at the end of the sessions, 3 days session, if you kindly provide us one pen drive with all the materials for each one, that will be very, very great help for us. Earlier also, we have been attending training in Administrative Staff College, where we have been given one small pen drive with all the records, that is PPT, PDF, whatever it may be, that will be fine. Because we may not be having pen drives with us. Why? 2 persons are there. 2 persons are there, we will get 2. Why not? They will provide. Then next is whatever the guidelines are, please try to make us available a bit early. Otherwise, we face problem. We are not here to raise the problems. You are part of us, and we are also part of you. So whenever we will be coming back to the district, and the people who will be, whom we will be dealing with, they will be asking us. So that we can answer in proper way, please make available all the guidelines, strategies, or whatever the action plans are to be prepared. That will be helpful for us. Anyway, thank you everyone, and special thanks to Ramender sir.
Thank you. Hello. All those guidelines and the materials regarding the implementation of activities, it will be disseminated in our WhatsApp group. So district will receive on that day, that day only you will be receiving the guidelines. So group is there, it's active group. So all those guidelines and the letters, orders, you will be receiving. Okay, thank you. If you permit me, then I'd like to conclude today's session here. And tomorrow, before 10, we will be reaching here, that in time, so that Government of India